Ladies and gentlemen, please mute your devices. You know what's the worst, though, is when somebody mutes their device but then sits on it in a movie, and you got the little screen one row below you while you're trying to watch the big movie.
What do you mean?
You never went to a movie where somebody was on their phone the whole time, even if it was silenced?
How are they on their phone if it's like, oh, they're sitting there talking like this?
Not talking. They're playing a game or doing Facebook while they're like one row in front
I
of you,
would
and their
yell
phone is
out.
bright.
Oh, I would yell out.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
I think we're live.
Yeah, no, we're not because I didn't see the thing.
Live
pop
where?
Up.
On YouTube?
Okay.
Live on YouTube?
We're not live on the auction.
Thanks for the warning.
I didn't even realize.
That's what we were afraid of. That's why I was keeping a PG while you're going.
Now, Facebook is not. Stand by for action.
Sometimes you have to push the start the stream on both. You have to start streaming, and then you hit start stream.
Copy and paste.
Baker's single barrel closing now. That 13 years got to be hot. People are all over that.
Let's see if we're on FacePlace.
There's a lot of other people live on YouTube. Let me see if I can find us. Yeah, we're live.
On Facebook?
I'm live. Tom's not. No, we're on YouTube.
Right. Now, why isn't Facebook coming up?
Yeah.
What about the auction itself? That's the more.
Yeah, why don't you press the button for Bid Wrangler there, Vinny? Get it live in there. Here, I'll even play the theme music.
I wish my camera was live so you could see me rolling my eyes here.
So if you are just joining us, waiting to see if we get on Facebook too. Welcome. Welcome to the live stream over the Great Big Auction. I think this is one of the biggest online auctions I've ever done. There's over 1,000
Like
lots.
ever since you started auctioning?
Online-wise, yes.
Yeah, well, you didn't have like a coin auction that had 8,000 lots in it. You're selling each one separate or something like that?
I've sold a lot of days where we split the auction. So like I would do rocks and minerals, and then we do like 200 lots of premier and then like 700 lots of wholesale stuff, you know?
Right.
And it looks like I'm talking to you, but Tom's camera's not on. So right before we went live, we had a bad audio hum somewhere in the mess of cables over here, and we had to switch some things around and chucked out the cameras. So Vinny's working diligently to get the cameras back online, and he'll be able to do it because he's crafty like that. Your mic is live too, Vinny, so if you want to go ahead and chime in with the stress in your voice, that's okay.
If anybody can hear that weird distortion we heard, let me know on YouTube.
Yeah.
I told you, we'll just overpower the distortion. It won't even matter.
All right, perfect.
All right. Well, I'm going to sign in so I can get in on the chat, too.
I'm still waiting to see. We still have to go live on the actual Good Bottle app,
That's what
though.
I'm trying to do.
Okay.
All right.
Live auction.
Belvani is closing. 15-year, 19-year.
I have to get the right window up here. What's closing right now? Balvenie 15-year. So the way the online auction closes is that every 15 seconds a lot is closing. There's always 3 lots closing simultaneously. And what's happening with those is that if someone bids in the last second, minute, whatever, it extends it by 1 minute. Then you'll see it kick up to the top of the stack.
Is it 1 minute? I was trying to figure it out. Is it 1 minute? Because like, I'm waiting to watch one that's...
One just happened. One of the Belveni's just happened to me.
Yeah, Belvini single barrel ends. Yeah, it's a minute. It kicks it up another minute.
The challenge is, I don't think that if you and I stood at a podium and even cooked this fast, we could sell 1,000 lots live from a podium.
No, and then the other thing too, one is getting kicked up again because it's been bid on. Other ones are still closing.
Right.
You know, so it's multitasking.
I got the chat up on YouTube.
Gone horribly awry.
Vinny's cameras went horribly awry. But the good news, you know what? The problem is we tried to use these fancy cameras. They're AI gimbaled cameras that follow you and zoom on you. And I'm using the dumb $99
Which is working
webcam,
perfect.
which is working absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, but I wish you could show a picture of the desk here with all the cables. Like this is.
We're doing audio. We're doing video. We're running a mixing board. We're pushing out to Facebook. We're pushing out to YouTube.
Yeah, they used to do this in the 1960s too.
Yeah, they did it with a staff of 20.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did, just to be on television. The type of crew that they needed, the set, the lighting. The sound guy had to hold the boom microphone above somebody.
He got replaced by this.
You get key grips. We're trying to do it as if we're automated here. And Vinny, by the way, you're doing great. You're not completely crumbling under pressure.
Don't give him credit yet. I know you're trying to encourage.
There's
him.
no camera on you, so you have to talk if you're gonna.
Yeah, you can't make faces. You have to talk.
No, it's probably best they don't do that. Let me convey my face to you right now. It's not good.
Well, listen. What you know that the Canon camera that you got up there, you can reposition that. Do it on the guest. All you have to do is find a camera for Tom.
You have to go in the clerking screen, Vinny, to go live.
Yeah, we need you to go live on Bid Wrangler.
Top right.
Go to the clearing screen.
Eric?
Tom, you take over. I got this.
All right. Let's see what's closing now. We're on to Bardstown here. Bardstown, lot 51, Bardstown. We got $70. Asking 80. Closing in a second. Sold. Bardstown 52. Let's see what this one. The Bardstown Discovery Series was always an interesting one. There were always some really interesting blends or finishes or whatever they were doing to them. Oh, that one sold too. Look at that.
Hey.
Bardstown Collaborative City. The Prisoner Bourbon. Oh, this is kind of cool. Oh, wow.
Facebook is coming next.
Bardstown did the Prisoner.
Do you need to do Facebook too?
Did
Facebook
aged
should
in
be
Prisoner
good.
barrels too? That's crazy. Everybody's using the Prisoner's barrels.
That's wine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe that is Constellation Brands as well. So Constellation Brands owns High West and it owns the Prisoner. So they have the supply chain kind of locked down there.
Well, this is Bardstown.
Oh, I wonder if Bardstown is Constellation. I know High West is, but I'm not sure about Bardstown.
I don't. Do they really have to be tied corporately in order to work together? I mean, can't they just call each other and be like, "Hey, man, send me some barrels"?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There's different brands that want to help each other. There's different distillers and blenders that are friends, and then there's some competition out there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I know there certainly is, unlike the retail level sometimes.
Well, yeah. I just think. I wonder how big the Prisoner is because of that picture. Who was the artist on the front of the bottle there?
I'm not sure. That's that Goya?
Yeah, Goya.
Oh, okay.
I think it's Goya.
So we should actually go over some of the different aspects of the auction about us, some commonly asked questions. We should probably get into some of that. Things that people ask us is, where do the bottles come from? I always like to dispel that myth.
Where would they think they come from otherwise?
Well, so like the first guy through the door, yesterday we did a 300 bottle premiere auction. We had people come in person. We had a crowd in the hall. We had Big Green Pizza Truck. Everybody came through to physically look at the bottles. It was a lot of fun to meet everybody. We had a great time. But like the first guy through the door, he goes, "Where did you get all these bottles?" I mean, there was 300 premiere lots. There's dozens of Pappies and rare allocated stuff and old Dusties.
I suppose the average person doesn't realize just how many bottles are out there. As rare as these things are, there's millions of them produced.
So people have been hoarding since the dawn of time.
Well, that's people have been hoarding. That's the other thing too. I mean, most of them are collections and estates. We really we're allowed to take in from an individual collector. We are allowed to take in from a retailer, and we are allowed to take in from a canceled restaurant permit or a sold restaurant or whatever. 95% of it is probably all individual collectors.
Yeah,
and most of it's collections and oh, now you can see me. Hello. Most of it's collections and estates and that kind of thing. That's always how it's been. It makes sense if you're going to find 200-300 bottles somewhere. That's where it's going to be fun. We had an active collector. He's I'm done. Sell it all off.
And there's people who've been doing this so long. There are collectors who have been putting these things away since the 90s.
Oh yeah.
And now those bottles are mature. They are ready. Not that they mature in the bottle, but what I mean is that the value of that collection is mature.
Right.
Some of those bottles have reached legendary status. Last night we sold an A.H. Hirsch, a 16-year A.H. Hirsch, Black Maple Hill Farm. Some of these bottles that get reviewed, that get talked about, that people now want to try. People who are newer to the hobby. Let's say you've only been in this a few years, or you got into it during COVID. You're thinking about these legendary bottles, and well, if you got the jing, man, buy them.
How does a bottle become legendary is always what I wondered, because it's like, we all know how it becomes legendary. It tastes awesome, and that's what you're going for.
Right.
But
need help with Facebook, Vinny?
I guess it's a story. The story behind it is what comes down to is, because A.H. Hirsch had this, they bought out barrels from the old Michter's distillery in the 70s. They sat there, they vatted them, and then they finally barreled them in the 80s or 90s, and then that's how you got
A.H. Hirsch, actually, those are his barrels. There's a custom order.
Right. But what also blows my mind, too, is like, A.H. Hirsch, that's original Michter's. It was original Michter's distillate. It wasn't some limited edition or special edition or anything like that like we see now with all the allocated bottles. It's a limited edition. This was a regular 16-year their usual distillate, their usual mash bill, and it just had a great story with it more than anything else. To me, if A.H. Hirsch goes for around $3,000, the old Dusties should be the same way. Now, I know it's not aged 16 years and that type of thing, but...
You know what? You're right, because we sold some Dusties, pretty rare stuff, last night. We had Wild Turkey Dusties. We had a rye that was distilled before Prohibition went into effect, or a few months anyway. And I watched the Hirsch and the Black Maple Hill Farm sell for more than that Dusty rye. Maybe it's because it's a rye and not a bourbon, but...
It was aged 11 years. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you have a good point. And it's unique. It was delicious. It was unusual. In fact, we still have some if we want to try it again. We opened a second bottle that was unsealed, or at least the tax strip was missing off of it, so we were able to taste it, and people got to come here and try something that you'll never have again. It was distilled over 100 years ago, something that possibly a once-in-a-lifetime bottle for a lot of people. But
part of it I thought about too. Maybe people are worried that a bottle that old is just not good anymore, because like the Dusties, the Wild Turkey Dusties from the 70s and 80s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, taste awesome, and they're sealed. There's no question.
Right.
But maybe there's a top out where people are like, damn, that thing's 100 years old. I don't want to buy it, spend a lot of money, and then it be not good because it's.
That's why we got to taste it first. In fact, we sold that bottle along with a sample.
Right.
So, I mean, if you know, and it has legendary status like the A.H. Hirsch or like the Black Maple Hills Farms, or like we had Jefferson's Presidential Select 17, which has Stitzel-Weller in it.
Yeah.
Okay. And there was something that was utterly magical about Stitzel-Weller and what came out of there and the people who distilled there. But we're approaching that on some bottles now. I mean, think about the level of granular review we get on batches of Elijah Craig. Between guys like the Bourbon Junkies and ADHD Whiskey and Mash and Drum, every batch that comes out, if they get their hands on a bottle, they're doing a 20-minute YouTube review on these things.
So I guess everybody you said it's getting granular. Everybody's like, I don't like Elijah Craig, but batch number so and so was fantastic. Well, it's like, how much better, different, or I get they change and they vary and et cetera, et cetera. But you love that batch, but you won't drink this other batch. It's the same mash bill, aged similar, but like people are very, very. I only want that one.
Mm-hmm. Vinny, you're still not on Facebook, are you?
It says live. It's streaming, but it's not appearing.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Do you want?
Maybe we're getting censored because we're a 21+ establishment.
No, it's just not going live. It says we're live, but we're not live. So
it's showing me all the things except it is not.
All right. Well, kill that stream and you want me to rebuild it, and you can jump in over here and talk with Tom. Or what I can do is I can put on your headset and go over to the producer's set and get that Facebook thing live.
However you want to play this.
All right. Let's swap out.
Okay.
You guys are leaving me here to chat by myself all day.
Well, here's some.
The misfortune of talking to me. Here's some
No,
notes.
that's fine. You know what? We have some Class A Azul coming up shortly here, which is really nice. Or did it already go by here? Trying to do 10 things at once here.
Oh, man. Command center.
Command center.
I got to give
You're
you some,
on, Vinny.
Got to give you some credit, Vinny. You didn't totally fall apart over there.
I think he might have
My
fell
face
apart
betrayed
inside.
me. Now y'all can see it.
He might have fell apart inside a little bit.
We did some last-minute switcheroo of the cables, and that shut all our math to hell.
5 minutes before we went live, we got a hum in the line, and we had to reconfigure.
I still don't think it would have been that important to keep it there.
It was bad.
The hum was bad. It was unlistenable.
It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good.
Yeah. Well, Vinny, you know what would have been helpful is if you pressed the button that says "Go Live."
I did. What are we talking about?
It's circling. It's circling the.
There's another little button in Facebook you have to press that says "Go Live." The one that I just pressed, so that now we're live.
Vinny doesn't usually handle those.
I was hitting start streaming in the OBS, and it's like, no.
All you have
sorry.
to do is press the "Go Live" button. So now what you can do too is you can take this camera, you want to put it here, shoot it that way, get on the other guest.
I'm gonna work on something for the guest cam.
Or you can work on that somehow. I don't know how you can do it.
Yeah, what guests we have today?
We are going to be joined by Nick Conti from Conti's Wine and Spirits in Southington, a longtime retailer in the business, also worked for some of the big brands.
Nice.
And Irene Tan of Canterbury Wine and Spirits and of Whiskey Mentors.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to talk blending. We're going to talk the business. We're going to talk barrels. We're going to talk the future of whiskey. I always like to sort of see what big names in the business expect and
Those
predict.
Are two folks I am looking forward to hearing chat.
If you're going to be on the mic, Vinny, you can get right on it.
I'm looking forward to hearing them chat.
All right, you want to switch back?
Yeah, let's switch
All right,
back.
let's do it.
Hey guys, get me a beer while you're up. The pizza from yesterday was good.
That pizza was fantastic. And it mostly got eaten too. I'm glad it wasn't like
No, very little waste.
We had like 60 pizzas in here, and then there was
I wonder
40
if they.
left.
I wonder if they tempered predicted how much they needed, and they didn't go hog wild.
Probably they. I think our numbers are about spot on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Vinny, we made it. Now all you got to do is some behind the scenes stuff. You're good.
I can do that. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
So we should talk a little bit about other aspects of the auction. While we're watching everything close, we're watching the bottles come through. People are bidding on them. Let's say you're in another state. We ship. As long as we can ship to that state.
There's a few red line states.
Red lines.
Yeah, you put a red line through the state in the paper
Yeah.
because you can't ship to it.
Yeah.
But
For the most part, we ship wherever we can.
yeah.
Something else that's good about Good Bottle Auctions is I've been in the business for almost 30 years now. I think I'm coming up on 28 and a half. Tom and I have been in the business on our other venture, Connecticut Firearms Auction, for 7-8 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to have a good relationship with our buyers. That's one of our priorities. One of our priorities is that when you bid on something in one of our auctions, you know what you're getting. There's a good description, there's a good photograph, and we stand behind what we say. So we offer a limited guarantee where if you get the bottle and we told you it was a batch 1 and it's a batch 2 and it was just a fat finger error or a cataloging error, no problem, send it back, 100% money back.
There was somebody who was beating us over to on Facebook there on one of the platforms. He was asking a question about standing behind your item after it ships, and I didn't really understand what he was trying to say. Of course, we stand by. If it shipped the wrong bottle or something, of course.
Yeah, that's fine. And we also have insurance. We have fantastic insurance. So
Yeah.
if you got a glass bottle with liquid in it that comes to your house, and one of the delivery crews tap danced all over it, no problem. You're covered.
Right.
And we've had claims. These things happen, and then we take care of it. We
Yeah.
take care of our buyers.
Yeah.
If something's as is, right? Maybe we got a dusty wine bottle, and that wine bottle is lower fill level, but it's really interesting. We'll say it. We'll say, listen, this is as is.
Or pick up as strongly suggested or recommended, something like that.
Right. There's occasionally we'll put some wild cards in because they're interesting, which I'm fine with something like that.
I wonder if we're shipping that gallon of gin that we sold yesterday.
It didn't sell for much. I think it was, $60 or $70 for a gallon of Beefeater. So, but it was from the 60s or 70s. There's some very interesting.
It had its own wood harness on to support a thing.
I've seen the old granddads like that, where it's a gallon old granddad and you got the tipping device. Yeah.
See, that would be more cool than the gin, because I'm not a gin drinker, but the old granddad would be interesting. What if it tips over and just starts pouring a gallon of old granddad across the floor?
It takes the finish right off your 1970s pleather bar top. You ever see the ones with the padded rail to rest your arms on? Yeah. I like how this is going. There's all kinds of great stuff that's selling right now. There's some Bombergers going up. That's a steal. Grab that right there. There you go. Close out that Bombergers, which is one of my favorites, absolute of all time. That's what'd you call it today? Bombergers. You call it a sleeper.
No, that was it. No.
If you haven't had the Bombergers, is what I'm saying. It's a great value for the price.
Okay.
It's an absolutely delicious bourbon that if you haven't had, because it doesn't get great distribution, you should bid on it. You should buy that because you're going to be happy with it.
You can't go wrong for the money.
Right.
Value. There's a high value there. There's sleepers was in the sense that there's some really good whiskeys out there that people haven't heard of, or they're not trying for whatever reason. Maybe it's not in their area, or they don't have a buddy who's recommending it. Who knows? And you're like, oh yeah, that's fantastic for $80, $100, whatever it is.
Right.
I wonder how many watchers we got.
I'm trying to actually look at some of the live streams right now to see what's going on with that.
If I hit the clerk button, will that mess anything up?
No. What's that, Vinny? Who's on the chat?
Somebody says we need a gavel.
Need a gavel? Some sound effects? Here we go. I'm down in the chat. Hey, look at that. Yes, we are live. We're so active in the chat that we're getting spam. Oh, we're getting recommendations from cameras. That's what it is. The Elgato Face Cam Pro, I see. John Kelly's in there.
Let me write this down.
He's asking who from Bid Wrangler is there, and I go, nobody. Bid Wrangler is a software that we use for our app. So that's the thing. If you're on Facebook right now, or you're on YouTube and you're watching this and you don't have the app, you should download the app. Just go into the Google Play Store or into the Apple Store and put that app on your phone. It does a couple of things. It's kind of the fastest connection to Bid. I think the app connection is better on a strong Wi-Fi signal than if you're using like the internet or a cell phone signal or something like that. It also allows you to see your bill. It allows you to sort your favorites right on your device. This morning I woke up early and I doom scrolled our auction. I absolutely loved it. With 1,000 lots, I just sat there on the couch and just going through and going, oh, that's interesting. Oh, I drink that. I like those. And then you can hit sort by my bids. There's a little star button. You got to favorite things.
My items. The problem is my item. It doesn't say favorites or whatever. It says my items, which I didn't really like the way it's worded like that. But once you get used to it, know where it is, you're good. I searched my items and nope, that one's too rich for my blood. Ooh, that one's still cheap. This one's that,
It's good because I got the chat up for YouTube. I'm going to try and get the chat up for Facebook.
Hello.
And you normally have Hunter here working the chats, but it seems like Sean's in the chat. Nice. Hunter texted us like 15 minutes before we were supposed to go live, and he goes, I'm stuck on the highway. The highway's shut down, right? And I go, first of all, I don't know if he really takes that much highway to get here. And second of all, I looked on the Google Maps, and there was no closure of the road anywhere between his house and here. Do you think he's lying?
Just tell him to send a picture.
But, if anything bad happens on 72, which I think he's on, it's donezo.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to look now because I want to find out. I mean, it could affect our guests too who are on their way here.
Very true.
I'm pumped that they're going to make it. I'm glad to have them on, Tom. Do you have any, did you do any show prep? Did you write down any questions?
I had some pizza before I sat down.
Show prep.
A long time ago, I used to do a live radio show, and I would spend like 3 hours before the show taking notes, putting together segments, getting everything ready. And we weren't even an all-talk show. We played songs. We still played 8-9 songs an hour, plus the commercial breaks, and did the bits.
Do you think Howard Stern does that much prep? No.
Are you kidding me? Hell yeah, he does.
Yeah?
Yes, that's why he's Howard Stern.
He has a cavalcade of producers.
That's what I mean. He's got multiple levels of producers. We just have Vinny.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Vinny, were you laughing at yourself?
Yeah. It's a compliment and whoosh, smackdown.
You're producing a 2-bit operation here.
Yeah. But how many other auctions have multiple camera setups, multiple mic setups, where it sounds good, it's pushing out to different platforms? Not many that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I always wanted to do a show, like a live stream or a pre-recorded show where I watch other auctioneers stream.
Mm-hmm.
So what do they call that when they do that on like Instagram? It's reaction videos to auctioneers' chants, right? Bring them up, put them on the screen, and see what the other auctioneers look like. Because there's some wild stuff out there. I don't think people are aware.
As far as what?
There's this guy in Pennsylvania, right? And I forget his name. He looks so old, like he's already dead. And I mean,
like Skeletor.
He's emaciated. He has long, crinkly white hair that's very thin.
This is an auctioneer? Or?
Yeah, he wears old-timey clothes. He dresses like a pilgrim, right? He has like a black jacket and a white shirt that's dirty. And he sits at an old desk with like an inkwell and a feather. Like you think, I swear to God, right?
Benjamin Franklin here.
And he calls the auction with a camera in front of him. But it's like Death himself is auctioneering, because he's talking like this. And he says, I have 100. Do I have 110? And he's just like droning on.
And what happened? I assume he owns the business. Otherwise, they would have put him out the pasture sooner.
He must. I mean, he is ancient. He should auction himself as an antique.
You're so old, you're an antique.
I want to introduce the world to these people. Did I show you Whatnot? Have you seen that?
Oh, that is Wild West.
Yeah, right. Whatnot is an app that sells a lot of sneakers.
Sneakers is a big market.
Sneakers is a weird market. I want to get a sneaker person on this show, because how do you know what sizes to sell people? And what if you only have, like, I look on Whatnot, there's 200 people watching the auction, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of those people are size 9 and want pink Reeboks?
I have a feeling a lot of people will give or take on the size if it's the shoe they want.
Who would wear a shoe that was the wrong size?
So if I'm a size 8, I'll take a 7.5 or a 9, like just so long as it's close enough.
7.5? You can wear a 7.5 when your foot's an 8?
They'll break in.
I don't know.
You got to go through some pain, but they'll break in.
Really?
Or they'll go larger than 8, and I'll wear a 9.
This is why I'm a boring white dude, because I figure shoes have to be the right size.
What's the auction?
Oh, what are you looking at? Whatnot right now?
Yeah, Whatnot.
There's a million of them always going live, and people are just bid from their phones. I watched a guy hammered, completely wrecked.
Oh, these are all like, this is like the Etsy of auctions here.
It's not even Etsy. It's kind of low end. Like there's a lot of low number stuff.
Temu of auctions.
It's the Temu of auctions.
Wish.com auctions.
What's the one that the ladies sell all their clothes on they'll buy something, they don't use it, or it's used clothes, and they have the website that has all the clothes on it.
Poshmark.
Yeah.
That's what my wife uses.
Poshmark, and there's another one too. They're serious.
Oh, look, we got captions up on Facebook now. That's cool. So don't swear.
Let's see.
Etsy, Poshmark. Poshmark's good for like purses and stuff like that. Don't ask me how I know. My wife is on there all the time, but she sells stuff too. But my point, I think, with Whatnot was that it's a lot of rookies going live from their kitchen table with a cell phone, and you can hear dogs barking in the background. One time I watched a guy, and I saved the video, and eventually it disappeared, but this guy was completely wrecked. He was selling watches. He was dressed up like a bad circus ringmaster, so he'd drawn a mustache on his face. He had a top hat on. He had like white pancake makeup.
So here's the important part. Was he getting what he needed to get for that stuff?
No. He was like giving these watches away.
I have a feeling this is all stuff that they found in a store or whatever, and it's just their own stuff.
He buys bulk lots of watches. And
bulk lot of watches?
Yeah, he buys like 50 pounds of watches from eBay,
like Amazon
or
returns or
live
something.
auctioneers or something like that. No, not new, old watches, vintage watches. And then he like replaces the crystals and tunes them up, and then puts a fresh strap on it, and then puts it on whatnot. He gets like $30, $40. Probably paid nothing though.
All right, so here's the thing I hate about Whatnot. You have to download their app to do anything.
There's no web application for it. It's only mobile.
Garbage.
No, that's the way of the future. Look at us right now. We're inside an app.
We got both.
Your face is in an app.
We got both.
Right. That's fine. They just don't want you on the web. They want you hooked into your device because it's so addictive.
So here's the irony. Our app, if you click on our logo, it brings you to the website from the app. I had 2 people yesterday. I go, oh, I see they're in a browser.
Yeah.
I said, oh, you got to go in the app. She goes, is this the app? I hit the back button. It was the app that opened the browser to go to our website.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Ooh, Caribou Crossings, $90.
Sean says Hunter took a wrong turn and ended up back at home.
He scrolled away to his bed.
That's funny. He would be in here talking to everybody on the chats. Oh, I got some sneaker people in on YouTube here. Sizes matter if you're wearing. Some are just collection. I get it.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
And StockX, by the way. AV Nation mentioned StockX. John Kelly saying he lost audio on YouTube. Yeah.
Get out.
Caribou Crossings store pick. That's interesting. I've never seen that before.
Oh, so that's a single barrel?
Well, it's ending right now. Stu Leonard's.
All Caribou Crossing is single barrel? Yes, it is. It's the blend.
Oh, it's a barrel
Canada.
pick. I bought one. It is. It's a cool bottle to put up on the bar.
I realize I have like 4 of them now. Some with bags, some bag and box. But have you tried it?
Really? Yes.
I love it.
It's very good. It was so sweet, and I like sweet. It was so sweet. It almost tasted like there was sweetener. Like, I'm not saying it was adulterated.
I wouldn't have gave it sweet, but it was
wicked sweet.
Really? Oh, maybe you got a different single barrel then, because the one I got was very balanced. It was just good Canadian whiskey.
You think there was like sweet and low in it or something?
It's a single barrel product. So whether it's Henry McKenna or Elijah Craig 18 or Elijah Craig single barrels, those you get a lot of variation. And you know what, that brings up a point. That might be where the variation, the granular level in this business is. The single barrels are so available everywhere now, and you can strike out every once in a while.
You think there's a glut coming?
The glut's on, man.
Yeah,
the glut's on. It's during COVID you couldn't find anything even remotely allocated. You couldn't find a McKenna during COVID, not on the shelf in a liquor store.
Right.
But now you can. My regulars have a couple bottles there all the time. I'm trying to think of something else, like the Caribou Crossing. You would never see that sitting on a shelf.
I remember when I first got into this thing, Caribou Crossing stuff was going for stupid money. And it was stupid allocated, like you're saying.
Yeah, and then some liquor stores have really kind of jacked up the prices. But
yeah, because liquor stores play the game. But hey, whatever, it's their business. But at the end of the day, whether it came down to whether the juice was good. Because if the juice was good, it would turn into an investable product. If it was just hype, then nobody cared. Free market society works.
So that's something when we first launched earlier this year, and we were dealing with a lot of pushback. Like we got all kinds of pushback on people who were kind of saying that we were part of the problem and that they couldn't find bottles on store shelves because places like Good Bottle Auctions are sucking up all the bottles.
They were already sucked up by individual collectors.
Yeah, and we're not necessarily, and like you said before, we're taking bottles directly from retail.
Right.
We're taking bottles from collectors, people who want to turn things over. And a great concept that we've embraced is the when you come to pick up 4 or 5 bottles, drop off 4 or 5 bottles, right?
Right.
So I've got stack of contracts ready on pickup days because, maybe you don't like Weller Full Proof, but you got 4 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you want to come in and buy Rip Van Winkle 10 from us and drop off 4 Full Proofs because it's a strong seller for us.
It's a strong seller, and you're like, hey, it was great, but I'll take the money and buy something else.
Right. It's just like a whiskey exchange program.
I think a lot of people forget the idea that this is secondhand or secondary. Nationally, there's a 3-tier level: the people who make it, the people who distribute it, the people who sell it. We're like a 4th tier.
Right.
It's already been made. It's already been distributed. It's already been sold. Now people are reselling it. We're an authorized reseller.
It's also, we're a place where you can find the bottle you're looking for. So, yeah, you can complain that it's not on the shelf at your local store for retail price. You could also complain that the price of eggs is high. The point is, if you want it and you're willing to step up, go ahead and do it. We have this service available for you.
Right.
But we're not stopping you from finding it at retail. We're not interrupting that. We're completely outside of how it goes producer, distributor, retail.
Most of the pros, the folks that get it, it's I go to retail, I find what I can. But you know what? I really want E.H. Taylor's up. So I'm thinking, I really want an E.H. Taylor rye. So I'm willing to pay a lot for it.
Yeah.
Because I've never found it in any of the stores I frequent.
You're a rye guy, too.
I'm drifting away from rye and more towards bourbon straight up.
Really? Because when you got much more heavily into this, you were rye all the way.
I was rye all the way, and now I'm the nice thick bourbons are appealing. And it also goes batch specific or brand specific. So like, I have an Angel Envy cask strength 23 or 24 recent. I have one of each, a bourbon and a rye, and I like the bourbon better than I like the rye. So I'm just one of those guys that drinks what I like. I mean, I don't really have an allegiance to any one particular type or style. Scotch you can keep.
I'm going to make you a Scotch guy. I'm telling you, I'm going to do it at one of these times.
Okay. Sure. Whatever.
I mean, I've
take free
poured
drinks.
you some things. Hey, look, Hunter made it in. He can't be on camera, but he can come and get on mic and throw on some headphones. Oh, yeah? Nice. Okay. Well, we're going to try and get the, you could do that one for chats over there. We're going to try and get the camera running for, I think we're ready for a guest, but you have a camera for him? No, it's going to be all audio. All right. You keep working on that camera, though, Vinny. Come on in, Nick.
What's up, Nick?
Have a seat
Yeah,
right
over
over
there. I'd shake your hand, but if I got up, I'm sure I'd screw up some wires or cables or.
Here, throw those on.
For that, left and right.
Yeah, I don't think it matters really.
Compass Box Delilah's.
Oh, that's a good bottle.
25.
And it's been going up all morning. Nick, Conti, how are you?
I'm very well. Thanks for having me.
Good. Can you hear yourself okay?
Yeah, doing good. So should there be something on my screen here? Oh, thank you.
You can. If
You could
want.
Google stuff, keep it PG.
You can watch the auction close in front of
Very
you.
cool. All right.
All right, so Nick Conti, I don't even know where to start. You've been in this business like 30 years, right?
It's approaching it. Yeah, 27 years.
No kidding. And that's
almost 3 decades.
Is that all in retail, or did you work outside of retail?
I started in retail, and then I went to work for a supplier. Worked for Robert Mondavi before they got sold to Constellation. Worked there for about 8 years.
What did you do at Constellation?
I was managing the Northeast for a specific division of fine wines, some commercial wines and fine wines. So I was selling to wholesalers.
Okay. That's got to be a fun job.
It was a great job, actually. I learned, I learned a lot more about the business, that side of it. Being in retail for as long as I had been previously, it gave me a different perspective. I also brought a new perspective to that role. And after a period of time, I was like, I really liked working for myself a lot better. So
Sure.
Came back into retail,
But you had a store when you were young.
Yeah, I opened my first store when I was 25.
25? Wait, and you opened from scratch?
From scratch.
At 25 years old. That's bold.
I didn't know what I was doing.
There's one way to figure it out.
It's easy to do things when you have no idea what you're getting into.
Right. Okay. Because, I started a small consulting business when I was 25 because I knew how to code HTML and not a lot of people did yet. So, but I ultimately didn't go very far with it, and I wasn't mature enough to handle the business. But you started that up, and did you sell it?
Yeah, no, I eventually sold it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for
built it
you.
up, sold it. Yeah.
That's amazing. And then you said, you know what, distributor side's fun, but I want to do retail again.
Well, being your own boss, there's something to that. I mean, when I was working for the other company too, the same thing. I already had that mentality where I was 24 hours, 7 days a week. I was going to work, and I was doing it for them, and they appreciated it, and they took very good care of me. I'm like, well, I could really be just doing this. If I'm going to work this hard, I might as well do it for myself.
But that's the same thing that I've always realized, because I was in the same thing. I worked for myself, worked for somebody else. Now I own my own businesses, and it's I'm constantly working 24/7. People go, well, how can you do that? I go, I'm laying in bed, I'm approving bidders or watching stuff or doing little things. It's not that I'm physically running around 24/7, but it's always on your mind. You're always pushing your own envelope as far as what you could be doing to provide more or be more successful or whatever. But when I worked for a big company, a medium-sized company, and I ran a department for them, and I was still doing the same thing. I was still hustling, and I'm like,
That's because you're exceptional, Tom.
I know, thank you.
And he's dying over there.
You can't. It's more rewarding if you're doing it for yourself.
It is. It is more rewarding because whether
It's
you
riskier.
whether you win or lose,
Definitely.
it's your fault, right? I mean, some people don't have that level of risk tolerance. So you come back in and open 3 stores, not just one.
Yeah, well, I came back, started with 1, and then it grew to 2. Yeah, I can handle 2. And it's like, well, if you have 2, why can't you have 3? And then it became 5. And then this year I sold a couple stores.
Wow.
So,
5. So you were running 5 retail liquor stores at the same time.
yeah, if there wasn't a limitation in Connecticut, it probably would have kept going. There is a 5-store limitation now in the state.
Okay. And then doing that, you brought a barrel pick and a whiskey focus to all of those stores. And where would you place that in terms of success? Was having those barrel picks, those specific bottles, part of it, a big part of it?
It was we always was focused on customer service and having a really good selection. If you build it, they will come kind of mentality. And then all of a sudden I did see some people start coming in and talking about whiskey more, which was relatively new to me after the 15 years I was in the business, and people weren't really talking about whiskey. No one my age was at that time. So younger and younger people were coming in talking about it, and like, well, what's up with that? So kind of paid a little attention to it, went online, read about it, became friends with a bunch of people in different groups out there that were talking about whiskey, buying whiskey, and doing barrel picks. I had no idea what they were. And I remember getting talked into doing a barrel pick through some friends that were just looking like, let's go buy a barrel. I'm like, that sounds so much fun. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll buy a barrel. I was scared to death because of
With the flops.
Yeah, the cash outlay. At that time it was kind of unheard of to spend $10,000-$15,000 on a complete unknown, considering just we thought it was cool. So we went and started doing that.
What year was that?
I think that was 2014.
So in 2014,
10 years ago.
Now when you see some stores and they're doing 10, 12 barrel picks at a time, that's all inventory, right? You put that money up front to buy that barrel.
Right.
And so I could see the risk in it, right? You're like, how long is it going to take me to sell these 250 bottles or however many you're going to get out of there?
Right.
How much, and I'm looking for personal details, but what is your average liquor store? How many bottles in general, all types of alcohol? How long does it take them to cycle through their inventory?
Well, every store has a different philosophy in terms of cycling for cash flow purposes. I think in the greatest possible scenario, you do it once a month.
Right.
That's unfortunately not possible. At least it gets close to 4 times to 6 times a year.
Yeah, I mean, I see some liquor stores that they have. This seems like the common one is the smaller package stores. They have their bread and butter, so they're selling pallets of Bud Light and whatever, and they have maybe 5 to 20 hot items that they sell a lot of, and then everything else just sits on the shelves. And they care and don't care. It looks full, inventory is there. They realize that, okay, that shelf over there cycles through every 3 weeks, and life is good.
Right. There was a joke going around with a couple of friends of mine that have stores, and especially during COVID. The joke was, your store needs to look full. You need to have a big store, it needs to look full with tons of selection. But when people came in, all they wanted to buy, they wanted to see that, but they're going to buy Tito's and Josh.
Yeah.
That was it. Didn't know anything else. As long as you had Tito's and Josh, you're okay.
Yeah, you see the stores with 6,000 bottles of wine, and it's the same rack that has wear marks on it,
Right?
Because that's what their clients are buying.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So when I really started to hunt whiskey, I would sometimes do it on the road in the morning. So starting to go to a liquor store in the morning when they opened 8, 9 o'clock was a completely different experience, because you realize that they're over there dusting in between the boxes of wine that nobody buys.
Right.
They have a duster in between. What is those big gallon jugs of, Italian table
Rossi,
wine?
The Carlos Rossi or whatever.
Because they just sit there in the sunlight.
Well, I thought you were going to say, I've been doing this for a while. During, at that time, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, it's you could see a little line outside just for the folks that are getting off third shift.
Yep.
Yeah, or getting ready for their landscaping gig.
Glad you said it, not me.
Breakfast of champions, I guess.
Yeah, you get a 4 Loco and 3 nips and hop on the lawnmower.
3 Bailey's nips and a very large black coffee from Dunkin'. Yes, that's all right.
So I did have this question, and I think I was actually going somewhere that even though you're turning over this inventory, even though people are constantly coming in and hunting bottles, how do you keep as many customers satisfied as possible when they're looking for something allocated, or they're looking for something that you're only getting a bottle of, or 2 bottles, or even a case, right? Even if there's only 6 or 12 or whatever in there. How do you walk that line?
Yeah, the allocated item situation it's a dance. It truly is. I mean, we've done different things over the years. Previously, a couple of the stores that I just recently sold, we had a lottery system that was set up there, which was frowned upon by the state of Connecticut, so we don't do that anymore. Sorry about that. Nowadays we do a different kind of loyalty program where it's based off. I mean, we've worked it out to the same way that the wholesalers worked it out to us. If it's an allocated item, if you support that particular brand family, you get priority and you have first right of refusal for that item.
Sure.
So we kind of do it the same way in the stores as well, because it's impossible to make everyone happy, and everybody's always looking for the same thing, the same things. So it's worked out for us running it this way, and that if you're 2009 Dom, that's not bad.
Would you like to bid on it? Oh, too far. Too late.
I mean, I could with whoever's account this is.
You're not logged in on that.
That works for
man.
me. Actually, I'm curious to see what this 1942 goes for.
Was that a stellar year for Dom?
Something. It's one of those funny things with champagne, and brand names like that. Some people are like, "Oh, it's overrated," so forth and so on. Oh, I'll drink Dom Perignon any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I could, it's delicious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It lives up to the hype.
I get a
Clico I always like too.
Yeah,
$60, $70, whatever, $100, whatever Clico goes for, can't go wrong.
It's good sparkling wine.
Yeah.
It really is good champagne.
I get a kick out of people who want to
Good price on that.
throw shade at any product, because you might really like that. That's good for you.
That's all that matters.
One of my best friends drinks vodka and water, and I was like, Sarah, come on.
Vodka and water. You mean an ice cube, I hope, at least? Or
ice, Tito's, water, and an orange.
Okay, there's an orange in there. All right. Okay. All right.
Fine. But I'm like, Sarah, there's a lot of stuff on the bar behind me. You want to try something?
I've seen some pretty hardcore like Eastern European guys, and they drink it's not grappa, but what's their clear spirit there. That's all they drink. They put it in a shot glass, they sip on it for an hour, and that's it.
Okay. Drink what you like.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is right there. Drink what you like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And however you like it.
I'm actually always find myself a little jealous of those folks that drink something like vodka and water and a little ice and an orange, whereas I'm looking at a bar going, what am I going to have now?
Yeah. Simple life, right?
Yeah.
Well, all right. So, and you've been doing it long enough too that you've had so many things. What gets you excited then? What's something that you would like? You go, yes.
I'm still a wine guy at heart.
Okay.
I really am. I had some formal education in wine, especially when I was younger. I made wine with my father and my grandfather. when I was young. So I'll always be a wine guy. Started the sommelier process. I'm level 1 right now. I can't call myself a somm until you're level 2.
Nice.
And I may pursue that. That got sidetracked with kids and stuff like that. They do that.
What's your favorite wine? What's the grape you like? With dark reds, whites?
I tend to drink more Cabernet than anything else, whether it be New World or Old World. I do like French. I drink Bordeaux and things like that. Beaujolais, which is Gamay. I love Beaujolais. So it's just fun. I saw an article the other day where they're saying that, Beaujolais is not trendy anymore. It's so funny because, again, it was people just starting to hate on things. Because it's become popular. Anyways, when it comes, but I get more excited now in new tequilas. I really do. When new tequila comes in, all my staff, we all have bottles that we share. Who can get to it first to share with everybody else?
The tequila completely changed my perspective on spirits, period. Because I just had this assumption that I was operating under this thing where older whiskey was going to be better or more complicated, and therefore older tequila should be better or more complicated. And that's a product that comes off the still and can be amazing that day.
Agreed. Yeah.
And Fortaleza Blanco is what did that for me. In fact, I think we're coming up on that in about 10 or 15 lots. But I didn't get, and you said it. You said it to me a couple of months ago. You're like, nope, Fortaleza Blanco. That's the one. That's the one you got to find. And it's the only tequila my wife will drink. And unfortunately, it's the hardest tequila for me to find for my wife.
It definitely is one of the harder ones to get that's out there. There's a couple others, though, we can recommend to her. El Tesoro and Yeho is really good, too. And that's readily available.
So which state, I'm assuming it's the southern states. So, how the joke is Ohio gets all the Weller. So where does all the Fortaleza go?
They don't make much.
Is that what it just?
It's probably a big market. I would imagine it's California.
Yeah, California,
Yeah.
Texas. Yeah.
Would you like to have a drink? Would you like to try something?
No, I better not.
Okay.
If I'm going through what I've been going through.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
we have some of the Prohibition era rye. We'll send you home with
There you go.
a sample for later.
Oh, I like that idea. Oh, yeah.
That's we sold a sealed bottle of that in the auction last night, and it's Kentucky rye, bottled and bond.
Bottled 1919.
Distilled 1919.
Distilled 1919, bottled 1930. So it's 11-year-old rye.
For export.
For export only.
Crazy.
And we had a second bottle that the seal wasn't good on, so everybody got to taste it. So something that may never see the light of day again.
Do you guys sometimes just make the seals not look so good?
No, come on.
So you can?
No, we would never.
We do have to make money here. We can't just drink everything.
That's
so
why I couldn't do this.
we had
seals.
That is an Elijah Craig cork.
I can see that.
The other cork, it's not some ancient bottle of Elijah Craig. The cork was sealed and intact, and I'll be honest, I gave it a 50-50 about whether it was going to be good or not. It's actually really, really good. It was clear too. There's not too much straining that had to go through there and everything
else.
Not
of evaporation.
No, no.
Level was good.
Oh, it was top shoulder. It was
nice.
good. Yeah. Then when we sold, the coolest thing we did last couple of days is we gave a sample of that away with the buyer of the other one, so you don't have to crack open the bottle to see what it tastes like. So.
Oh, that's cool. That's real cool.
Yeah. So it was good. And, we had, yesterday we had a Van Winkle 12-year Lot B, and then we had this opened and a couple other Dusties, and it's Dusties are where it's at, I think. I think that's the thing to chase after, because you can buy anything else.
Right.
It's hard to buy a Dusty.
It's hard to just find it.
Right.
They're the most fun to share with friends, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, that's we were talking earlier about how we got a little bit of hate and shade when we started the business, but we went to the Connecticut Bourbon and Whiskey Enthusiasts event a couple weeks back. I think that was in September, actually. And we showed up with a Dusty Wild Turkey.
68, 70, something like that.
Something from the 60s or 70s. And opened it right there in front of everybody and shared it. It was the buzz of the show. And smart, by the way, Nick being the water sponsor for that event.
Yeah,
thank you.
It's pretty good.
And your guys are great. Everybody on your team is awesome. You probably have one of the best selections at that event.
Well, my staff said I had the second best selection to you guys.
Oh, look at that.
We only had like 4 bottles though.
Yeah,
that was enough.
We ran The Wild Turkey was the hit. It was
gone.
It was gone.
It made it most of the night, but it was gone.
We also had Dusties for them to try that were ew.
No, we opened a Cutty Sark from like 1933 or 4 or something like that.
And no,
I thought it was amazing. It was cordial like. It was so sweet. It was awesome.
That's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of
I had a
else.
1955 Cutty Sark this week.
Really?
It was shout out to Chris. Thanks for that. I had never had something.
That was
like
the
before.
bottle. I gave the rest of the bottle to Chris.
It was.
That
right?
was the
He
bottle we opened there.
He blinded me on it. It was he said 55 years old. I forget, but
That might be right. Yeah,
he blinded me on it. It was delicious. I was trying to figure out where it was from, specifically, and we obviously did not guess it. But I thought it was really, really good.
Yeah,
Really good.
There was a couple inches left in the bottle, and he was really appreciating it. And when Chris Perugini from Single Malt Savvy, that's right up his alley. That's where that rest of that bottle should go.
That was awesome. Yeah, we drank it on his birthday. That was,
Yeah. That's fun. That's awesome that you got to try it.
I was thrilled.
Yeah.
So thank you. Yeah, that was awesome.
And unlike anything you can open off the shelf today.
Amazing.
Yeah.
If that was something, what did that cost back then? That
$3.
bottle.
$1?
I was gonna say,
$1?
Maybe.
and you walk into a liquor store now. Maybe you don't reach for Cutty Sark. Maybe you do. Maybe that's what you like. But when those Dusties come up to auction, I think they get overlooked.
Right.
And maybe we got to bring back Dusty blends.
It makes me want to try Cutty Sark. I don't know that I've ever had Cutty Sark before. So.
Oh, like a modern expression of it.
Right.
A long time ago, I was in the estate auction business, and we would do house cleanouts, and we never found anything really valuable. One time, I found a very old Fitzgerald, and I gifted it to someone, and that was one of those memorable bottles you share with friends. We went out to an island in Maine, far from civilization, and cracked something from the 1960s and shared it with everybody. But we found a lot of old Dusty blends. For some reason, Canadian Club from the 1970s, just tons of it.
They must have had a great marketing strategy or something, or they're very well liked, because I feel like of all the things we find for Dusties, Canadian stuff, whether it be Canadian Club or Crown Royal or what's the other one we find all the time, we find more of that than anything else. I'm not sure why, but when people bring us all the cases of Dusties, that seems to be,
Seagram's.
Seagram's.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we get. So February we have a Seagram's 1923 from, I think it says, like, the tax stamp is Canadian. I think it says Ottawa on it. So somebody smuggled a Seagram's, and it wasn't just a basic Seagram's. It was an 8-year-old Seagram's. It was one of their, next tier products.
Age statement, yeah.
It was an 8-year age statement on it, and that wandered over here in America, and 100 years later ended up here. So.
I mean, I'd have to think there just wasn't as many brands back then.
Well, maybe that's what it was, yeah.
And distribution was dramatically different, right? So if you've got American whiskey being made primarily in Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Maryland, right? That was about where you were getting American whiskey from, and distributed probably not wide and far, because there wasn't such a network to get these things all the way out to California or all the way up to Maine or Florida or whatever. You probably see the best bourbon Dusties all in that central east portion of the states.
Mm-hmm.
What makes me want to start knocking on doors?
So that was the technique the old-timey antique dealers would do. So I grew up in Meriden, Connecticut, and some amazing antiques were made there. So a lot of good lamps in the Bradley and Hubbard Company. You had different glass companies there, and dealers would come from outside the state and knock doors on Saturdays.
No kidding.
And they would knock doors and say, hey, do you have any old lamps for sale? Hey, I'm looking for silverware. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for that. And they successfully bought a lot of the things that were made in that area and brought them out to bigger markets at a profit. Pre-internet.
Yeah, right? Makes sense.
Right. They weren't even advertising.
Imagine randomly knocking on people's doors today. Yeah.
I'd like to see your whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any old bottles
Do
of
you have
whiskey
an
in the
old
house?
Whiskey lying around?
Yeah. Honey,
there's
there's someone at the door looking for a drink.
Yeah. I swear I'm not a weirdo. I'm just really into whiskey.
Right. I like it.
But that brings up a good point. How do we find more Dusties then? We got to get them and bring them to auction for people.
We're doing pretty well getting the States, and that's the key thing. Is a lot of time I walk into a house and they got a good bottle 35 years ago at Christmas time, and maybe they didn't drink whiskey or it was special, so they put it aside. And then fast forward, now it's a Dusty, and now you're like, oh, look at that. That's really rare. What do we gotta sell that for you. But it happens. It's pretty cool, actually.
Fort Lee's is coming up. We're on the Elijah Craig's right now. And it is really interesting to see the prices because they are truly batch and review dependent on these Elijah Craig's.
Absolutely.
I love the 18-year single barrel. I scored a couple of weeks ago and went in somewhere and they had 4 or 5 of them. And I was like, can I buy more than one? And they're like, yes. And I was like, okay, thank you.
When?
Yeah. I've heard people complain about Elijah Craig single barrel because it's a lower proof. And I go, no, it's perfect just the way it is.
Right.
That's great juice.
When the last Elijah Craig barrel that we selected, which hasn't actually arrived yet, we did a 94 proof.
Yeah.
We went low proof.
That's some of the 136s and 132s. They're hot. They're really hot.
And there's a lot of those out there too. I mean, that's the thing right now. High proof. It always has been, I guess, for a while.
Is that what the market wants, or is that just what they decided to that's a trend? How did that happen? Because Dusty Bourbon's all 80, 90. Bottled and Bond was the top.
Right.
I know it was barrel entry proof to some degree, but did the market just say more proof, more flavor, or?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. People started to talk about it, and it became kind of a guy's thing, to some extent. Like, I'm drinking hazmat.
We found some 138 proof Jack Daniel's rye single barrel at Costco of all places.
I think you have some too, right, at Conti?
I do.
Yeah,
no,
I was just gonna say, and it was. I've always liked the rye, but it was 138 proof. We're like, everybody who's got the. How many ice cubes do you have to add, and whatever? And it's kind of childish to associate alcohol content with a good whiskey or good flavor or whatever. So
that's actually a really interesting example because you said Costco.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had it recently. We're talking right.
Yeah.
Months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had to give it away. I mean, they were selling it. But I hope no one in liquor control is listening because I'm not looking to rat out Costco. They were selling it below cost.
Wow.
To get rid of it.
Now it looks like each store had its own barrel pick, but.
And that's what ends up happening is people end up taking on, especially now, because so many people have done barrels. Right. And so many stores are getting into it, and they end up they end up sitting on product. I hate to see that happen. Or they're not selecting a barrel based on the actual end result, because that's always been the most challenging thing. You may taste a barrel sample, but you need to know what that's going to taste after it gets proofed down, if it's going to be, or what it's going to taste like in 6 months. Yeah. The foresight.
And that's why I buy, barrel picks from Conti's, not Costco generally, because I trust your flavor palette and your experience over some random person at a big box store tasting it or testing it or whatever. But we were just talking about there's a liquor store that we know of, and we always feel they have the worst barrel picks on the planet.
It's like they're not tasting them.
or the person who's doing the tasting is way off of popular. And it's not even like, again, maybe that's how they like, but everyone, you're like, oh, that's pretty bad. And then you're like, what is it? Then you get some barrel picks and everybody loves them, whatever, so on and so forth. But there's probably a lot more to a barrel pick than people realize too.
Oh, I think there is. Yeah.
Yeah. I know you've had several, and you call up a company and say, yeah, I want to do a barrel. They send you 3 samples. Cool or not cool. Send me more samples, and you got to get the opinion of several people, because what you like may not be what everybody or as many people like as it could be. So yeah, there's barrel picks it's also why people pay more for the barrel picks too.
I think that's why people look for them. They're sought after.
Yeah. And that's a trust thing. So if you trust the store, if you trust the selection of that barrel, but I've talked to a lot of different store owners about this. I've tasted a few different samples here and there, and I'm always surprised that one of them is often not good. And I wonder what's going on with selection at the distillery that they sent a not good one. Did somebody not try all three they sent, or are they trying to pass off a bad one?
I don't have an opinion on this.
Oh, come on.
They do. Most distilleries will say that all the barrels that are in the selection process have been vetted previously.
But not maybe.
Okay, all right. So they've been vetted, saying, "Oh, these are all
Through a
better."
panel, through a panel or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has an off day.
It
Yeah.
wouldn't be in their interest to send out a bad one, though, because it would hurt their brand, right?
I mean, I have the same thoughts that you do. I mean, I wouldn't do that.
Right.
Yeah, it's like me
Right.
putting out a bad barrel once in a while purposely. I don't really understand what the why would you ever do that?
Right.
Or maybe it's to help the selection process. That's the reason why they're obviously not going to pick that one because it's tastes like water.
Or
and charcoal.
maybe somebody else somewhere else says that's great, that's the best one, and the other two are garbage.
It could be. Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to pick a barrel, and I don't want to give any secrets away, but the easiest way, and did you see the Fortalezas that sold? That
Yeah,
was
I just
cool.
saw that. That's what, a $50 retail bottle?
Yeah.
50, 60? As they brought like $100.
Yeah.
Over 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling my wife bought a couple of those.
I don't blame her.
Guys, can you just check the streams, make sure we're on everywhere? My phone is going nuts. Just make sure we're live.
The best way to choose a barrel, and I wonder if this is the same thing that happens at distilleries, it's as simple as you're not necessarily choosing for yourself. You're choosing for somebody else.
Right.
Just because I like X, Y, or Z doesn't mean somebody else is,
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's the places that have store picks that I don't like. That's what they're doing. Is they're picking what they like,
Okay, maybe.
not for the masses.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe off profile or something.
Sure. So, you said you were at 5 stores at one point.
Yep.
And now you're down to 1.
I'm down to 3.
Down to 3.
Yeah.
Down to 3. And what's next? This is a silly question that gets asked in the industry a lot, but we're seeing the glut of whiskey come into the market.
Sure.
He's not selling as fast. The buzz and the speed of COVID, whiskey hoarding and collecting is over. Are we going to see a turnaround for wine? Because wine is kind of passe with RTDs, ready to drinks being out there.
Getting crushed by RTDs, yeah.
And sure, I mean, I've just watched the shelf space in stores that I frequent completely turn over with all those wines that were sitting, shrink. In fact, if you go on Facebook Marketplace, there are hundreds of retail wine racks for sale.
Yeah, I've seen that.
At very low prices.
I have some too.
Well, we'll talk later.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because now wine collections are coming into us.
Yeah.
So,
I think the generation that was buying up all the wine is aging and aging out. The younger generation is not drinking as much wine as the older generation.
There's something to that. I don't think that's incorrect. That's for sure. I think that's part of it. Yeah, I mean, maybe people come back to wine. I hope that they do. Wine is something that can be consumed daily and shared, just like whiskey can be, or tequila, if that's what you're into. I tend to drink more wine than anything else because I can function the next day a hell of a lot better when I do. I mean, I'd love it to see wine again. I really would. And prices, people will have to come back to earth on some of those super pedigree brands that are out there that once upon a time, 25, 30 years ago, were $100 and now they're thousands of dollars a bottle. I'd love to see that change.
is that actually those brands sitting in inventory at those prices, or?
You're probably getting them now I assume, for auctioning purposes because people were purchasing them back then for speculation. Investments.
We are seeing some of those come back along, the Rothschilds and the
DRC, Petrus, things like that.
The DRC, we've been offered DRC, but to your point, they had too high of expectations.
Well, it's changed.
Yeah, we got to get 19,000 for this bottle. You're like, no, the market's not. Nobody's buying that.
Yeah, DRC probably 13.
Yeah,
12, 13 is where it's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is.
And then we actually we didn't have any wine this auction, and we have what's on the schedule for me to pick up is actually a lot of wine for February. So we'll see what's in there. I know we have about 30, 40 bottles in back already. There's a 74 Lafite Rothschild back there, and the consignor was gracious enough to let us open one to sample.
So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Well,
And
that's
then
great.
the I just at Thanksgiving I just opened one of those, one of the Bordeaux's there. And it actually had to sit for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
And then we drank it right away. We're like, it was pretty good. And then 2 hours, we're like, oh, All right. Yeah, there it is.
I bought wine at your auctions before.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I found one I forgot about. I opened a 78 Mondavi at Thanksgiving.
Neat.
And it's got it's just high mineral content. It's not the California that you think of today. And it was delicious. It was probably a year or two past, but, it was still very good.
Yeah, that's
It was
special.
still very
Yeah.
good. Everyone's taking pictures of the bottle and sending it off to people going, look, we're opening a 78 Mondavi at Thanksgiving. I'm like, I found it in the back.
Very cool.
So, yeah, to get back to that, what's the future then? What does the future hold for not just retail, but for producers, distributors, things like the auction? Like what's coming?
What's hot? What's not?
I think whiskey's still pretty strong. I know that people. I know that it's not what it was during COVID or even right before, but it's still pretty darn strong. I find that a lot of consumers. There's a lot of new consumers getting into whiskey again. You can see them going through the phases. They're chasing Buffalo Trace and Eagle Rare, which are great products, obviously. And Blanton's is their unicorns still to this day. So there's people that are going through those stages of collecting and so forth, and starting a little collection at home. It's helping the folks that have a huge collection at home, probably even me being one of them, to utilize what they have. You can make cocktails and things like that to use up the liquid, so you don't feel so guilty buying yet another bottle, which is I think we all face from time to time.
Halloween and Thanksgiving were very bad for my bar at home. There's a lot of empties in the recycling.
Dense, that's good. Yeah, good to hear.
Well, we tried to finish things. That's what we were doing.
So I don't like to have 100 open bottles. I have 5 or 6 open bottles, and that's it.
I had a lot of open bottles.
You mentioned that you had more open bottles than closed bottles.
I believe, yeah, but I'm excited when somebody comes to my house and wants to try things. That's fun to me because I like to share the hobby, right? I go, oh, you got to try this thing. If you like that, have you ever had this? And then that's fun. And then, sometimes it gets a little bit out of hand. But at some point, there can be too much. And I think I've definitely locked in on what I know I like and what I want to keep on that bar.
Yep.
Specific mash bills? Distilleries?
Everybody who comes to my house likes weeded bourbon. Right,
Yeah.
That's a never fail. When you get into really complex finishing, I find that the average person who's new to whiskey or doesn't have a complicated palate sometimes doesn't enjoy something that's got a strange finish on it, like an Amberana or something like that. You're better off starting with the safe,
right?
Safer whiskeys.
I'm very curious what this goes for.
And don't knock them out for
the G4 Dia de los Muertos. We're at 200 right now.
Yes, that is a good bottle.
Oh, it got. This might end at 200.
What's it
That
worth?
would be good. I think 400 or 500. I think 300-400 for sure.
Really?
Yeah, I have a bottle at home. It's very, very good.
Oh, it got hit.
Yeah.
It got hit.
Yes.
So what happens is, as the auction closes, if it gets hit, it extends the bidding by another minute, so that the person who got outbid gets their notification on their phone and can jump back in and put another one up on top of it if you want.
That's a great bottle. It truly, truly is.
It's a cool bottle. Looks like a cool bottle.
Yeah, that's black lacquer, that like coffin style box.
The casket comes in a casket.
Yeah, the new one does, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, is it really?
That's 2023. Yeah.
Got a casket.
So what's it's just a special batch of Reposado or something, or?
It's a really good question that I do not know the answer
Oh.
to. I believe that is what it is.
It is Reposado.
Yeah, I'm reading it here. So
Coffin themed presentation box, largely excellent. One of the okay, yeah.
Do you have an open bottle, or have you tried it? Oh,
yeah. No, it's very, very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not bad. $2.25, good deal.
Yeah.
That's a good deal, for sure.
What are your top brands of tequila? What are the ones that everybody talks about Fortaleza, and we've all seen the video. It's a small little place. Fortaleza, yep. What are the other brands that you really like that are really good, clean, appreciative brands that you look for?
Yeah, we've done a few picks. We've been down to Mexico and gone through some tequileries and bought some barrels down there, which is a real ton of fun. We should actually do that. Take this podcast on the road.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
That would be more than kind of cool. It's a great place. Great for food too. Kidding me?
I love Mexican food.
So do I.
Yeah.
And there was a street purveyor that got a Michelin star this year.
Really?
Come on.
I swear to God.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So no, it's definitely something to do. The G4 stuff's great.
Mm-hmm.
I like it quite a bit. El Tesoro, in terms of a commercial brand, a big brand, owned by Beam. Beam Centauri. El Tesoro, yeah. Their Blanco, their Repo, their Añejo. It's good. It's got a Tahona for a bottle stopper. I think that's great tequila. I always drink it when I'm out at bars and I see it. Particularly when the selection tends to be lacking with just big brands and green boxes and things like that. Yeah, so I like that. Trying to think what other anything with a gnome on it, which is basically their location.
Oh yeah,
is it the location? I thought that was a permit number or something.
Yeah, well, I think it designates where they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it is the permit number that designates specifically where they are.
And there's a big movement for additive free now. And this took me a while to figure out that you could go 99.99 and still put an additive in there that flavors or changes the profile of the tequila.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah,
and
it's a very small percentage.
Certified additive free is probably the direction you should start looking in.
If you'd like to get into tequila, I'd recommend it for sure. And I think a lot of stores, and I've seen stores, including ours, that have, especially my store here in Southington, that the staff knows which ones are additive free and created a section by.
There's a couple I think that goes around and certifies them, right? Isn't there
There's a great website, Tequila Matchmaker.
That's it.
They were doing it. They're not doing it anymore.
Oh, okay.
I don't think the Mexican government, there was something happened where they're not allowed to say if it's additive free or not. I believe there was.
That's
an article.
interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you're telling me they decided not to tangle with some Mexicans up in the hills?
I believe the folks that actually started Tequila Matchmaker left the country and now live in Texas because of some backlash and different things that are happening because those folks down there that do control what happens with how designations work, or don't necessarily want everyone to know additive free.
Doesn't sound like they have a lot of freedom down there in Mexico.
It sounds like we should go there, drink and eat. And that's it.
Yeah.
And come back.
Let's not monkey
We
around.
won't make too many comments on the road there.
Tom cannot speak.
Yeah. I'll get us in the fist fight with somebody, some tequila kings down there, whatever.
Yeah.
We got, here's your scotch.
Glenlivet 18 year.
I see scotch coming back.
So I hope.
Me too.
I hope it doesn't get destroyed by tariffs.
Me
Because
too.
we've been up and down on tariffs in the
true.
last few years.
That's true.
I want to see anyone. I would challenge anyone who's still hunting a bottle of Buffalo Trace or Eagle Rare. Again, I have nothing bad to say, but go get a Glenlivet 18 year. Go pick up a bottle of Isla and get something wacky. Go get an Ardbeg with bananas on the outside of the bottle. Go
It's
get
fun.
yes, and show up and hand that to your friends and be like, all right, listen, we all know Eagle Rare is a good 10-year bourbon, but have you had something that tastes like an ashtray?
What is it? It's a burning Band-Aid or something like that?
That's Lefroy, I think.
So I did okay, all right. So I got bit the bad way, though. So I went and did that. I said, I'll go try a scotch. I bought a Lefroy Cardias. Yeah. And you said it was the last thing I should ever have bought.
You should not start at that end of the
It's
ladder.
the peatiest, smokiest scotch you could buy. And I was like, all right, let's crack this open. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah, the last two releases of Cardeas have been like amazing. Last year and this year, amazing, real good.
I'll have to give it a second attempt.
Yeah,
Tom, I think you don't like Isla Scotch.
Well, we could fix that. We'll just go.
There was a
It drinks differently when you're there.
I bet you
when it's the only thing available.
Yeah.
Only they have.
Yeah, hi. Can I get an Eagle Rare? A who? What is that?
Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
I do want to go there. I know that my wife does not, so it's really challenging for me to make a guy's trip out of.
So why does your wife not? That's what
The weather's horrible.
Okay.
It really is.
It is very difficult to get to. There's a ferry that's inconsistent.
You can take a plane.
Okay.
Sometimes it flies.
I was just going to say.
Depending on
so
weather.
horrible weather
Get a
and small
rowboat.
plane.
So what do you fly into? London?
Glasgow.
No, yeah, Scotland. You go to Glasgow, and then you got to get to the ferry, and it's not the same. It's like, yeah, you might go today, you might come back tomorrow, you might need lodging there. You might
their version of island time, basically, is what you're telling me. It's just like,
Island time is universal.
Yeah, right.
And but the people are great, from what I understand. The whiskey's amazing, and
Truly
I'd love to go, but to take a week, even I did a fast trip in and out for a week, my wife's like, well, I'd rather go somewhere warm that doesn't have smoky scotch.
She's not wrong.
Yeah, I know.
She's not wrong.
Well, then go to Scotland in the middle of the summer.
I think I would want to do it like on a cruise. So she gets a cruise boat, right? If I could get a cruise and bail out to Isla for a day, that would be the way to
A
do
ferry's a boat.
Yeah. We're going on a cruise. It's a ferry. This one guy owns
just
it.
2 hours.
Yeah.
it. So you've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That last trip I went was a 4-day trip. So U.S. there and back. That was a lot.
Oh wow, that's fast.
A lot. That's when I bought a Lafroig barrel. We bought a Lafroig barrel.
Okay, so you went there for it.
Yeah.
They don't send samples.
They wanted us to come out. Yeah, you become more of an event. I really think all distilleries should not send samples. I think they should make people come.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, you become a brand. You become an ambassador for the brand, and there's
Right,
nothing
right,
more than being there to feel, to touch.
Yeah,
to
sure.
feel the weather. I mean, Lafroig's right on the ocean. I mean, it's amazing. It's right on the ocean.
Rocks, Rick House.
Yeah. I was standing in a window that, from me to you, was the ocean. It was just amazing, crashing against the side of the building.
Did you see the peat moss blocks?
I cut peat.
Yes, you cut the peat and made the little blocks of peat
I
moss.
didn't do a very good job, as I was told.
Yeah.
It is so windy there. It's amazing. So how are people living here? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. So we were talking about Scotch. So this is why I think Scotch is going to be back. And I think, well, you guys are indirectly the blame for this, because I was sitting with Chris and tasting that Cutty Sark. And I keep nosing it, and I keep nosing it, and I keep nosing it. And I say all the time, when people ask me, how do you pick barrels? What's your process? And nose is like the least important process for me when picking barrel strength whiskey, because it just blows your nose.
It's all ethanol. Yeah.
But when it comes to Scotch, I mean, there's the occasional domestic whiskey that you can just nose, and it's amazing. But when it comes to Scotch, my God, it's the most closely related thing, the spirit to me, to wine, in terms of that it has depth and it changes as it oxygenates. It's just incredible. It's really special. I could nose something all night if it's Scotch.
All right, so you're familiar with what a tater label is, right?
Sure.
So tater, if you're not in the know, tater labels are custom labels stuck on the back of a single barrel pick, right? And they give them crazy names or put a girl with a big rack on there or something like that, so that
Donald Trump's mugshot.
you'll spend $5 more on a tater label barrel picks. Well, how about we do that for Scotch? Let's do some tater label Scotch barrel picks and market them to the bourbon bros.
I love it.
All right, let's do it.
Will the Scottish let you put another sticker on their bottle? They may not sell it to you if you tell them they're going to do that.
Well, there's some people that would definitely frown upon it.
Yeah.
You can't do it with Four Roses anymore.
Including
You
the
have to sign an
TTB.
agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, TTB's hasn't really done anything about it, because a lot of people do it. I know someone got sued. A Kentucky-based retailer got sued by a horse trainer, because they had basically said that he was juicing up the horses, and he lost. Got sued, and the horse trainer won. Sued the retailer for doing it. But that's
Really?
one of the few times I've seen someone
Over a sticker or a label?
over a tatered sticker. I know a basketball coach, I think, did it once too. Sued someone over it.
Oh, for use of their name or something like
but
that.
Their imagery.
Yeah,
or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Well, usually it's a cease and desist, but you don't do a cease and desist after you've stuck it to the bottle. So then you can, But just make up your own thing.
But I think it's a really good idea. And I think that and distilleries in Scotland, if they want to continue to grow, and I know they all do, and not that Scotch is stale by any means, but I think that is a method of doing it, because what's popular right now, it's crazy looking canned cocktails and craft beer, which are all awesome and delicious, but they have figured out marketing, whereas everyone else has not.
Right. Scotch is not caught up.
No.
And I mean, bourbon sort of stays in its own lane. I like what American whiskey's been doing. So move out of the bourbon, and you see those like Courage and Conviction labels, or you see like trying to think of some of the other American whiskey labels that have great packaging. What's the one I'm thinking of?
Highland, the Scotch Highland has some crazy labels and boxes and bottles.
Highland Park, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
they've
when you
done
get
some
into
cool stuff.
their really expensive stuff,
Yeah.
like Fire and Ice and
That's
stuff
there's
like
a couple
that.
in this auction. That's why.
In Ardbeg. I mean,
Yeah.
Ardbeg, I guess they've been doing it for a while and doing it well.
They have great designers.
They do.
I like fun labels that make me go, you know what? This is going to be great to open at a party. This is going to be interesting, talk to people about.
The Ardbeg, which I believe we have one in here.
Yeah.
Do we have any? Do you ever see like Scotch companies paying for tastings or sampling or hosting parties and having banners out there? That's the kind of marketing that I never see from Scotch companies.
They don't do it enough.
Yeah, is that what it is? Because like you go to some charitable event or something like that, and you'll see local businesses, and then you'll see, oh yeah, so and so donated all the cups or something, and you'll see their stickers on it. You never see Scotch companies marketing anywhere, whether it be social media or banners or print and ad, and I don't know. I feel like there's no marketing.
They definitely could do more. I mean, I've seen a few out there. Some of it's probably budgetary. I mean, there's an opening, a 25-year Macallan or something like that. They definitely don't do that as much as I wish they would, because you would get people that would spring for it more and more often if they had the opportunity to understand why.
That's
it's as expensive as it is.
That's how they sell 5- and 6-figure bottles too. So when they do a 85-year or a 50-something year Scotch, I mean, they get in that barrel and there's a couple dozen bottles. Right, and it's kind of like a sub-project. At least it feels like that. Have an event, invite the people, do a tasting, maybe you do a food thing, and then hopefully some of those people that you invited are going to pledge to buy a bottle or go back through the retailer. I understand.
Right.
And then you see bottles like the Reach that are sitting in a store. Now, maybe you can answer this question. I always wonder, at that level, the store buys that bottle and owns that bottle?
Yes.
So what
in this state?
In this state, right. So maybe not in other states?
Every state has different laws and regulations that they have to follow. I'm not familiar with, a state that allows them to do anything on consignment.
What's that bottle go for, Macallan the Reach?
Actually, I don't know.
I'm going to look. What's the actual... I don't know how to find actual MSRP on it, but it's crazy. One
That's the circle. That's the new circle one, right? No.
Silly retail price on that. Someone's got one up for $650,000 or something.
Yeah,
that's like Cass Cartel or something. Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah. Take a look. The 81-year-old. Yeah, with the hands.
I've never seen that package before. That's crazy. That's insane.
It's got a pair. Okay, here's one I could buy online right now for $232,000. It's 3 bronze hands holding up a Baccarat crystal decanter, and it's 81-year-old Macallan in there. How do you sell that?
I'm guessing based upon that price, they probably don't have it. I bet that's.
They'll find it for you if you buy it.
It may not be just 200,000 anymore. There's people out there who spend crazy amounts of money on this.
Okay,
stuff.
so these things really do change hands.
Oh, I think that they do. I know if I could get my hands on, Yamazaki 55, I could sell it.
Really?
Yeah,
Good for you.
For $500,000.
For $500,000.
If I could get one, but it's not going to happen. They don't
Right.
make it anymore.
Right.
I'd have to spend $600 to sell it. To get it.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I know that's something I have a tough time explaining to consigners. So we'll get phone calls during the week, and it's I got a really special bottle. Trump vodka is the best one, right? Trump vodka from the 1990s.
It's the greatest.
Yeah, the best vodka. And it wasn't grape vodka when it came out. There's one that's grape flavored, which is even more hilarious. That Trump had a grape flavored vodka, and people they just Google it. They just Google Trump grape vodka. And I'm going to do it right now while we're live. Hang on.
I have an orange flavored vodka, actually.
I saw the orange. I was looking this up. There's an orange one too.
Is there an orange one?
I think they're still vaguely active in Scandinavia. Like I think they sold the name, and there's a small distribution on them still. But like the Trump vodka we know is old news.
Yeah, it's leftovers from 20 years ago, right? I mean, that's what we're encountering.
I did have some at one time in the stores when it first came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it in years. There's a winery.
A Trump winery, yeah. But right now, I just Googled Trump grape vodka. I get 3 or 4 different retailers online between $800 and $2,000. The point I'm going at here is that if you find a bottle of this in your mother-in-law's place as you're cleaning it out,
it's not worth that much money.
Correct.
At auction, it goes for $80.
Right.
So this ties into what we were just saying. You can put any price you want out on Google. The person offering that bottle to you may not have it, but they may be able to source it quickly through back channels or through another store or something like that. And I want to explain it to people. I'm like, don't go by those numbers. Sometimes it's pure smoke and mirrors.
The best advice I could have for people when you're looking up value of something, type in whatever the heck it is you're looking to get value on, auction, sold.
Yeah, it's a good point.
And then I'm not forget this business or any business that's fair market value is what something is actually trading hands at today, not what somebody's dreaming about selling it for. Or I knew people that would put stuff up online with a crazy price, $1,000, whatever, and then they'd have it in their store for $750. So people would Google it.
It's the oldest trick in the book.
Oh, that's $250 below market, when really it's worth $500.
Right, it's been going on
Yeah,
forever.
yeah. People think, well, if it's on Google or if I can Google it, it's that's got to be legit. No, not at all.
With very rare objects, though, what I've run into a lot, especially in the art business, Asian antiques, is they do price protection on something. So let's say you have a certain class or style of Chinese vase, and that's what you deal in. You will not allow it to sell under a certain amount at any public auction. So they'll create accounts, they'll go in and bid against themselves to raise the price up and then not pay for the item.
Wow.
In order to create false records above what they're offering that piece for at retail. So that when a customer comes in the store or they're at a show, they can look at them and go, well, here's the auction records. Mine is lower. So that's a very dishonest practice, and it became quite commonplace when Chinese was hot, in the auction market, probably between 07 and 16, somewhere in there. But it created a lot of problems for us.
Oh, I believe it, yeah.
Be interesting to see if that happens with Dusties. I always wonder if
There's nobody's got a supply of Dusties to protect the value on.
I don't know. I think there's people with some big bunkers.
Yeah, okay.
I know a couple guys, but it's definitely not. It's not the norm.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm
it's
also
not like wine when you have a whole wine cellar and people are.
It's not the best time to sell your wine cellar right now. Unfortunately, I have a good friend that's trying to sell his. It's just not the greatest time to do it.
No.
we can do it if it's time. We're happy to do it.
For
but
sure.
What
You need to be realistic, though.
Yes.
And putting reserves on things and this is not something we've discussed. It's just something that I think putting a reserve on something now, I don't think is going to help sell anything.
No. Nope.
So Tom and I, when we started Good Bottle Auctions, we sort of pledged to be 100% transparent. We want the whole thing we want to say, here's how you sell with us, here's how you buy from us. But we do get a lot of requests from people who go, I have this, I'll sell it for that. And I go, this is an auction.
No, man, we're all set.
Yeah, people are going to come to us because they want to be able to buy. They want to know when they see that, they know that it's attainable and that they can come back and get good service and still find the things that they're looking for. So I can't put unrealistic reserves on something just to try.
Right.
Right.
People have this little bit of mentality. I think you could call it the eBay mentality. So they'll put it up on auction and it has a buy it now. And occasionally somebody will hit that buy it now, or not, or it'll auction up, and then people are like, screw it, I'll just buy it.
Right.
And that's not a real auction. That's not how that really works. You see buy it now stuff. People ask all the time, usually for the gun side thing. Oh, do you have a buy it now? No, it's an auction. What's the most you're willing to pay for it? Put that little number in the thing.
Yeah,
And
then hit the bid.
let it rip.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
Listen,
maybe it's negotiation tactics, and these people that's their tactic that they're thinking. I don't know.
Also, instant gratification.
Right. Well, our permit here in the state of Connecticut allows us to pay cash. So if somebody, unlike a retail liquor store, you could lose your license for buying bottles back over the counter.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, and pretty much everyone I've ever dealt with is so paranoid. I mean, you have to protect the quarterback, protect your license, that they won't buy a bottle back over the counter. And I go, we can. It specifically says it in our license. So if someone says, listen, I don't want to wait for auction, I don't want to go through the process or have the anxiety, we can make a direct offer. So if they say, here's the wine cellar, here's the list, buy it. And we'll go, okay.
It goes.
Then we're going to call Nick and we're going to have some drinks.
Yeah.
I'm in.
And the only conflict you have with that, just like anything else, is expectations as far as dollar wise.
Right. I mean, it's got what we're going to offer is going to be reflective of the market. I mean, we'll be fair. It's all done on paper. There's no subterfuge there.
I tell everybody the same thing before they even tell me their price. I go, I will offer you X percentage of fair market value, and we'll look it up together. And they go, okay, that makes sense. And then you look up fair market value, and you're like, oh. Or maybe they're thrilled.
Yeah.
But I don't know. People just don't know.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
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 Unless you're doing it every day, if you're not in touch with the prices, it's hard. And that's where bedside manner comes in for us when we're dealing, whether it's an estate or a collector who's going to move or whatever their liquidation event is. I think that's why we're successful, because we can go in and be honest with them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm watching the some of these lots end here, and
This holiday select one is interesting.
And I'm surprised at some of the prices. Like some are going lower than I thought, and some are going much higher than I thought. You know, it's just
Right.
Yeah, this is the reality. It's just that whole secondary market conversation. Like people get very, very upset about people selling product on the secondary market. Where I'm like, well, it doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, the market bears what the market's going to bear.
Right.
Yeah, don't buy it on secondary, and you'll be able to pay less for it sometimes.
I mean, a good example is CYPB, Weller CYPB.
Right.
So I, in a completely legal social media transaction, purchased a bottle of CYPB, and it was less than it sells for at our auction. And at our auction, I was like, oh, that went for $100 more. And you're like, why? What is it? You almost can't put your finger on it.
It's the market. It's micro markets.
So there's some excitement, I think, that goes on in the auctions too. I mean, I'm watching yours right now, wishing I could log into my account.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop you if you got it on your app. Go ahead.
You got it on your phone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Holiday Select, Jack Daniel's Holiday Select Whiskey Small Batch.
Yeah,
Are the Holiday Selects, is that just their number 7 product, or is that actually a single barrel or something?
2014. Yeah, they're distillery
Oh,
services.
single barrel Holiday Select.
Yeah.
96 proof or something. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's a single barrel.
First time I've chosen our Holiday Select barrels to be bottled individually. This year I wanted to showcase the depth and richness, blah, 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 blah.
That's interesting, though, and I'm watching people bid on it right now as we're talking about it. So this is kind of fun. Oh, they're battling. It's going up $10, $10, extending by another minute.
That's interesting. So supposedly it's one of their better barrels. It was a barrel picked by the distiller.
We don't have any Trump grape vodka. Now I got a hankering.
Got a hankering.
That should be one of those bottles that we open and taste on camera. I mean, just so. Nick, I wanted to go ahead.
I don't need to come for that one.
Okay. One thing that I ran into is when we do Dusties, there are some that we know are not going to sell for much. Like really might only be $10 or $20 bottles. Like we've got back there 3 bottles of rather murky looking rock and rye. And
they're not up for auction. We found them in pretty much the dumpster of a collection, and we're gonna.
I'm thinking maybe a video series where we just open weird stuff.
I'd be down for that. That's fun.
You just open weird stuff, taste it. Oh, so yeah, I have a bottle in the back. Hunter was just mentioning it. It's probably 100 years old. I'm not sure. It's rum in a gallon container that's wrapped in rattan, like basket weaving, and it's Bacardi. I think it's 100-year-old Bacardi in a rattan container, and we can't sell it because the cork is compromised. So I'll have Hunter bring it in. I'll hold it up to the camera.
The cork's not even compromised. The seal is broken.
I think the cork's about to fall in on it. I think we got to it too late.
So this is crazy. So $225 about the end here. Hold on. Same bottle. This one sold for $225, and then the same bottle 4 or 5 lots before was much less. People ask all the time, how does that happen?
Well, it could be whether or not someone got to it fast enough, whether or not the market's satisfied.
Or the person who was bidding against says, I lost it. Let me go back and get that one.
That's what I was thought.
And it also could be that people have a budget. So One cool thing that our app does is it allows you to sort by my items, and then as your invoice fills up, you can go over to your billing section and see what your invoice is at. If say, listen, I got $1,000 to spend today, I'm gonna, but I'm interested in 200 bottles.
Right.
So as you win those items, they'll go onto your invoice. So you just in the app, you click over to your billing section, and it'll show you where you're at. That's a way that my wife and I can really fill that bar back up. Yeah, bring it over, Hunter. Let's take a look at this thing.
Wow.
So I'll hold it up to the camera so you can see this thing. I don't know if that's a gallon. Maybe it is. Kind of feels like a gallon. And I don't want to make too much noise with it. And this is the label that was on it. Let's see. I don't know if my camera can focus on it or not.
I think you're the only one. Oh, I'm on camera again.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not. It's in and out. I don't know what Vinny's doing with cameras here, but.
Vinny's getting ready for our next guest.
Oh.
Do you know Irene Tan?
I do.
Yeah, she's coming in to sit with us.
She's great.
Next. Yeah.
She's fantastic.
I can't tell what year this is, but that's a really old Bacardi label. And the cork is just loose in here, and the seal was wax. Let's see if you can see this on here. Is wax and rag or canvas. And since the seal's gone off of it, it's not something we can sell on our permit, but I don't know. Maybe we should open that and try it at some point.
That's really cool looking. It really is. It looks like a half gallon. There's no handle on it, though.
Yeah, I don't know if there might have been a handle on the rep. Hunter, you're not on mic. There used to be a handle on it? Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's really cool looking.
I don't know. I think this is going to be one of the fun parts of being in this business is just finding wild old things.
I definitely have to agree with that.
And Chris was in here the other day when we opened up that Prohibition Rye, and he goes, "Can we do this more?"
I don't blame him.
Now, it might be fun if we open up some of the ones that maybe we don't have high expectations for.
For sure.
Like even wines with a low fill level, just to try it, just to see what happens. You could be like, all right, no good.
Well, you can go through 100 bad ones, but as long when you get the one that's good, it's like your mind is just blown by it.
It's magic, yeah. You can open your beer on mic, Tom. I waited until he had a mouthful too. It's actually just a Spindrift.
I'm getting dry.
We're at lot 427, so we're almost at the halfway point. There's 1,000 change lots in this auction.
Nice.
You want this back? Here, I'll let you pass it over. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's heavy.
That's full.
It's a party bottle.
Oh, shine a light in there. Is the liquid clear or is it dirty and muddy?
No.
It may be a little muddy.
Or shine a light inside the. There's some sediment in that rum. Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah. Right at about lot 435, so we're approaching the halfway mark. I got to say this to the bidders who are out there. I love watching this. I love watching people get in some battles and fight it out, extend the bidding. And I'm watching also people get some scores and some deals, too. It's right down the middle, a good balance.
I'm glad we're only halfway because when I get back to wherever I am going next, my app will be open. I can't get it open on this.
Oh, yeah, because we have terrible service
in
here.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's
okay.
I can bid in later lots.
We're going to have Irene come in a little bit. I think we might do some pours, maybe share some whiskey. What else you got, Tom?
I'm kind of with Nick here. I just want to bid. I don't want to talk anymore. I want to buy some whiskey.
That's funny.
Cigar blend, that stuff's solid. J.P. Weiser's 22-year Canadian whiskey. I like the Canadian stuff.
That Kentucky Owl 11-year rye that's coming up. They're not making any more of that.
They definitely are not since they filed for bankruptcy yesterday.
Yeah.
Which one?
Yesterday.
Well, it was reported yesterday. Stoli, who has Kentucky Owl for the states.
Oh.
Well, Stoli for the states, Kentucky Owl, the brand. They filed for bankruptcy yesterday.
Kentucky Owl did.
Yeah, the company that has their brand.
Parent company.
Yeah. Thank you.
That who was doing the blending for them when they first started? I forget the
I'm blanking.
Deadman?
Yeah.
Dixon Deadman?
I think that's right.
I think
that's
right.
2XO guy too now?
Yes.
So left Kentucky Owl like 3 years ago. I know it was at least 3 batches ago. And then it was kind of universally said, hey, I think the brand has changed. But I opened a batch 10 and it was great. So I don't know. The earlier ones,
Yeah.
I think going up in value though.
I'm not surprised to hear that. That's a funny thing, when people poo-poo on something before you get the chance to try it, and then you're in your mind like, well, I don't know if I want to go after that now. I remember that happening for the first time in my career in 1998 with wine. Everybody said 98 is the worst vintage. Don't buy it. Blah blah blah. And I ended up buying quite a bit of it at a reduced price because of it, and it was some of the best wine I had ever had in my entire life to this day. Like I fondly look back on that vintage because it was just ready to drink and approachable and so awesome back then. And I find that to be the same case now with certain brands. People poo-poo them for whatever reason. Sometimes I think that they have an agenda, and they have, maybe there's some followers that like to listen to their thoughts and opinions for guidance, and now everybody doesn't like it, but they leave it low-hanging fruit for everyone else.
Stop being a follower and go out and experience it for yourself.
Tom sat down in here this morning before we were on the air, and he goes, "What's the deal with Calumet bourbon?" And I go, "It's delicious." And he goes, "Yeah, why haven't I had this yet?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know, 15, 16-year Calumet under $150, in that 120, 150 range is delicious."
I had a 12-year. It was great, and we were doing a segment, forgotten whiskey, just stuff that was forgotten on the shelf.
That's a good segment.
Yeah, stuff that's good, underrated or unknown or not reviewed very often, but it's fantastic.
Right.
We should get a rating, like a good value. Like everybody does their scale of 1 to 10 or
Sure.
whatever, but I get a lot of people.
A money scale.
Value scale. How
Yeah,
about
value
that?
scale.
Value scale, right? Like
Everything from this is a bargain to this is a ripoff, and
How many
everything.
Glens or something like
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Someone I think does that. Well, it's hard to keep track too. I think that has a lot to do with it. People. You're looking at watching everything come out. It's like, how do I keep track the latest and greatest because I want to be in the know? How do I keep track? Someone says it's not good. Well, I don't have to think about that anymore.
There's a couple apps that I have that you have. They say your bar, so you can show what you have, and you can give it a rating. And then it says, all right, well, you rated this a 4-star. And then it takes your rating, and you're anonymous, but takes your rating, and you can see what other people have rated it.
What app is that?
That's the Whiskey Searcher.
Whiskey Searcher?
Whiskey Searcher, Wine Searcher, which we're on.
Yeah.
And the way I found them is because I wanted to keep track of what I liked and didn't like. This is early on. And it allows me to take a picture of the label, so you know exactly what it is. It's not just writing for those visual learners out there. Take a picture of it, you rate it, and then you could leave it. It's a 1 to 5-star rating. So
I like that.
yeah, and then you can keep track of what you like, don't like, and everything else. So
And all this time, I'm just trying to rely on my memory,
yeah, well that's why
Which is tough with alcohol.
which is pretty shocking.
Yeah.
From all the alcohol.
Nick, thank you so much for coming
thank
in.
you.
We
Thanks for
appreciate
having
you
me.
spending this time and making
I
the
appreciate
trip.
it.
And
Yeah.
how can people find out about you? What do you have coming up? What do you need to promote?
Well, definitely follow us at Conti's Wines on Instagram at Conti's Wines. See what we have going on, what barrel releases we're doing. We just released a Willet 11-year-old purple top.
I missed your Willet.
I'll bring some in.
I was customer number
I came from Walmart. I would
202.
have brought some. Sorry about that. Yeah. Well, no, I'll make sure you get a chance to try it for sure. We have some really great barrels that are coming up. So
Yeah, I see your
Yeah.
emails.
Can you tease anything?
we released a Garrison Brothers yesterday, which was
there a sneak peek of that at the CTBWE
there.
event?
There was, yeah, because we had just selected it, so we had actually
That thing
some
was
liquid.
Cocoa delicious.
It was, yes, it was.
Oh my
Yes,
goodness,
it
that was the best Garrison I've ever tasted.
It was. Thank you. Yeah, we got the barrel in. It's the cutest little barrel that you've ever seen.
Because you're using small barrels.
Yeah, they use small ones. Yeah, so it was only a
Okay.
48.
Is that because
yield.
of the climate or something? Or
I think so. It
Yeah.
just wouldn't have the chance to survive for a long period of time.
Texas
They're
whiskey
larger.
pretty much roasts quickly on the ground.
It sure does.
Yeah,
so they use small barrels and
that's why it's that color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I get that.
It's a daily heat cycle, not a seasonal heat cycle.
That's interesting. They should
Yeah.
make some interesting whiskey out of that.
Yes.
And the swings, the variation is just
Right.
yeah,
Mm.
through the roof.
Hmm.
That's another good road trip. Maybe we'll go stop there on the way down to Mexico.
All right.
We got,
Hey,
we got a lot of road trips to make. My wife is not
your
going to be
wife
happy.
is gonna hate you.
she was already like, you got auctions for 2 days this weekend. I go, yeah, that's how. Yes, I do.
And your house is full of in-laws, and you get to come
no,
here.
no, they're
That sounds like it was strategic.
actually having them there is good because it keeps the kids busy and keeps her mind occupied. It was actually a good thing.
All right, Nick. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything.
See you
Hey,
guys.
Absolutely.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
We got a lot of road trips to do.
All right, coming up on the halfway mark, Knob Creek, 18 years, small batch, closing now. Don't sleep on that, guys. Knob Creek 18. I don't care if it's first batch, second batch. Absolutely beautiful. What's this? 1911 is what Hunter says, the date on that bottle. So way before Prohibition on that bottle of rum. We're going to have to open that and taste it, or we can't sell it. The seal is broken.
I'm afraid it's probably
Think it's toast?
gone.
Yeah.
I've had whiskeys that were gone because they were opened and everything else.
I don't know anything about rum. I got to tell you, I don't have the knowledge on that. Hello. Come on in. Have a seat.
Right there.
Joining us now is Irene Tan. She is owner of Canterbury Liquors, Whiskey Mentors Consulting. I did a whole write-up. I got a nice introduction for you. I was reading on your bio here. You could throw these on and jump right up. That you have chosen over 130 barrels. Is that true?
And counting, yeah.
Wow. Welcome. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for making the trip.
Yeah.
This is our little show. It's only our second time ever.
Oh, cool.
But we're out on Facebook right now. We're on YouTube. We're broadcasting on our app, and the screen in front of you is our auction as it's closing.
Ah, nice.
So how are you?
Good.
How's your thing? You can get right close on that mic. That way we can
Oh,
hear
I
you
gotta
good.
look
There we
closer.
go.
Okay. All
Busy
right.
at you're at Canterbury Liquors, right?
Yes.
And
Middle of nowhere.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's a trip to get to you.
It
for
is.
us.
It took about an hour and 12 to get here.
Okay, how was your Thanksgiving season so far?
That was great. I mean, so far so good. Obviously overall this year things are just slightly slower.
okay.
But we don't just look for the holidays. Obviously, we want to kind of stay focused all year long.
What do you attribute that to? Are we cooling off from COVID here?
I think it feels to me like a correction.
Okay.
Right? Because like during COVID, everything was just nuts, right? It was so high, it shouldn't be that high. And things just went crazy. Everybody started producing, and then now there's like a lot of whiskey out there. And
Right.
at least for me personally, I've slowed down. I mean, the first year we opened, I think we bought 26 barrels, which is mind blowing. That's like a
Wow.
barrel every other week.
Wow. And you sell through all that.
We sold through a lot of the first barrels that we bought because
Wow.
some of the barrels I buy and I know they're going to be gone as soon as announced. Like our fastest barrel went in an hour.
What was that?
That was our Kings County cupcake barrel.
Cupcake.
Yeah, granted, it was under 40 bottles, but still, if we had more than one phone line, it would have been gone. If I could sell it online, it'd been gone.
Right.
But the next fastest one, which was most impressive, was my Irene's Hug, is my ECBP, my first ECBP barrel.
Really?
That went in 6.5 hours.
ECBP is a high yield, though, right? That's a couple hundred bottles.
140 something.
How old was it?
10 years old.
10-year-old, and you got 140 bottles
135.4 proof.
in 6 hours.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
On one phone line.
On one phone line.
Yes.
And how much of that was in person? So it's just people
No.
calling up saying, "I'll take one. I'll take one.
Yeah,
I'll take
as
one.
soon
I'll
as
take
I
one."
announced it, because when I went to pick it, I talked about it a little bit, and then as soon as I announced it, it's here, and I never expected it to go like this. I was on my way to go play pickleball, and my manager goes, "Well, thanks a lot." The next day, I go, "What?" She goes, "We sold for all our ECBP, but it would have given me some warning. It would have been useful, but I'm like, sorry."
Then you're lucky to have a good team. Then
Yes, I have
yes.
an awesome team. But on the ECBP note, the next one that's coming in in March of this year is going to be 9 years old if they keep it in the barrel till January 26th. And it's almost a hazmat already. So I suspect that one is going to fly. It's
Really?
139.7.
Wow.
That's wild. And I almost didn't pick it. I was like, I don't know. It's really tight. And the other one was just not good. I tasted it blind, and I said, wait, one drop of water. And this will be my first barrel ever that I recommend adding a drop of water because it literally just explodes in flavor.
Totally changes it.
Yeah.
So all right, then, and aside from your resume and your certifications, we can get into that. What would you attribute the fact that you could sell a barrel pick that fast, but that I can go to another store in Connecticut that's been sitting on their store pick of Elijah Craig for 6 months?
A year.
So, there's a couple of things. One, I almost, except for the last barrel, I almost always will go. I would say 95% of the time, I'm at the distillery picking the barrels.
That's what Nick just said. Yeah, he
You
goes there to pick them.
You have to. right? Because they send you samples. What if you don't like the samples? But some distilleries won't let you do that, and they shall stay unnamed. But I have rejected them because they said, well, if you come here, we expect you to buy a barrel. I'm like, what if I don't like it? Can I have access to your rick house? Oh, no, we've never had anybody reject our barrels. I go, clearly you haven't met me. So thank you very much. I don't need your barrel.
It's also about the relationship, right? When you can meet with a master distiller, you can meet with a blender or someone who picks barrels there. You get, it's not just even access, it's you can hear what they're saying. Yes. And I'm not trying to give away anybody's secret sauce, but Nick said it. He said, it might taste different when they deliver that to the store.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you remember if you're not organized? And how do you know?
First lesson I learned was, it was years ago, it was at my other store, my first store. It was a Jack Daniel's single barrel pick. And when they delivered it, they popped the cork, I swear, like maybe about 50 feet away. And I go, that's not my barrel. You go, what do you mean?
You could tell by the sound.
No, it was the smell.
I know,
right?
I'm kidding.
There was so much banana in it. Even back then, to my untrained palate and nose, I always had the nose for things. I was like, I would not have picked that barrel. Too much banana in that whiskey. And sure enough, I tasted it. I'm like, but I have no proof. So the next 100-something barrels after, I need a sample, and I keep that sample. I expect it to be the same or better.
Right.
And it usually is. Or sometimes I pick barrel because sometimes I'll buy 2-3 barrels at a time, and I'll go send this one now, send that one 6 months from now, and send that one next year. And luckily I have relationships that allow me to do that. And it's because in my mind when I taste it, I go, this one's ready. That one needs maybe 6 more months, and that one needs to sit through the winter before I take it from you.
Okay. So I saw when I was Googling around about it, I think I saw a picture of you and Nancy. Is it Fraley?
Fraley.
Fraley.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I heard her on I think it was a Bourbon Pursuit podcast, and she's got some fascinating insights. You hear her talk about barrels, and you hear her talking about sampling and nosing and blending and doing all these things. And I'm blown away by the skill that's in that. How have you been able to maintain working in a retail environment and not getting pulled away by some of these other distilleries to work for them?
Well, so I actually have a day job. Right.
You're coding, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 39 years. I hopefully done by the end of this year. We'll see.
Okay.
I mean, the door is always open, but it's closing fast.
Sure.
But so the store, I have an awesome team that runs the store for me. Without them, especially my manager, Jen, I could not do this. I mean, there's just too many things going on. So I'm only in the store usually Fridays, Saturdays, and the rest of the time by appointment. And, I'm always open to people. I'm a local every time of day. It doesn't matter. If you got a question, text me. And if I'm awake, I'll answer. I will never be pissed if you text me at 3 a.m. and I'm trying to sleep or whatever. It's, it's just what it is.
That's you, Tom. You're always on the phone.
Yeah. Text messages can get lost, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, for me, text messages work great because they're there for me. Emails, I don't know.
I'll say this. The only time text messages don't work is they're trying to send me a photo of something. And they're like, what is this or what is it worth? And I'm like, I can't even make out what it is. Was it a flip phone you have? Like, what is that?
Yeah, no, just text. Don't send me pictures. But no, just kidding.
Yeah.
So the blending stuff that I started doing a few years ago, and that was part of. It's kind of funny that I kind of can see kind of a little bit ahead of what I see for trends, and it helps to be a retailer because you can see what people are buying, what they're enjoying, and not, right? So about two and a half years ago, I already said, I think I'm going to stop buying a whole bunch of single barrels. Kind of made my mark out there, pissed off a lot of people, I think. Like, what the hell is she doing? Why is she buying all these barrels? Well, because I can. And then I said, but why? Because the barrels they were coming were just not that good. I mean, I rejected probably more barrels than I bought.
Sure. Well, and I've heard stories where distilleries stop dealing with some people because they don't like the answers they're getting back. And really what they should be is a little bit more open about what's going on with their product. Yes. And if there's a two-way conversation, I think everybody wins. The brand wins, the person buying the barrel wins, and ultimately the consumer wins because they're getting something that's good.
It's a win-win-win for everybody,
right?
Yeah. So the thing I think a lot of us, when everybody kind of rushed, it was like, when there's this bubble that's building, everybody wants a part of it. And they, they'll throw stuff out there that's not ready yet. So I try and work with the smaller brands because the big guys just go screw off,
Right. You've been invited to do a Jack Daniel's. You've been invited to a Heaven Hill or whatever. And okay.
Heaven Hill I really like, though.
Yeah, they're nice
one
to
of my
deal with.
favorite. They're really nice people. And I've, every pick I've had from them, whether it's a small batch or ECBP, has always been great. So for the big brands, they're probably one of my favorite big brands out there.
What product do you wish there was a barrel pick of that they're not allowing or that they don't offer?
So I don't wish for those things because there's so much whiskey out there, right? And certain people like chase us with this bottle, that bottle, whatever. I mean, I've got to the point where I'm like, look, if you don't sell that to me, okay, because I can buy whiskey that I can make better whiskey, right? So one of the things actually, one of my lines, and John Glazer from Compass Box, can I steal that line? I said, I don't make whiskey. I make whiskey better by blending.
Yeah. And I'd say that from what I understand, I have never tasted any of yours blends. I've just started to learn about them, but what he does is pretty magical.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only unfair thing, though, well, he started a long time ago.
Sure.
So he's got access to like really old stuff that
Single casks that are
exactly
pure magic. Yeah.
But yet the thing that he discovered a long time ago, which and which I'm still trying to do also, is help people get away from this notion, this myth that blends suck. Yeah, you're drinking a lot of blends that suck out there, but like in a single cask, it's very difficult to get all the aromas, all the flavors that you would get in a well executed blend, right? Because just those things don't mix together by nature. Naturally those things don't happen just in one cask. But like you can't get flavors from, say, an Armagnac cask and a port cask and an Oloroso cask, right, in one cask. And you can't taste a whiskey that has all of that unless you blend them in some form or shape and blend them in such a way that they play nice together.
Well, that's what like a Magnus cigar blend does.
Exactly.
You get different wine cask finishes put together, and you get a very complex product. Tom's a big fan of complex products. He likes the Whistle Pigs. He likes
like Boss Hogs and stuff.
the Boss Hogs. Anything that has that complexity to it.
If like I'm eating it, not drinking it.
Yeah, right. When you taste it, there's like so many things going on, and then the first step is always to me. The first step is just an intro to tell your palate, hey, something good's coming, right? And the second sip, you go, okay, let me swish it around my mouth, and now I can taste a lot of things. And the third sip is what I wait for, because by then your palate, your nose is all kind of tuned into what you're gonna taste, and then you take that third sip, and you're just like,
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Yeah.
So.
It's like eating a whole meal in a sip.
Right,
You know?
exactly.
There you go. I'm remiss here. Would you like to try something? Would you like to sample something while you're here?
Sure. What do you got?
Well, I'm gonna have Hunter pass a few things over. This is just interesting things we've come across. So we're having a lot of fun with Dusties. We're having a lot of fun with trying unusual things.
Okay.
This bottle is she's got a Glencairn with her.
Not just any, mine.
Oh, can I see the Whiskey Mentors one? That's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
This is I'm gonna hold it up for the camera here so people can see. This is an open bottle of which we sold a sealed one last night at auction. It is we couldn't sell this one because the seal was compromised. It goes against our permit, and we allowed everybody to come and taste this.
Oh, nice.
So before you buy it, you could try it. This is W.D. Fisk Kentucky Rye. It was distilled in 1919.
Holy crap.
It was bottled in 1930 and exported from the U.S. during Prohibition.
Wow.
It landed somewhere, I'm thinking in the UK, and then came back here with an estate who moved back to the States. We sold the bottle last night, but you're welcome to try this. Give yourself a little pour. It does have some sediment in it,
That's okay.
but
Sediment's
it's
a
like
good thing.
it's like tasting history, you know? It's
Wow.
it's very interesting. We opened it with I'm not sure if you know Chris Perugini from
Yes.
Single Malt Savvy, and had some fun, opening it and trying it. It's very different. It's very interesting. I think they ran out to grab some other glasses for everybody else so we could try a little bit.
Nice. Still got a good nose, even straight from the bottle.
Yeah, I love tasting Dusties because it's unlike anything else you're gonna find.
It does smell dusty, though.
It smells dusty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
got that old
Patina.
patina.
Yeah,
The whiskey has patina.
I like that.
There you go.
Yeah, it's like some big old cupboard of something that you've opened up.
A chest of drawers.
Yeah.
There you go. Cedar or something.
Yeah. So I actually recently, in this collection that I acquired from a customer, there was a Glenore 30. Originally, original bottle from Glenore is 59 and change, I think, for proof. And it was a little bit left. But it smelled old. But oh my God, it was glorious.
Really?
Yeah,
I love that. I sent Chris Perugini home with a bottle of Cuddy that was probably from the 1950s or 1940s.
Nice.
And that was just sweet and syrupy blend, splendid scotch, and unlike anything you could find on the shelf today.
Exactly. I mean, have you had like Johnny Walker Black from the 70s and 80s?
I have not, but I would really. That's one of my goals is to find a common expression like a Johnny Walker Black or like a even a Jameson, even something basic like a Jameson, and compare some 20 years apart. I want to see what the differences are, how the standard expression has changed.
It's like night and day. So
You think so? Yeah?
We did an experiment. I had one from a nip from the 70s that a friend of mine they should just give them away. And so I tasted that a while back, not as a vertical. Then I bought a bottle that was in the early 80s, a bottle that was in the 90s, and then a current one. And we tasted them. And I'm like, holy crap, is this like even the same distillery?
It's Johnny Walker, you
It's
said?
Johnny Walker.
Well, I think that's the experiment I wanted to know. I wanted to know how the expression had evolved because the ingredients can never be the same.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
What was the difference like?
So the original the one from the 80s, it was just beautiful. It had this depth to it and the oiliness, and it just the flavors when you taste it just filled your entire palate. Very, very coating. And it actually has some nice lighter fruit to it compared to the one from the 90s. The 90s was just like really heavy, very oily, but didn't have any fruit to kind of balance
Did they add
it.
more smoke maybe or a little more Islay or something to it?
As if they left more tails in the distillation or something, or whatever they used in that blend.
Okay.
And then the third one, you could just tell immediately, blind, that's the third, the current one, because it was thin. It was just like tinny, like, what the heck happened, you know? Like, did you put it in like a bad vessel to age this thing?
All right, so there's a great question. Do you think now that blended scotch, multi-blends, not just like a glaser or something like that, do you think they're burying all the bad barrels there? Do you think do you think that this is not good enough to go to Compass Box? This is not good enough to go to 35 years. We already know. I mean, bad barrels are bad barrels, but not great barrels. Can we blend these away?
Yes, so actually you can blend away things they're not necessarily bad. I mean, unless it's a truly faulty barrel, right? I mean, there's just some notes that are just like, they're just kind of off. But in my, blending experiments, I've actually found ways to blend out certain notes that I don't like.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you what they are, but like when I taste something that's off, I'm like, some of this other thing I think will make that go away.
Offset.
Yeah.
Okay. And I suppose that's really the job of a master blender, a master distiller, is putting together a batch or whatever it is.
I'm still blender in training.
Yeah. I was going to ask you about that because it's a skill you have to work at.
You do. I mean, well, first you actually kind of have to be born with some of those skills, right? I mean, so distillation, people can teach you how to do that, right? Because it's technical and, it's like, but blending, it's more nuanced, right? So if you don't have a really good nose to smell stuff, it's kind of hard to go, okay, all these things are they gonna smell right? And then your taste, we all have different palates, right? There tons of, thousands of millions of taste buds on our tongues.
Yep.
And everybody tastes things differently. So women in general have more taste buds than men, right?
Absolutely.
So, right,
We were
like
just
right
talking
there-
about that last night, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right there it's already different that way. So we're going to taste things that, most other guys are not going to taste. So you actually have to be born almost with more taste buds, I think. I don't know. I never thought myself as I'm not a super taster. Thank God I'm not a super taster. I don't want to be one of those because that means I can't eat broccoli and all the other stuff.
Oh, you don't want to blow out your palate on anything. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So if you're a super taster, then everything just tastes like it's like on steroids for you.
Oh, okay.
So I'd rather be more of a super noser. Like I can smell, as annoying as it is, because like somebody will like come into my store, half hour before, and then I'm like, oh man, who is smoking pot in here, right?
Sometimes I think they're doing it right in front of me, and I'm like, oh, man, that's strong.
Exactly. Or like driving at night on the highway, I can go that was a woman. I don't know the different brands of perfume. I go, that was a woman in that car, and that was a guy with really cheap, aftershave or whatever cologne.
I definitely smell it in traffic, though. I smell somebody vaping weed in front of me.
Pot, man. I don't know what it is
Yeah.
with marijuana, but you can smell it 6 cars away.
Yeah, exactly.
It's potent or whatever,
Yeah.
distinct. I don't know.
Smells like a skunk to me.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
I had a client come in and pay cash, and all the cash stunk like it. And I kept going, how's the weed and the money together? And I went, oh, duh, they keep it in the safe.
Yeah.
The weed and the money is in the safe together.
Yeah.
What'd you bring in a drink, Tom?
That's the
Oh, that's the bottle over there.
Yeah, I was gonna. It's sold. This one's the one that's sold, but this
Oh,
so you can
wow.
show the label for it.
Holy crap! I haven't
And-
tasted it. It just smells very, very old.
Yeah,
Just
I
let
brought
us-
the strainer there for you too. But
hold
does
it up, Tom.
That's okay.
Hold it up for
it's
the
okay.
camera.
Is my camera actually working here?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Your camera has been.
Well, are you going to get some glasses so we can have a drink, Tom? And we're 2 hours into the show and haven't had anything yet.
I know. Well, that's whose fault is that?
I think it's Hunter's fault.
It's your show.
So it actually tastes a little oxidized to me, though.
Yeah.
But you guys just opened that last night. Was it?
No, this bottle's been open about a week.
Okay, but you
Yep.
said it was compromised. How high was the?
Mid-shoulder.
Yeah, I
yeah.
can definitely taste that some of the what I would expect in a rye is
Sure.
not there anymore. But
I've
palate-wise,
got
it's quite
one,
nice, though.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's unusual and it's unique, and I'm thrilled to have tasted something that old.
Yeah. Second, that was just my first sip. So
And that one had the seal was gone, and the if you notice on this one, the cork comes over the edge.
Mm-hmm.
The top half of the cork was gone. It was still sealed, but just barely.
Yeah, I think the
And then
one we sold is much
Yeah, the
much
one we
more
s-
sealed up. Yeah.
Right, the one we sold is very. I'm surprised how well it's up together it is. But
on the palate, very full. So my first sip was just kind of to acclimatize. So I have this whiskey doodle thing I call it. It's like a tasting map. When I pick barrels or when I blend and stuff like that, I draw this thing. Everybody has a different method of doing it. Like Nancy's got her way of doing it. I've got
You
my
need
way
some
of doing
paper?
it. Yeah, let me show you a little bit. Because like second sip, I'm like, wow, okay, they did a really nice job with that palate wise, right? So so this would be my nose, and this would be front of my palate, left, center, and right, and the back. So on this, the nose just smells old. I wouldn't give it a super high score, but on the palate, it fills everything. Wow, it's rare to get something like that. If it had a pretty nose, this would be the closest to. So each part of these, there's only 6 parts, would get 3 points. 0 to 3. 0 means you suck. 1 means nah. 2 means I want to use in a blend, and 3 means you are a single barrel material. So for each portion,
Really?
and this one has hit high two sevens for most of this. So this one was scored pretty high, except for the nose.
The nose is different than when we opened this a week ago.
yes,
Yeah.
actually, that was. I noticed
Absolutely.
that too.
I got a lot of rye, a lot of bread, a lot of spice.
Yeah.
Just, but I mean, like
The nose now is just it's not.
the other thing is we mixed up a lot of the sediment in this,
Ah.
and it got poured. Well, that bottle was 3/4 full as of last night, and last night it got hit pretty
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
But we shared it with everybody who came to our event, and that's the most fun that I've had in this business. Like, I know we sometimes get panned for being the new guys and the rookies, and but I've had so much fun and met so many great people and tried so many amazing products that I don't want to stop. This is a fun business to be in.
Yeah, this is kind of cool. I have no idea you guys existed because I've had some customers before trying to, they're like, hey, we got all this whiskey we want to get rid of. I'm like, I can't buy it from you. I can't sell it for you. Right? It's
Right.
illegal, right? So you got to go find some other legal way to do it.
We're the first legal reseller. We were talking about this earlier. Reseller of alcohol, which is a big deal because a lot of people, if you're moving to Florida and you got a whole wine cellar and you don't want to take the whole thing with you, there's nothing legal you could do. Well, now there is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we try very hard to. It took us 3 years to get this permit together with the state. We had to lobby for it, and we have certain restrictions and we have rules that we have to follow. But a lot of our customers come to us and they're just grateful that the service exists. Whether that's someone who's looking for a mate to a single barrel that they bought 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
Or if somebody comes to us and says, I've been buying for 10 years and I have 500 bottles. Please help.
You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people out there that they got addicted to the hunt, and they're chasing
Pokemons.
Yeah. And then they turn around and now they're paying $100 a month for a storage unit, or their spouse is pissed off at them because the entire basement or one room is all whiskey or alcohol. So now they have an outlet, and then selling anything online is. Forget the legalities of it. Selling anything online is a pain in the butt. Facebook Marketplace and that kind of thing. It's just not.
I don't think you can do that
No.
anyway with liquor.
No.
You're
right?
not legally, but trying to sell it on your own privately.
Yep.
You're dealing with everybody in the general public, and that's what you're hiring us to deal with.
Yeah. That's cool. I'm glad you guys find a way to get around that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when we first came up with the idea, we were probably at peak COVID, peak bourbon madness, and we're like, well, we should start an auction to do this, and the state just laughed at us, really, at first. They were like...
The state, I was talking to some lady, and I was like, listen, here's what we're trying to do. How about this permit? Because there's 20 different permits you can get. No. How about this permit? No. Nope. No, you don't fit that guideline. I said, all right, well, listen, I just want the state to have their tax money. What help me out here.
Yep.
Well, sir, you're going to have to petition Congress to make you a permit. I was like, all right, fine. Make me chase after it,
I like your public service employee voice.
Yeah. That's exactly what she sounded like, too.
Oh, that's funny. That's great, though.
Yeah. No, we're happy to be here. We're happy to have folks like you on, and yeah, it's,
Yeah. But here's the thing, though, right? The people that buy all those bottles and don't drink, so I find it kind of sometimes it annoys me that it happens, but also, obviously, like some of my blends out there now in secondary market, which is good and bad. I'm like, come on, I let you buy an extra bottle not so you could drink it, share with your friends, not so you could go sell and make money on it.
There's a lot of taters or flippers out there. We don't see as consigners, people who bring us bottles. We don't see people flipping. I see people who just overbuy.
Yeah. Okay.
Or like when I buy a bottle of whiskey, I usually like to buy two. I usually like to buy one to open and one to put in the cellar for another day.
Yep.
And now if I open that one and I'm like, it's not what I thought it was.
Yep. Okay.
I'll sell the other one.
Yep.
But I have been to liquor stores and I see these guys. They sit there, Thursday at around noon, waiting for the truck to pull up. They want to buy 2 or 3. They're gonna flip it real quick, make $40 or something. And it's like, come on, dude, just go back to work. Just go.
Exactly. I know. Says that they don't come and do that at our store because we don't let them do that. One, because we're far away, we're in the middle of nowhere, and you might get run over by a cow or something. But 2, all the special bottles that we get, depends how many we get. A lot of times we just save it for our annual charity event.
Yeah,
and
that's great.
It goes to much better use that way.
Yeah, that's the most of the liquor stores that I frequent near my house and everything else. That's what they do. They save the allocated stuff for a lottery, and then it goes to charity, or they sell it for a regular price, and then everything they just take the money and give it to somebody, and it works out for everybody.
And you can alienate customers too. That's the other thing. You want somebody to come in and buy their bottle of wine, buy their case of beer, whatever, and then if they also enjoy that, and they don't want to feel like someone else is getting one over on them. Yeah. I have a couple more questions for you. I hope you don't mind.
Go ahead.
When did you get into this business? What year was it?
2013 was my first store.
So 11 years ago.
Yep.
Your primary thing was coding before that. You now have over 12 whiskey and wine and spirits certifications in 11 years.
Yeah.
Because I first learned about you from the Whiskey Tribe, from Daniel and
Rex, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm blown away. How do you do it that fast and still have a day job?
So I don't need to sleep. You laugh, but it's the truth.
There's a lot of
God
people like
bless.
that.
Yeah, you're like a 3-hour.
4 hours, 5 hours optimum, but 4 I can go on forever. So they actually tested me, and I'm actually one of those people, those mutant ninja people.
Yeah, no, it's an actual thing.
Yeah, it is. It is a thing. I used to wonder why you guys sleeping so much.
Yeah, I'm a 6 or less, but am I like my wife? And her sister, I mean, they're like 11s.
Oh, I like
Oh.
They'll sleep all day. Yeah, my
but
wife's
be
like
happy
that
for
too.
that though, because that gives you all those other hours to do things.
It's quiet.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can be
So-
productive.
Yeah, so I don't complain. You sleep what do you need to sleep. Just don't get in my way.
So, and then you're productive during those hours. So you're
Yeah.
going to do your coding, and then you're going to switch over and work on certifications or planning or travel or whatever it is.
Well, the thing of it is, like when I get into something, I'm they're going to say 150%, and they'll know exactly who it is because I like to dig deep into it. If you're going to do it and you're going to enjoy it, then like do it to the max. At least that's my motto.
Commit to it. Yeah.
Exactly. And learn everything you can about it.
I also appreciate myself. I do this with my wife, and I remind her, and I talk to Tom, and I talk about this too all the time. Is if it's work, it can also be fun. So
Yep.
if you strive to make those two things together, you're going to be more happy, more successful.
It's going to be
more
really
satisfied.
easy to be successful if you're doing what you love.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
that's how I've been able to do the IT stuff for 39 years as a consultant. So I go pick the projects that I want to work on.
Yep.
Right. So then if they become not fun along the way and there's an ending, I'm not stuck to it. I'm not like hired as an employee where, oh my God, I'm stuck there and I got to go find my way out somewhere. So I find myself doing that also in the whiskey world. Is I go find my client distilleries and I go find my other distilleries, my client suppliers, so people I like. Because I want to work with people I like. I mean, who wants to, have to haggle with people you don't like? Then it's really not fun to begin with.
And that's where you have the power. So that's what I would say to anybody, and I'll probably ask the same question if you have advice for anyone who wants to work in this space, whether it's retail or distribution or at the producer level. Like, you should have enough self-worth for yourself to say, I don't want to do that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I don't want to work with those people, and have the power and the ability to walk away.
Yep. Yeah.
Because
Have control of yourself.
when you're in a job that you don't like, when you're in a project that you're not interested in anymore, you kind of have to have that ability to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be the same advice for people who are picking single barrels, right? Which that's calmed down a lot now. People don't go nuts for it anymore. But before that, where people would just buy a barrel because the one was presented to them, because they were afraid that if they said no, they would never get another barrel sample ever again, which is nonsense.
They want to sell barrels.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and it's known to, and it's okay because I'll never get a barrel from them. I mean, I rejected Sazerac way back before even I was like heavy into whiskey because I tasted this stuff. It's just nonsense.
Okay.
And I was like, all the 3 samples, they all suck. I guarantee you your Eagle Rare 10 on the shelf is going to be better. So I pulled the bottle and we tasted it blind, and everybody picked the one that was on the shelf. So I said, if you're going to send me shitty samples, don't send them. Well, you won't get on the list. You have to get the back of the list. I said, if you're going to send me shitty samples, just get me off the list.
There's soon to be a lot more barrels sitting in rick houses than coming out of rick houses.
I know.
So
Exactly.
I'm excited for 10 years from now when we get a lot more hyper-age stuff that's hopefully really good.
Right? Actually, so I'm really seeing prices come down a lot. Like during the pandemic when smaller distilleries couldn't, they were really struggling because they couldn't get, number one, barrels to age the whiskey in, right? Because if you're not a big enough distillery, you're ordering like 50 barrels, they look at you like, move aside, right?
Yeah, they got big orders to fill.
Exactly. But then same thing for aged whiskey. Like, I want 4-year-old stuff. No, you can't get it. You can only get 2-year-old stuff, 1-year-old stuff.
Yep.
But now I'm seeing 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds for the price of 4-year-olds. And it only turn around very quickly.
Right. There's a lot of people brokering barrels too. And they're
Yes.
getting shuffled around or they're sitting in the weird places. And
Yeah.
I overheard a conversation. I won't disclose anything, but I was having breakfast with a friend at a diner one day, and there was these 2 guys a couple tables over, and one was hard selling them on all these barrels of whiskey. And I'm like trying to listen to them, be present in the other conversation. I'm like, I think that guy's getting taken for like 200 barrels of junk, Like,
Yeah, I know.
I think he's trying to hit him with a hard sell.
Yeah, so I think, what it is like some people just need to buy them. And yes, I've said that you can blend barrels that are not that fantastic and still make them taste good, but you still have to have a percentage of barrels that are really good, right? The ones that are going to like shine to make the other barrels not taste so good.
Right.
So, and it's hard if you're dealing with a few, like the biggest blend I've done so far hasn't released yet is 20 barrels. But there's a lot of samples to taste through
Yeah.
to pick 20 barrels that are going to be good in the blend, So.
Is that with Kings County?
No, this is with Watershed in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay. So you're a blend that you did, I think it was with Kings County. You blended American and Irish whiskey.
Yes.
How did you come up with that? Where do you start going, I'm going to take an Irish, I'm going to take an American?
So I
Can I
don't
have a
always
water,
plan
please,
things like
Hunter?
this, right? So I was
Have a
in
water, please. Thanks.
I was in Ireland 2 years ago. I was going to a whiskey course. I went to Springbank School. So prior to that, I'm like, I'm going to be there. Let me go to all these different places. But in the meantime, I already bought like 3 barrels from Clonakilty. And at that time, people didn't know about Clonakilty. Didn't know who the heck they were. It was just Clonakilty. Irish whiskey, all they think of is it's just like, weak whiskey, or like they just think of what. I'm like, no, this stuff is really good.
I know a lot of it's 80 proof, but man, I'm a big Redbreast fan. I like all the Irishes
Exactly.
that are out there. I
Yeah,
think they're underserved.
I know. Yeah. So anyway, so people don't have the best, especially more Scotch drinkers, right? They're like, well, single malt drinkers, we don't drink. I'm like, never mind, whatever. So I love the Clonakilty stuff because they come in at, pretty high proof, under 120, but definitely over 100.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, I'm going to go buy some more barrels. And then maybe I'll buy some barrels too. And at the same time, just before I left, Kings County approached me and said, hey, why don't you go source some whiskey and blend for us? I was like, okay, what do you want me to blend? Don't care, just make it good.
Oh, no.
like,
So now you got freedom.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? So, I never planned on it, but okay. So I was there and I tasted a bunch of barrels. So I bought 3 barrels from my store, and then I wanted to buy a bunch of barrels for my project. And one of the barrels was a 15-year sherry cask, refill sherry, but beautiful. They're like, okay. Then I got home and
That's Kings County. That's their
No, this is all Clonakilty.
Clonakilty.
Yeah.
Got a 15-year sherry cask Irish.
Yeah. Clearly they source because, they opened not that many years ago. And it's fine. I don't really care about sourcing, right? As long as the whiskey's good. So I want to buy that barrel, send half to my store bottle, and then send the other half to my project. I get home, and about a month later, they go, or 2 months later, they go, we can't sell you that. We have to buy it's such beautiful, which it is. It's my teenager. I still have a few bottles left in the store. And I was like, oh, damn, because I was going to blend just Irish whiskey blend. That was my original intention for the very first one. And then when I came in, they told me they couldn't do it. I was so disappointed, and I'm going around. I'm kind of getting a little pissed. I'm like, shit, what am I going to use, right? Because I wanted the 15-year to be the whiskey that would give it the finish, right? With age, you always have whiskey that lasts a long time if it's made well. So in the meantime, my Virginia ex-bourbon barrel had just shown up. And so I took 2 of my Clonakilties, and I'm smelling it and tasting it, and I'm like, I want to keep it in the malt world. And I was like, that one. So I tried it. It came out really nice. Just as I put the blend together, when it's the right blend, the nose, for me, is always beautiful. And so then I gave it to my manager at my store and a few other customers, and they came back 5 minutes later to go, well, what is that? That's really good. I go, okay. I can't talk to Clonakilty anymore. Let me call Virginia. And I called my salesperson at Virginia. I'm like, hey, can you guys sell me whiskey in bulk? They're like, we've never done that. Let's think about it.
Are you allowed to say who the distiller was in Virginia?
Yes, Virginia Distilling.
Virginia Distilling.
Yeah,
Okay. So
number 1 American single malt.
So it was an American single malt, and you put it with an Irish
Yes.
15-year?
So, no, I didn't have the 15-year. That's why I had the American in it.
Yeah.
So unbeknownst to me, when I went down there, they just like Amanda Beckwith, who's the master. Well, I call her she's the master blender, but she's the chief blender there. She's awesome. She's got a great palate. And so she wasn't there, but she picked me some really cool barrels. So the first 4 were ex-bourbon casks. And so I tasted the first one. The first one's okay, but the second, third, and fourth are pretty good. So then I go, what else you got? So they go, there's an SDR cask over there. Well, let me taste that. Oh, crap. Yes, I need that one. And I go, what else you got? Right. So this is me on a open budget, so to speak. I was like, what else you got over there?
You're barrel shopping. You're just like, let's go.
Exactly. I had no idea what I kind of knew what parameters I had to work with. So I go, now I want one of those Oloroso, I want one of those PX. And then I still go back to the first barrel. I'm like, it's going to be in a blend. It'll be fine. So I took everything that she had picked for me.
So, wow, that's a lot of different cask finishes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so people go, how did you know it was going to play nice together? Well, I didn't.
I was going to say, you're heading down that cigar blend, but in America, yeah, like, yeah.
Yeah. That was not my intention. I was just going to make a good blend, right? So the first blend I did, King's Coat 1, which is Riona. Riona is Gaelic for queen, and it's Kings County. I'm a queen of whiskey. So that's why we named it that. And so it's got a little green color on it, and the label, I don't know if you've seen it, it's pretty cool. It's
got lines of code on it.
Yeah. It's all blended.
Is that still available?
Yes, that's still available.
Okay.
Not that many bottles available. I only made about 800 of them.
Okay.
So the first one was STR cask because the STR gave it such a beautiful nose. I mean, real nose to me is like she's all about the nose.
What is SDRs? Explain that.
It's shaved, toasted, and recharred wine barrels. It's a
Okay.
Jim Swan thing. Anybody who works with Jim Swan knows about STR.
Okay.
Right? So he was kind of come up with a new way of getting barrels so that they contribute more to the whiskey.
Okay.
So it's wine cask. So you take the wine and you want to shave off the first layer of whatever the tannins, whatever else is left on the barrel, and then retoast it, rechar it, and then you reuse it.
And you don't get a burnt wine taste out of that?
Not at all. Oh my gosh.
Really?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I would never think to put fire back to wood and wine.
Yeah.
Risking it being like burnt or not
Yeah.
good.
Well, the char, I mean, when you rechar, it basically just create that layer of carbon that they can use for filtration, basically. Actually.
How long does it sit in that barrel?
So that one was a couple of years, I think, in that barrel. So
Okay, so I suppose after you retoast it, it's not like a strong sherry cask where sometimes it only spends a few weeks or a few months in there.
yeah, no, that's nonsense. That's sherry finishing nonsense. Oh, did I say that? Yeah, never mind. I don't get myself in trouble there. But anyway, so the SCL cask was really nice. We put some PX sherry in the first one, ex-bourbon cask. And then the Irish was a Château de Chem finish. That Sauternes finish is beautiful, right?
Okay.
So, but it was such a beautiful barrel. So I took half the barrel from my store, and it's called the French Connection, because how many people do you know have connections to get those barrels? So I wanted to use more of the Irish in my first blend, because I just love that Sauternes finish, but it was really aggressive. I had to keep dialing her back. I started at 30%. I dialed it back all the way back to 18%. 17.9% actually was all of Irish that was in there.
What, did you just have a mad chemist bench when you're sitting there deciding how your blend is going to be?
No, so my samples come in, like, I don't know.
Like the half pint containers?
Yeah, sometimes 375, sometimes less. So I don't need that much because I make 10 ml blends. So my blends are like, what? See those little bottle I have?
10
here?
milliliters.
They're
Okay.
like about that much only.
Yeah.
Because why waste whiskey?
Right.
Right. And luckily for me, everything I've executed so far has been no more than 3 blends. It's usually my third blend is one I always want to make in my head. It's the right blend to make. But I always go with the safe blend first. Oh, let's make the safe blend. Then the second one is a far out blend in case I miss something. And then by the third one, just like stop wasting time and wasting your palate. Just make the blend you want to make.
This is. I'm sorry if I'm getting really deep and nerding out on blends here, Tom. You're sitting here going, I didn't know there was this much to it.
I'm listening. I'm intrigued by the whole thing. So
I have to ask for your advice then.
Okay.
I'm not, again, I don't want any of the secret sauce. I
There is no secret.
am absolutely terrible at even beginning any sort of blend, even if I just have bottles at home.
Yeah.
And I want to, I love Bourye.
Okay.
That's something that really appeals to me when I see like the High West Bourye, anything comes out of Wild Turkey.
Okay.
Those really appeal to my palate. I've enjoyed every one I've tried. So I one night I went to a liquor store and I bought like a Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit Rye. I bought and I sat down and I just tried to blend a little bit and make it my way. I was absolutely terrible at predicting. I was absolutely terrible in what I came up with, and I was so frustrated. I went, I don't know where to begin.
So there's no reason to blend unless the whiskey you're tasting is lacking something for you, right? So taste the first whiskey, whatever whiskey. Let's say it's a bourbon. Right?
Yeah.
So you taste a bourbon. Why do you want to blend that? Is it because you wanted a higher rye, component to it? I want a little bit more spice. Okay, then go get the rye and then put some rye in it. Don't just like randomly, put any amount of rye in it. Like, all right, maybe 80% and 20%. See if there's enough spice in there for you. And then if that's pretty good, you go, okay, do I like it better than before I put that in there? If you do, okay, is it enough for you? If it's enough, then just stop.
Okay.
It's not about just throwing a bunch of stuff together.
I know. I was like a kid, like just playing with Play-Doh. You know what I mean? I was mashing everything together.
Yeah. So don't fix something that's not broken. If you like the whiskey the way it is, don't fix it.
that's a good idea. So if you find a whiskey you don't like, you're like, I don't know. Use that as a basis for blending, and then go get what you want in it, or think you want in it, or needs.
All right, so I know what it was. It was that this particular whiskey that I had was Master's Keep Unforgotten, and I think they accidentally blended bourbon and rye according to their story. And I was like, well, my bottle's almost empty, so what if I can make something close? And so that my goal was to come up with something to simulate or emulate that other bottle with some of their better standard expressions on the shelf.
That's like poor man's Pappy.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but what did you like about the first one is what you need to write down, right?
Okay, so I should have been more structured with it. I shouldn't have just been pouring whiskeys
Yeah,
in
it's
there
not it's
until
not it's
until
not
I
mad
wasn't,
scientist stuff. It seems
Yeah.
like it, but it's not.
Okay. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the drawing board and go slow.
I feel like I have either a very basic or unexperienced palate, where like I just drink what I like. If it tastes good, I drink it.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
That's what Jimmy Russell says.
Yeah.
And then but then I'd be like, I would be an idiot to try to start blending and mixing because I don't know what I'm doing. Now, from what it sounds like, a lot of it is just trial and error.
It's a bit of trial and error. Like for me, when I taste through 20, 30, when I'm buying barrels for my blends, I go okay. I pretty quickly with my little doodle map there eliminate half or 2/3 of what's there that I don't want.
I think your coding aspect also helps you with blending barrels
Probably. I'm not
because
sure.
you're allowed because you're able to
close.
remember this barrel, that barrel, if then that barrel, this barrel, that barrel, so on and so forth. Because that's the hard part. We were talking about this with Conti about remembering which ones you like. She's remembering in her head what that barrel profile. She has, just like I have a visual image of something, she has a taste image of that barrel.
Everybody, perceives the world.
I
in a
can't.
different way.
I can't make an image of a taste in my mind. Like I eat pie. I like pie. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if you, what do you like about the pie? What do you don't like about another pie?
Oh, and that's the other problem. It's like
He just wants the more valuable pie. Tom's always going to go for the
no,
more expensive pie every time.
no way. There's some cheap whiskey out there that's really enjoyable. but early on I liked the sweet rye and the wheats.
Yep.
And now I'm really getting into the complexity of the bourbons
Okay.
because I can start to understand the charring and the aging and everything else. And then you have some things that have a ridiculous finish on them where it's a whole meal.
Yep.
And then I don't know. What I like changes is part of the problem.
Which is okay because you don't want to eat the same food every day.
We're right. Yes,
Right?
exactly.
Yeah.
That was the thing. But then seasonal, I'm a sucker for seasonal. So it's getting close. It's
Pumpkin spice lattes at Starbucks.
Not that bad, but but it's this time of the year, so you get your midwinter nights drams. You get your the Boss Hog 9 was real, lots of cinnamon and spice and warm winter morning type flavor. And then come summer, you want something bright and fruity or has different flavors to it. So
It's a good thing you own a whiskey auction.
I just buy a lot of whiskey.
No, I kind of get that though because for me, I have one of my whistle pick ryes is it's called my Seville because it is a VDN rye, right? Finished in VDN cask. So and it's the 12-year old world, so it's lower proof, and that to me is like a nice summer whiskey at camp.
Right.
Because it's hot, it's 95 degrees. I don't really want to drink something that's heavy and complex.
Spicy. Yeah.
It's spicy is okay, but I don't want something super complex. It's too hot out there for my brain to enjoy that. So I'd rather save that for when it's a little bit cooler out and I can really enjoy it. So the lighter style whiskey to me is it's great because I can just chill my glass. I don't like to chill my whiskey. And then I'll just have that. And at 86 proof, I mean, if you go through a half a bottle, who cares?
Right.
So
The light whiskeys, as you call, which I was recently educated on, is a second used charred oak barrel. Those have a light, refreshing pep to them, where some of the heavier spices or the heavier flavors to it, it's good now when it's cold out. Why do we drink more lemonade in the summer?
There you go.
It works.
yeah, I mean, I drink gins all year long too. I mean, people know me for my whiskey, but
Well, we just sold a gallon of it too. You should show her the gallon jug that we
It's
have.
a great big thing of Beefeater. I don't know that what was inside was
It's
amazing.
this big.
that's funny. Yeah, but same thing. I mean, I drink the different gins that you can drink, in the summer, in the winter, or wherever it is, but it's always a flavor profile.
Yeah.
So tell me more about Whiskey Mentors. This is consulting. This is tastings.
Yep.
Tell me more about what that is and how you do it.
So it's starting to change a little bit. So Whiskey Mentor started as a kind of a consulting thing. So I used to do a bunch of dinner pairing events and stuff like that, and it gets to be too old. I mean, here and there I'll still do them at really fun places because typically it's just I have so little time, right?
Sure. Well, yeah, I mean, you're spending it all sleeping.
You got to sleep less. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So for me to, I don't do private events generally. I'm like, it's just too cost prohibitive for anybody to hire me to do a private event.
Sure.
All right. But I will generally will do it for charity for the most part. I have 2 or 3 charities I do every year. So that's what the Whiskey Mentors part of it does is it goes out to use whiskey to help other people, educate people, and then also for right now at least, Whiskey Mentors is the consulting part that goes to blend whiskey for other distilleries. But eventually it will be there will be a different brand of products that I'll be creating.
That's
Okay.
cool. That's very cool. When you release those, let us know. We want to post them up and.
I want to try the King's Code. That's what I
Yeah,
want
well,
to do.
Yeah.
come see me. I drove an hour and change to come see you guys.
Oh,
Just
well-
come see me.
So you're right by Canterbury. I was looking it up when we met. I was like, I know where that is, but I don't. It's kind of in a really good hunting spot in Connecticut. So
Yes.
So a week from today, I'll probably. My wife doesn't know this, but a week from today, I'll be hunting in that area again.
Oh, nice.
So, what time is your store open on Saturdays? You know?
Saturdays we are open from 9 to 8.
There you go. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Come see me if you're definitely going to come because I'm actually taking off to do an event in Dallas on Sunday.
Okay.
Then I'll be in Austin all week. So definitely
Nice.
next Saturday, come see me.
I heard Austin is a hot spot for new whiskeys and stuff too, or Dallas.
All of Texas is.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I found some really cool distilleries that I can't wait. That one of the reasons I'm going back also is a couple of distilleries I'm working with.
Nice,
Very exciting stuff.
nice.
Good for you. I guess that was going to be my next question, which was, what does the future hold? Is it more blending and
Blending and so Nancy Fairley goes, you blend sexy, you blend the one-offs. I go, why wouldn't I?
That's what you want to do.
That's
isn't
what
it?
I want to do,
right?
right?
Because she's on batch 200 of Magnus or whatever.
Exactly, to
Yeah.
make that, which is a skill all in itself to be able to make consistently those things.
Right.
So for me, it's like I don't want to just keep making turkey and ham for Thanksgiving. I want to have duck breast instead.
Yeah.
We're gonna have pheasant and duck next year at my house
Okay.
Oh,
for Thanksgiving because I'm
nice.
tired. We made 4 turkeys this year. Like, why don't we do other poultry at least?
Yeah, just some kind of fowl of some sort.
Yeah,
I would
Variety,
love to
variety.
do that, but my whole family's like, we like ham and taters.
Really?
And I'm like,
okay.
oh, good thing I can have fun at work, tasting whiskey and eating different food. I eat better when I hang out with you.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I like to experiment.
Yeah. So actually, if you like to experiment with food that way, I mean, blending whiskey should kind of come a little more naturally because it's kind of the same thing, right? Like when you cook a meal, you don't want to just cook chicken by itself,
Mhm.
right? And so your approach to blending is like, oh, it's just kind of by itself. It's kind of boring. What do I need to add to it?
Right.
And that's kind of just start there, and then you'll be fine.
See, I started to do that when I have 3 kids and they're young, so I would. I'm the one that cooks at home, so I'd start experimenting, and then it's very hard to please kids on a flavor profile. So I stuffed my creativity into the bottom of the kitchen and said, all right, forget it. We'll just make chicken nuggets and mac and cheese.
And that's what a lot of people eat, Tom.
My
We're in a
imagine
rarefied world here talking about exotic
my
whiskeys.
my imagination and creativity have been stomped out. So maybe I'll pull it back out and watch you blend and try to replicate.
What? I'll hit you with another complicated one. I tried very hard to follow some of the annual whiskey awards. Whiskeys of the year. You've got all different channels and influencers and tasters. And I don't remember if it was the Ascots or one of them last year where they had all these single barrels in there, like unattainable whiskeys for the regular folks.
It's like, why?
That's where I'm going, right? Is sure there's 100 whiskeys to taste and rank and report back on. Well, where have we gotten too far? Have we strayed too far? Should we be back in talking about things that regular drinkers can find?
I would say so. I mean, if you're gonna win an award, I mean, yes, you. So I obviously my King's Code did win some awards. The first one. So before that, I'm like, everybody, so you got to pay to play. Yes, you got to pay so that people know about you out there, right? Because me blending in little Canterbury somewhere is just, not going to go very far. I mean, they got a good following. But still, at the end of the day, you want the rest of the world to know about your stuff. But if you can never make enough of it, right? Like you can only make 1 barrel of it. Well, that's...
Right. You were talking about, you did a pick for 40 bottles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Probably
yeah.
40 amazing bottles.
But then nobody else can have it, so it's great. Now you're just teasing people, like talking about stuff they can never get, right? So I think with the awards and stuff like it's good to have them just kind of for the people who are making them to see where they stand, right?
Challenge, see whose skill is. It's like a competition,
Yeah.
See who's got the best skill or.
So
whatever.
so if somebody else wins in my category, I kind of want to taste what they make, right? Not to say mine's better or whatever. It's like what is it about it that they won a better medal than me? right? And it's just kind of frame of reference for you, right? Because you can just go around and blend and go, my shit doesn't stink, right?
Yeah, yeah. And well, that's you want to see what they did, and then try to improve yourself and
Yeah.
your skill. That's
One of my favorite things about this business is that there are a higher percentage of people who wish to succeed along with you, to learn from each other, to share great drinks.
Exactly.
And again, you get lots and lots of winning when that happens.
Yeah, I think for me, I reason I continue to kind of stay in the whiskey kind of spirit world, sort of, but not just in the liquor industry in general, is that even way back when I wasn't had any plans on doing anything at all more with it other than owning a store so I could have a place to store my 1,200 bottles of wine instead of being in my basement. It could be in the store instead, right? Which is what got me into the business.
You're gonna need a bigger store shortly. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So my size of my store is perfect. 1,000 square feet is all I can afford. But it's just jam packed with bottles. And then our tasting room is also now 1,000 square feet. We won't talk about that. You just got to come see it. But the thing that I started doing a lot of tastings. And what I found was I was a teacher in my other life many years ago, and I'm kind of coming full circle and teaching again, right, in whiskey this time. But what was really apparent to me when I started doing these tastings every other week is that people who come from different walks of life come and enjoy something, to learn something, and then they get to meet each other, and then they go home and they get together. I mean, different ages. I'm talking like people in their 20s and 30s getting together with people they met at my store in the 50s and 60s and having dinner and having drinks. And to me, I'm like, holy crap, like in my little tiny retail store, I can help build community.
Yeah.
That is, to me, is priceless.
That's something I'd like to see more of here with what we're doing. You know, we had a great event last night. We got to meet a lot of our customers. We had some delicious pizza. We had some drinks and some, it's nice to do that. Yeah. I like going to the events. I like bringing a Dusty that someone's never seen and pouring that. And,
yeah, because who cares if you drank the whole Dusty? It was amazing all by yourself. Right. I mean, it's all about sharing. It's all about sharing whiskey. So when people come, one of my favorite things to do is, or they're like, oh, sure, you're gonna let us taste something we can't buy. I go, yeah, but you had a chance to taste it.
Yeah, come on,
right?
Let's go with the positive. You got to try it.
Yeah. And I bring different things in. So sometimes like, crap, I don't have the bottle here because they kind of flow, between. Because if I somebody who's coming, I want them to taste a certain flavor. I'll bring something for them to taste and go, this is kind of what I'm talking about.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for making the trip out here. I know it's a busy weekend for you.
It is. Yeah.
And should be a little
appreciate it.
Prior to the holidays, usually the biggest is that's when the liquor stores are going crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is OND for a reason. I mean, this is we sell everything that we can sell between now and then. Because January, I mean, this whole dry January thing drives me nuts. Right? It's like, wow.
I'm planning on that. Wait a second.
Wait, why though? What did you eat and drink so much in October, November, December that in January you can't drink anymore?
Suddenly you have to be healthy again or something like that.
Well,
I gave up on all that stuff.
Yeah, but but you also ate a lot of food between Thanksgiving and New Year's. Why don't you not eat all month in January? And then I'll be impressed.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
We did the weight loss competition and that got scary because we were straight up fasting, not eating.
Yep.
We were all sitting around the office at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and eyes drooping down. Going, well, how long since you ate? 3 days, man. I haven't eaten in 3 days.
Yeah, so I actually do that. I do a water fast for 10 days usually after the holidays. So then, but I still have to taste whiskey because it's my job.
Right,
of
course,
sure. Yeah.
Science business.
Totally. Yeah. But it's all good. At the end of the day. But so we actually have a rye January.
Oh, there you go.
So, if you think you're going to be dry, you might have to come see me. So we bought a barrel of 5-year-old rye from Old Elk. It just showed up last week. I just looked at the bottle this morning, and it's like, how gone? I'm like, how many do we sell? It's really, really good. It's just one of those that you keep sipping, and you go, oh, my God, I can't wait for it to be cold.
Greg Metz, right?
Yes.
I didn't know they had a rye.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, I've seen the Infinity Blend. I've seen the 4-grain. I've seen the bourbon.
The cigar blends is fantastic.
Yes,
the punch cut cigar blend is one of my favorite.
But I didn't know there was a rye.
Yeah, they have the straight wheat whiskey, which is really, really good after 8 years old. I did a blend for the Whiskey Tribe just last month, October. I've lost my month, October. But yeah, so when I was there, they gave me everything, 15 barrels, 16 barrels worth of stuff just lined up, and I didn't know what they were. And I was just, taste through them. 8:30 in the morning is when I like to get started. when I'm at the distillery. When I'm home, I start at 5:30.
Okay.
With taste room all, I go, okay, I want these. And then pretty quickly, I decided which barrels I was going to buy already. So,
That's
Wow.
cool.
yeah, the rye's really nice. Definitely stopping for it.
Hmm.
Then we can taste this. I don't know what this is.
You have something random
Mystery.
in your pocket?
Yeah, I found it in my pocket. It's something I usually pour when I go to a show or something and when I don't finish it.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's good or not. So
Okay.
we'll see.
Well, do you have any glasses? I'm.
Oh,
You
it's
got a
a-
bottle of water, just rinse the rinse.
Yeah. Here you go.
it's a scotch. I can tell it's a scotch. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna rinse too.
Hmm.
I like random pocket whiskey, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm full of them usually.
Well,
I
can
only
smell
have
the
one
scotch from
today.
here.
Well, you whip the Glencairn out of your pocket so fast.
Yeah, I usually I never leave home without them. Ooh, that's a high. I know exactly what that is. That's pretty nice.
So you know what this is just by
Not-
tasting.
but just from the taste, because I knew what 4 bottles I put in my pocket. So that's the last one left, and clearly unmarked.
Oh,
I'm not a big Scotch guy, but that's pretty good.
Ex-bourbon cast finish.
Well, that's why. The Scotches that I do like are usually when they're in a bourbon or a rum cask or something like that.
I don't blind nearly enough, to recall everything.
Yep.
And I wish I did, because I'm the only one in my house, really. Like when I'm home, and I'm the only one doing it. And I go, Scotch? And you say ex-bourbon, and I go, yes. And I go,
That's really good.
not Isla.
Not Isla.
Okay, that's
Oh,
you're
very
getting
good.
about as far as I'm going here,
Well,
so
that's pretty
hang on.
good. All right.
Tastes pretty good. Let me give you the simple answer.
Pick a region.
I don't think it's Highland.
No, why not?
Isn't I get my regions confused, so
Okay.
Highland's more floral and sweet.
Some Highland's actually the most varied.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Speyside is definitely on the fruitier, sweeter, softer side, and then Lowlands sometimes grassy, but
Grassy,
untreated.
yeah,
Mhm,
grassy, and sometimes All right, but it's Highland.
It's Highland.
Okay,
And cast strength is like, I don't know, 58, 59 or higher.
okay.
Maybe even 60 something this
So now
year.
we've said Highland. I can't get Highland Park out of my brain,
Yeah.
and I have Highland Park 21 open at home, and this tastes like that.
Yes, it is Highland Park, 15-year cast strength, available only at the distillery.
Oh, okay. So I was only a couple years off.
So they don't do a ton of cast strength scotches, huh?
They do. They
They
just
do?
sell it here.
Correct.
So maybe we'll take that road trip to Scotland and.
Oh my God, Orkney is awesome. Definitely go there.
If you go into the typical American liquor store and you see all those scotches, you might see one cask strength in there, and it's generally just a lot more
so
price wise. So
Mhm.
I feel like you just don't see them that often.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them you find more in independent bottlers.
Yep.
Right, like the signatory single cast nation. Oh, next Saturday, depending on what time you get done hunting, we actually have a half barrel. It's the first time I've ever split a barrel with somebody, only because they got to pick it before I did. But it's all good. They're up in Massachusetts, really nice guys. And we have a single cast nation 9-year Aaron finishing the ex-bourbon cask. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Sounds good. That was actually, Ryan, that was probably one of the first scotches I enjoyed that I really enjoyed. I really liked.
Okay, I think I tried to get him on Glenfarclas 12 last year just because I know he likes sherry and he likes that sort of finish.
But that has I think the bourbon barrel aging finish is what really did it for me. That was good.
So not sherry. So we want ex-bourbons for you.
Yeah, ex-bourbon. The one that had a Glenlivet that was finished in a bourbon or rum cask. That was very good. But that's even better. You know what's great about this? Like I taste it in my mouth right now, and it's enjoyable. Usually with Scotch, you take it down, you're like, I'm not, I don't know. But like I enjoyed the finish, and I enjoy it still, mingling in my mouth, kind of thing.
So you met the first Scotch you liked then.
Oh,
pretty
it
much.
happened with you. I was hoping to do this.
Sorry.
So that's
This is a
That's-
Highland Park 15 year.
what I've been trying to explain to Tom since we started this for years, really, is that there's such variation in Scotch. You need to try a lot.
Yes.
And you can't just go, ew, Scotch. Like if you do
Yeah.
that, your brain's going to constantly tell you why you shouldn't have it.
And if the first one's the one you had, which is usually Lefroy 10 or something, or an Ardbeg, you're like, oh, man.
Floyd Carderas.
Yeah, it's Scotch it's Gaelic for friendship. Yeah.
I had it. I was like, wow, that's got some power, and I'm like, I don't like it.
Do you know which scotches you had? What year?
It was probably 2 years ago or something.
2 years ago, it would have been a Madeira. Oh no, 2 years ago.
It was
would have
Madeira, I think.
I wasn't Madeira.
I think it was Madeira.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Well, 2 years ago it was Warehouse One.
Uh,
I don't know. Warehouse One's my favorite.
I gave you the bottle, I think.
He came into my office and he goes, ew, and he hands it over to me. And I went, thank you, sir. You're a good friend.
Yeah. No, I mean, no, I don't think Madeira was a while ago, but they had they had white port cask. And
I know I had a Warehouse One, but that's gone now.
Yeah, we still have a few bottles. So I bought like 3 cases, just Warehouse One cartridges.
Oh, wow.
Loved it because that was the year that I went to visit 2 years ago. In 22 was when they were releasing Warehouse One. So I was like, yeah, that's good stuff. It reminds me of if I miss being in Scotland and being on Islay, I just drink that and I'm right there.
Oh, that's the way to do it. I think when I do Isla, it's a night. You know, it's going to be tonight is Isla night, and my wife will come downstairs, and I'll be in the kitchen. And I'll have everything lined up or whatever, and she's like, "I'm out of here."
But does your wife like bacon?
Yeah, she likes bacon.
Good. Then we're gonna have to fix that.
Get her on some Ardbeg.
Well, no. So no. So breakfast whiskey.
Breakfast. Oh,
breakfast whiskey.
Breakfast whiskey.
That's a concept
Scotch?
I've never
Have
thought of.
bacon and then go and pour yourself some Port Charlotte heavily peated.
Oh, I got a
Half
bottle
the
of that.
Yeah, have the bacon first, chew on it, right, and then half the Scotch. And then you're gonna go, what peat? This is just lovely smoke.
Ah, because
Yeah.
I have a
Interesting.
Port Charlotte 10 open, I think, right now.
Definitely try that. It really works. And so that's my breakfast whiskey, is something peated with bacon.
And that doesn't blow out your palate for the rest of the day?
Nope. And you can. My manager Jen, I broke her peat meter. She hated peated whiskey. She was like, there's Band-Aids and rubber, and so every Thanksgiving morning we do this, and now she no longer. She goes, oh, that's just nice and smoky. I'm like, oh crap. Can I tape that nice and peaty and smoky coming out of your mouth? But so I did that first couple of years. I'm like, here, have some of this maple thick cut bacon. And then chew on it. I go, pour yourself some of that. She's like, really? I'm like, look, if you don't like it, just dump it. And so she actually tried it, and she's like, oh, this is kind of nice. She went for 4 more pours. I knew my job was done. So you asked what does whiskey mentors do? That's what I do.
There you go. I like
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much for making this trip and for coming on our show.
Yeah, welcome.
It was so a pleasure to meet you, and I think Tom and I are both heading out your way now.
You're better?
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much. Have a
Yep.
great weekend.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yep, you too.
And thanks for the Highland Park, too.
Yeah, the Highland Park is
Finish
good.
If you like it, finish it.
I will. I'm not going to turn down a little bit of Highland Park.
Hey.
Absolutely.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, Tom. You're gonna.
It's high enough proof.
You can have. Yeah, you can have a
Okay.
little sip of mine there,
Throw
buddy.
a half in there.
You do it. I'm not pouring on your cell phone.
It's waterproof.
Your cell phone is waterproof?
Yes, the Samsungs. See, you're an Apple guy, so Samsungs are naturally waterproof for a small period of time.
Thank you.
Maybe the new ones. I don't know.
I don't know. Mine's fallen in the water a few times.
Oh yeah, I take it. You could go. They have underwater photos you could do.
I think we should find out whether or not your phone is whiskey proof.
Ooh,
Absolutely, yes.
the gaskets may not hold up. Depends what the proof is. The alcohol.
All right, guys. Thanks. Have a good one.
Bye.
Take
Thank you
care.
so much.
Where to find me? Come see me.
We will. Where are we at, Ryan? 731 Redemption Barrel Proof High Rye Bourbon 9-year.
4:00 in the afternoon. We are 731 lots deep.
I think it's like we're doing a countdown, like for New Year's or something here.
Yeah, we can put a little.
We're 73% of the way through.
That's about right. Hunter, jump in here for a minute. Come on over here and get on mic. If you want, you can bring your chats. I see you talking with Sean and some of those other guys on YouTube and on. Yep, you can get in.
So what's the? I'm staring. A couple lots up is Redwood Empire.
Oh, dude. Redwood Empire. I've been buying these things for years because my local gets a good distribution of Redwood Empire.
So they do. My locals do too. So let's talk about this for a second because I'm curious because it seemed like they were poo-pooed. No, but they were a forgotten whiskey.
California
They
distillery.
were a forgotten whiskey. And I had one. It was very good. And then all of a sudden, the last few months, all of a sudden they seem to pick up a bit.
So I think I poured you Emerald Giant, the rye.
Mm-hmm.
And what I picked up the other day
It was
was
a Titan.
Screaming Titan.
I mean,
And
too.
it's awesome.
Okay, so
It's so good.
it's next on the rotation to open, and I've heard I saw some chatter on the social media for this Titan. I'm like, oh look, Redwood Empire is getting some press time, and now I'm like, well, do I open it or do I
I've
keep
got
it?
2 inches left in my Screaming Titan. That
Okay.
sounded weird. But I'm afraid to finish it because I know I'm never going to find another one. It's a spicy, delicious. It's got
Bourbon. What is it?
It's bourbon. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's a weeded bourbon. And
Yes, it is. That's why I bought it. I go, ooh, a weeded bourbon. I like weeded stuff.
I've never had before a California weeded bourbon.
Right. Are they still sourcing, or they got their own distillate at this point?
No, I'm pretty sure they're into their own distillate right now.
That's cool.
Hunter, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
So I got this message from Hunter. It says, I'm stuck in traffic. I got to get off the highway over here. The highway's closed.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
72.
You don't have to lie to us. You could just say.
Yeah, we went on Google Maps.
just
No
woke up,
highways were
man.
closed.
It was 72. I had to go through Southington.
Next time you're going to have to take a picture of the closure.
I will.
Because we looked on the Google Maps and there was nothing. There's no traffic backup.
You
I
know,
messaged.
you did. No, yeah. In Japan, if the trains are running late, they will issue everybody a note that you can bring to your boss.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well then I don't think Hunter has an option in
Yeah.
Connecticut.
Also in Japan, if you fall asleep in a conference, they honor you because you're working so hard that you're tired, and if you fall asleep, that's a good thing. That means you're working. You're
We are
putting
not
in
going
time.
to institute that at Good Bottle Auction.
Exactly.
Because I found this really great office space in Tokyo.
Oh,
It was
man.
closed.
It was closed?
It was closed.
Yeah, okay.
It was like the ramp going on to 72.
I can believe that because anytime anything happens there, it's like Thunder Alley, and one lane closes, you're done.
I
And
believe
everyone
you.
has to merge into one lane, and then we have to start at like Frankie's and work our way through Queen Street, and then get back on the highway, where everyone's in one lane. And it just takes forever.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in traffic jams that even Google didn't know about yet. So something about Connecticut or the Northeast, they form. I don't know if it's the high rate of accidents or what, but
We are into the Russell's Reserves over here.
yeah, they're going for stupid money.
No, I don't know. I see some very solid mid prices in here.
The 15-year was going for $475, $500.
Oh, the 15-year. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
So let's face it. Russell's Reserve 15-year is not only whiskey of the year. I think that bottle's moving into legendary status.
That's why I'm not opening the two that I have.
Yeah. Okay. So I would just like to say that Ryan Brecklin, me, bought a bottle at retail, $250.
Is that real retail?
Yes, that's actual retail, and shared it with everybody until it was gone, and it was gone so fast.
What was
You
that?
helped put it into legendary status then.
Yeah. Well,
You're a
now
pioneer.
everybody around here is hoovering them up and not opening them, and I don't get to go back and taste it again.
I have 2 bottles. Maybe when I find a third, I'll crack one open.
Oh, that's nice, and then I get to have a taste of yours.
Wait, what bottle was it?
Russell's
Russell's
Reserve
15.
15-year.
I have a standing order. If you see it at a retail establishment for $300 or less, actually probably $350 or less at this point.
We just sold them
Buy
for
it.
$475, Tom.
Right. There's some
That's
retailers
what that bottle's
don't,
worth now.
there's some retailers that don't watch our auctions, so they don't know how good or bad they got it.
I think this is the only year for that release. I don't have full data.
Somebody told me that the 13-year is a regular, but the 15 was a one-shot deal or something.
Yeah, like the Gold Spot 9-year, Gold Spot 13.
Yeah.
You're only going to see it once.
Right.
Well, a little off topic, but I did peer pressure Tom in opening up his old Fitzgerald.
Oh, you did?
I peer pressured
Yeah,
him.
Today?
the 8-year-old yesterday, or no, a
It
couple
was,
weeks
it
ago.
was like a week ago.
Well, you
The
bought
nine.
what? You bought what at the auction last night?
The 14 and the 11.
You bought a 14-year and 11-year. You open the 14 right away. This is why, kudos to Hunter. Buys a baller bottle, opens it right up, shares it with everybody around
Yep.
here.
Got
And
it.
you did that with your Whistle
It was
Pig.
good. Thank
It
you,
was
sir.
good.
Thanks for sharing, man.
I got Whistle Pig 10. We could try. I want your guys' opinion on it. I feel like after listening to Irene there, I was like how would she handle something that's got so much that tastes like a meal? Forget a whiskey. It's so finished, or has so much flavor to it. Is she actually turned off by it?
First of all, how awesome of a guest is she?
Oh, she's cool. She's got too much knowledge because I'm just sitting there trying to take notes, and you're like,
I was gonna say every guest we've had so far on this show, I feel smarter after they left the room.
yeah,
Yeah, right. And I hope we can continue to do that, by the way, and bring people in who are both local to us but knowledgeable about this space, whether it's whiskey. I mean, you've noticed that Nick isn't just picking whiskey barrels. You know, he's actually really into wine. So is Irene. She's got 1,200 bottles in her wine collection. And in fact, that's more than she had in her bio. She said she's got 1,200. Looks like she's added a little bit. But yeah, you should feel like you're learning something or expanding your knowledge. I hope that's one of the goals of the show, not just to sit here and break hunters' balls.
Yeah. It gets boring after a while, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I do that Monday through Friday.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, when he shows up.
Yeah, when I'm
Shots fired.
I like the little vial of scotch you brought.
She just whipped out pocket whiskey.
Years ago, it'd be a flask. She's got a vial or whatever, you know.
And she had the mini Glencairn in her pocket too. And I was like,
I found those mini Glencairn. I have 2 in my house now, and they are very handy for.
Yeah, because you used to walk around and drink out of the bottles in my office.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a glass. Now I got glasses.
He did that to my whistle pig.
What? Why do you do that?
I was walking out the door. He goes, "You got to try this." I would love to. There you go. Hey, it's fantastic.
Well, you know, I come into your office with the Dixie cups because I don't want to wash it afterward.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we do need a dishwasher here for all these Glencairns.
So that's what we should do. We should get a
dishwasher and a new microwave.
You know, the microwave isn't a big a new dishwasher and a fancy toaster or something to reheat food.
Ooh, air fryer.
Yes, yeah, that's the one.
Air fryer.
They do it. Well, they do.
No.
now.
The one I have this thing at home.
Yeah.
It's got it's a bigger unit. It's about the size of a microwave, and you could reheat toast. It has settings for bagel. Has air fry, convection. Huh?
It's got it's a combo unit. Ours at home
It's a
has
big.
that too.
It's a picture of a huge toaster oven or a miniature oven.
A miniature oven.
And we use that more than anything else. But
All right. So we have 200 and something lots left to go. We're on smoke wagons, which, by the way, smoke wagon was one of those things we couldn't get it in Connecticut for a very long time. And on my way through New York all the time, I would stop and pick it up. I'd pick up bottles for other people.
Sure.
I like just about everything I've had from them.
yeah, nothing.
You know?
No, I love everything. The same.
I'd like to get my hands on some of those more legendary batches, some of those barrels that got picked early on. That would be interesting. We got a Springbank coming up too. I almost thought this Scotch was Springbank, but
I thought that was really good.
I'm so happy Tom found a Scotch.
But it's a Highland Park 15-year cask strength.
I have the 21 at home, then I'll let you try.
Is that even woodier or smokier?
Again, I don't know enough about it, but I think Chris Perugini was saying that the Highland Park different age statements are slightly different whiskeys, not just the same
Correct.
distillate
Yeah.
aged to different levels. I think that they're different whiskeys within the distillery.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say there's a lot of bottles going off, and this looks like a lot of fun. I hope the people who are listening and watching and bidding are enjoying all the work. And I also want to say nice job to Vinny and Hunter, because you guys cataloged 1,300 and something lots this fall. You had to write descriptions for every one of these bottles. You had to make sure that they got labeled twice.
Yeah.
And that they stayed organized. And then we got to ship all these things out.
Well, that's not our department. So.
No, it's going to be Hunter's department.
Oh,
See,
He's just finding out now he's getting back to shipping.
it's fun, but then when you get to the pinhooks and there's 30 of them, that's when it's not fun.
Well, because it's repetitive.
Yes.
Well, that's what I said to
Okay.
Irene. I kind of, as beautiful as yesterday's was to behold, I like the variety of Saturdays. You know.
Okay, yeah. Well,
the mix of things.
there's a lot more Scotch in today's auction than there was in yesterday's auction. Yesterday was very bourbon heavy, and this is interesting to see. Very interesting to see the numbers go up, to see the people who are bidding, what they hold on to, a few more bid points, and what.
All the usual suspects seem to be the ones getting the activity.
Sure.
For good reason. I'm looking at everything here. Stag Juniors or Stag straight ups are going off now. Lots of variety in pricing for the batch or the year. Earlier ones definitely seem to be going for more.
Yeah, well, that's the theory of the law of diminishing whiskey. So as time goes on, more people taste a whiskey, and more people suggest it or recommend it, especially if it's a good bottle.
Yep.
And then few of them remain because they get open and they disappear over time. And this attrition of earlier and sometimes better batches or releases is just part of what makes them more valuable.
That's why if you talk about investing in whiskey, that's kind of what I look for is what is going to be timeless, what is going to be gain traction and they're making less or none of.
Well, then what I won't do is come right out and ask you how many bottles of Boss Hog 10 you bought.
I have several.
I said I wasn't going to ask. So let's try it then.
Yeah, definitely.
Why not? Is there any in today's auction?
I think it was all on Fridays.
Yeah, it was all yesterday.
Let me see a dab of water there. Anybody else need to clean their cups?
I
So
rinsed out here.
So all the Boss Hogs is all about finishing. Now I know finishing used to be a big.
This is blended and finished, though. I think
It's a blended in. It's straight rye whiskey, aged in craft mead cask and aromatic resin barrels. I don't know what aromatic resin barrels are. Mead cask, obviously we know what mead is, and then the Boss Hog 9 was fig nectar and something else delicious. Tempura. Yes. So
I'm gonna have to Google what Tempura is.
you'll see it like, oh, okay. See, now my cup.
It's a liqueur.
So my
Traditional Greek liqueur.
Do you need another
Well,
one?
that checks out with fig.
Yeah.
I'm
makes
losing.
sense.
I'm losing interest in scotch again. It's staining my glass. my glass smells like scotch.
Tempura is a dark orange-red Greek liqueur.
Derived from what?
Stand by. Wikipedia. It's prepared by sweetening and flavoring various types of distillate alcohol with herbs and spices. It's a derivative name, Tempura, which comes from the Italian word tinctura, like a tincture.
It's a tincture.
Yeah.
Did you clean your glass up?
I did. You can pour me about half as much as you just poured. This podcast's about to get interesting.
No, we've been sitting here, 3 hours now?
Let's go.
Yeah, 3 hours, 17 minutes. I mean, we kind of got a late start because Vinny and I had some technical issues. So
You guys always have technical issues.
You are,
issues.
you are recording all of this so that we can break it up and push it back out later. Yeah, good. I remembered to hit the record button.
Yeah.
Good, because I think we take the whole Irene Tan segment, break that out, and push it out separate.
I agree, and you should certainly hook her up and give her some content for her
Oh yeah.
socials.
Unfortunately, the camera wasn't working, but Vinny very cleverly put her biopic up
you
there.
saw that.
I saw that you
I
put that on the
saw that.
stream, and I was
asked-
like, you know what? That's way to go.
I asked her nice and nice. I was like, listen, we're having technical difficulties. Would it
But-
be cool?
The audio is good. I'll take that whole segment as a little podcast segment for
Oh,
sure.
yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just so people can listen to it.
I downloaded some app on my phone trying to get into OBS, but then it was like, oh, but you need to download a plugin for OBS. I'm like, I'm not messing with the stream. any
Yeah,
further.
no,
Nope.
no, Vinny, it's okay. Listen, these things happen. We learn every time. You know, we're using a podcast board. We can't get the output from the podcast board in right, and then the camera's back on top of it. We'll try some different cameras.
Vinny's already hinted that the problem is that we have to transfer the equipment from here to the auction gallery. So naturally, the next thing is, well, why can't we have two setups
Well, that would fix everything.
and spend more money
I
on
have a
equipment?
permanent studio in here.
I'll tell you what. Get the studio nice first, like we talked about,
Okay.
and then we'll chat.
Ryan and I are in cahoots. I'm like, we're gaslighting you into a
Another
into a
$5
second
grand worth of
studio.
equipment here.
Yeah, I mean, we could. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Oh, Vinny, I don't think you were here, Vinny. We're gonna have our guy Steve fix up the room.
Yeah.
We're gonna put a heavy door with a window over there.
Uh-huh.
The studio's gonna have its own bathroom. We're gonna clean up the bathroom, and then we're gonna have move that whiteboard thing, paint the walls, so we have a background, and then we could turn the table too, so it's more normal.
We could do We could do our Tonight show setup
Oh,
at that point.
we chatted about that. I don't know how. I don't know how you're gonna do that.
I'm gonna make this happen.
Ryan wants to put that setup in the
auction hall.
gallery.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Last night, and I was debating whether or not I was going to talk about this on the podcast, but last night was an eye-opening experience for us at the live auction.
Go ahead, go get one.
Hunter, you can have a glass of whiskey with us. I want to know what you think about
I wanted that one.
the Boss Hog 10.
Grab me one too, friend.
We sort of assumed that hosting a whiskey tasting and a food event, that everyone would behave themselves, you know? Like, it's almost like we needed a guide of how to comport yourself at a public auction, right? You think you should write that? I mean...
You know, it's odd about how few people have attended an auction.
Okay. So, an individual... We had some whiskey, let's just say that, and then started like going over to other people in the auction and going.
They got very friendly.
Yeah, I got very friendly, but loudly said, "Hey, don't bid on that. I'm gonna bid on that." And I went, "Well, if you did that at Sotheby's, or if you did that at an auction back, I've been doing auctions a long time. If we saw you doing that at our auction, you would be asked to leave instantly." There's no collusion. There's no shenanigans. Don't walk over to someone and tell them not to bid on something so loud that the auctioneer couldn't be heard, or stand in front of someone else who is actively bidding. I'm just saying, if there was a guide to how to behave at an auction, that would be said in the guide, right? You guys don't agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's I forget auction guide. It's just kind of makes sense, you know.
It's tacky, Tom.
It's tacky.
It's tacky.
I'm going through all the bids here, and I'm trying to see if what's out there still.
There's still a lot of bottles. You got over 200 bottles left in this sale.
I know. I forgot we decided to do alphabetical this time.
There's one I want to talk about.
Okay.
Before I
Hunter?
place a bid on it, yes.
Okay, what's that?
The Waterford Hunter.
Oh, it's
I feel
called
like I need
Hunter.
that. Yeah,
All
I
right,
feel
so-
like I need that.
so-
Have you had Waterford?
No, so
I have had
Waterford is
We were just talking about this. You can't tell anybody else not to bid on it.
yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Now you've just declared to everybody what you're bidding on.
So now it's going to go up to 1,000.
Tyler's gonna come in and like mess with you now.
Yeah, well, you bid like anyone else. That's the rules. You can bid freely. But now anyone listening to this is probably going to jack you up.
I mean, it is what it is.
So Waterford, the guy who created Waterford, and I'm on their website now trying to.
Great
Piecemeal.
article about this from Chris Perugini on Forbes.com.
Oh, nice!
Talks all about Waterford and the terroir.
They're all about their terroir. So they'll actually terroir is the flavor of the earth. As a wine, people use it all the time. That's why wine grapes here taste different than wine grapes over here, so on and so forth. So they took the same concept of terroir and brought it to Irish whiskey, and they're buying one farm's worth of barley from this one spot in Ireland, and then they make a whiskey with just that.
And then change the water too, I think, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the water, the
Artisanal water and
barley,
things like that.
they're using everything in one spot. So you're tasting a certain area of Ireland, for example. So really good concept. I have a feeling they're very popular in Europe, and I think they're just another forgotten whiskey.
I don't think they're forgotten at all. I think that there's a lot of choices on a shelf. When you walk into a liquor store, you walk into wherever you're going to choose. If there's 4 bottles of Waterford there, you're already overwhelmed by that many Waterfords, right?
Mm.
If I walk in and it's something that I like, then yeah, I'm going to pick one up, and I absolutely want to experiment. I think so much focus goes on bourbon. So much focus goes on wine and even tequila sometimes. I think Irish really gets overlooked, right? Redbreast 27, we sold a bottle last night. It's one of my all-time favorites. You know, it's a rare whiskey. It's hard to come by. They just came out with an 18. I was talking about that last night. But Redbreast 21, that's my number one. It's my number one favorite Irish of all time. You know,
I had that in Ireland, actually.
did you?
Yeah.
The 21 year?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you think?
So smooth.
Yeah.
Even I know this is like way different. Jameson over there too, so smooth. It's like so different from Ireland to here. I don't know how to explain it, and it's also really cheaper over there as well. obviously.
Well, there's a
But-
whole ocean worth of expense removed from it.
But it's just, I don't know. I think that's hard to explain. I don't know.
Jameson was the first time that I went from drinking my father's whiskey up to something better.
That was the first thing
And
I drank too.
that should tell you a lot because my father drank Canadian Club and he mixed it with ginger ale. And when I was a kid growing up, I'm like, I guess this is what adults drink. They drink Canadian Club and ginger, CC and ginger. And I was like, yeah, I got turned 21 and I went to the bar. And I'm like, give me a CC and ginger. And the bartender goes, did you just order an old man drink?
Yeah.
I get that all the time.
Why, what do you order?
Whiskey sour.
That's
Amaretto
good.
sour.
Amaretto
Amaretto
sour.
sour is good.
Amaretto sour. That's a tasty drink.
Midori sour.
My dad turned me on to that.
Midori
And
sour.
it's trash, but just to break things up, I will get 7 and 7.
7 and 7. Wow.
And they're like, did you fall out of a time machine?
Vinny, most
We know
of
it.
the,
Yeah,
yes,
we
you
know I did.
come out of a time machine. You still have a TV set with legs, don't you?
I got to adjust the rabbit ears when I go home.
You have a console stereo in your living room, don't you?
Boombox.
Don't judge me in my 45s.
He's still waiting for the new Chubby Checker record to come out.
Tom's like, who?
Chubby Checker? I know who that is.
That Boss Hog's pretty good.
This
It's
is probably my
smooth.
favorite Boss Hog. I wasn't.
It's smooth, and then it just gets like real warm after.
Real warm, and then there's a lot of flavor to
Yeah.
it. And the honey,
You guys in your tasting notes are hilarious. After
I'm not
Irene
an
Tan
expert.
coming in here and Nick Conti coming in here, you guys, warm. It's smooth. Like, what does smooth taste like?
Exquisite.
Tastes like
Very
exquisite.
exquisite.
It's warm flavor. No,
I,
that's not
I
a
get
note.
a lot of honey on it.
Tell me something that honey. There you go.
I get a lot
you
of
get
honey on it.
honey.
is a lot of honey. It's a honey bomb.
I'm not an expert. All right.
I get honeycomb. I get a little wax out of it too.
Well, yeah.
But I think there was scotch in this glass, so mine's gonna be a little bit tainted.
Well, that's what I was hard to get the scotch smell out of my glass.
You want a Dixie cup?
Less dishes.
Rye. How much of this is rye? Is it all rye?
Yeah, straight rye.
Straight rye. All right. So,
Sweet.
but that honey. Now that you've said it, I hate it when somebody says a note and then you can't taste anything else. out of
Sorry.
it. Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, he asked for it.
I know.
You asked for.
I got a little graham cracker too. Almost a little Pop Tart.
So I want to know what I've never had a
Toaster strudel?
toaster strudel.
Toaster strudel. That might be it. That white icing, that crappy, cheap Cinnabon white icing. You know what I'm talking about?
That is solidified,
yes.
and you have to warm up.
You're
with your
making
own
me
hands.
hungry.
I
Yes.
had one the other morning.
Yes, Cinnabon.
Yeah.
What are you, 4 years old?
Sometimes.
Wait,
Don't
this
put
is
it past
Hunter's
me.
the same guy who orders chicken tenders for lunch.
Chicken tendies.
Yeah. Yes. With ketchup.
Well, so did Mike the other day.
Hunter's also the guy who goes, I'm a man, damn it. I don't care if I order chicken tendies.
They're great. You can never go wrong with chicken tenders.
I mean, you can.
Yeah, but you can go better.
Yes. Good. You're at the bottom, my friend.
My son's 10. He still gets chicken tendies.
We would be great friends.
There's 2 cases of chicken tendies in my garage that were supposed to be eaten on Thanksgiving.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Chicken tendies on Thanksgiving?
Did I tell you? I was telling somebody this. So my brother-in-law deep fries everything. He gets a deep fried turkey. We deep fried 3 turkeys.
Okay.
And then he brings 2 bags with deep fried Brussels sprouts. Those were great. And then he brings 2 bags of chicken tenders and fries. I don't know if he thinks he's making it for the kids or what the story is. But I'm like, we don't need that food. There's tons of food.
Real talk. If there was chicken tendies at Thanksgiving, I would go for the chicken tendies. I do not like Thanksgiving turkey.
Deep fried turkey is really good.
I have not had it.
It's juicy. It's deep fried.
Yeah, if you
It's
don't
deep
leave it in
fried.
too
You
long.
can't go wrong.
Yeah, fine. Well, you're not like a sides guy, though?
Oh, stuffing. I live off of stuffing.
Oh, I hate stuffing.
Oh, well,
Whoa, 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 Hunter.
I'm a chicken tenders guy.
My family makes some really good stuffing, Vinny.
We don't do giblets. We do sausage.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Italian thing. That's an Italian
Yeah.
thing.
I do Park brand sage sausage in my stuffing.
Yes.
Ooh.
And you know what?
That's a Park. Yes.
Yes.
That's
So-
what was in there.
And what totally ruled this year is I wound up with the wrong stuffing mix instead of cubes. I got that sort of crumbled, dusty type stuff. And we were like, no, there's not going to be enough structure. So we did pumpernickel cubes mixed with some of the loose stuffing and then did, the onions and the sausage and all that. It came out great. It came out really good. I'm gonna go home and eat a stuffing sandwich tonight.
I haven't been home to eat any stuffing or leftover
We had pizza
turkey.
yesterday, but I still had a stuffing. All right, I'm gonna really trash myself down here. A stuffing burrito. I just needed
What'd you
something
find-
to convey it.
So wait a minute, what'd you find?
I had a tortilla.
A tortilla, and then
And
you
I-
just
A tia?
and you just put stuffing in it.
I slapped some
Did you put some sauce in there at
mashed
least?
potatoes, some Ray's secret sauce, and some stuffing.
Wait. What's the secret sauce?
And did you wrap that
Oh,
in
it's like
tinfoil
horseradish.
and step into your Ford Taurus?
No. I stepped into my living room.
What did you drink with that?
Hold on. Let me guess.
I think we all have the same thought here.
No, I'm gonna get. I have
Not-
mine, but we'll
Not
wait.
at that time of night.
Grape Kool-Aid.
What time was it?
We probably got home around 10:30.
Mm,
By that time we were
11.
done
11 actually.
BSing. Yeah.
Trying to
11.
think of what's the more white trashy thing that you drink with that burrito.
I think I just had water.
Not
Wow.
Tang.
Oh.
Not Tang. So, what's the orange?
Bug
Drink.
juice.
Sunny D.
Sunny D. Sunny D, baby. Jimmy Dean premium pork sage breakfast sausage roll. That is what the secret ingredient is for my mother-in-law.
That sounds delicious.
Into the stuffing.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. The
Her
round,
stuffing is excellent.
Yeah, my father-in-law wanted the Park brand. He's always wanted that.
Is
He
that
didn't harass me about it this year, but
Park Lynn or Park?
Park brand.
Is that like a special thing?
I think it's a local. Hang on, I'll have to look it up.
Park's famous flavor pork sausage.
That's it.
Kind of a plain looking.
Yep.
Hot and sagey. Is that?
Yeah, not hot. It's just sage. It's hard to find.
Yes.
It's really hard to find. I wonder where it's made. But
New Britain?
is it from New Britain?
No, I'm guessing.
New Britain.
Now, since you said honey, that's the only thing I could taste.
But now since we're talking about Thanksgiving
Sage.
leftovers, again, I'm like, I wish I could smell.
Oh yeah, you're a
I
little.
can taste, but I can't.
Vinny's all duffed up.
You
848. We're closing some handy Sazeracs right now,
Oh yeah, let me check.
which was really funny to get Hunter on the handy jokes last night.
I didn't think of anything until you said it, and then I said that one last lot, and I was like, then it made me laugh.
well, I kind of trashed it up further, and I don't know how how much I'm willing to discuss on the air.
Trashed
came
it
around
up
the-
further.
Well, he came around the corner, something about handies, and I was like, "Don't touch my dingle."
Oh, yeah. I guess there are a lot
We
of
do have a
perverted
lot of
names in
dingles,
whiskey.
by the way.
Well, we sold a lot of dingles, yeah,
Yeah.
and we sold a lot of handies.
Buy one, get one. No, I didn't. No, take that back.
I'm gonna go with neither, since we're live. There's a lot of interesting stuff that's still closing out in this auction, like some Russian vodka,
Vodka.
So that was
vodka.
supposed to be Siberian vodka. That was supposed to be really sought after, and of course you can't get it now. But
Got a bunch of very old St. Nick's. We've got more Dusty Minis coming up, and then we're gonna crack into those Waterfords. There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of Wellers too. Right after the Waterfords. I
Tell me
think.
you're actually bidding on the Hunter one.
I can't disclose that on the air.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't want
Oh, I'm
anything
sorry.
unethical. Yeah, good thing he's not on camera for the big wink.
wait a minute. He's saying I'm bidding on it. It's no different than somebody
That's
sitting
right. His money's as good as anyone else's.
Right.
All right, so
Um,
to answer your question, yes,
Yeah, there's a
But
lot.
also
you're,
no.
you're bidding on it because it's got your name in it.
that's cool.
Wouldn't you? There was like a whiskey named Tom,
Maybe if it tastes good.
or
I
if
don't
you're
know.
like
But
the
it's
guy
only
named
40
Josh, and you see wine.
I'm trying to see what the handies $375 $400.
Oh,
Thomas
so-
H. Handy Sazerac Rye. Relax there, Hunter.
Well, you brought it up again, so that's the only thing I can think about.
Oh no, he's thinking about handy.
All right, guys.
Tullibardine single malt Scotch.
But there's still another one I have to bid on. We all know what that is.
Oh, I know.
What is it? I don't know what it is.
My piggy.
Oh yeah, Hunter's been screaming about getting a Whistle Pig piggy bank
We have
for
like
a long
3 of
time.
'em.
Yeah,
I
they're
know.
coming up.
I just want to pour it out of its butt.
Which one are you gonna bid on?
Wait, it pours
so
out of
I
his
can
butt.
sabotage
Yeah.
you.
You're
No,
telling
it
me
doesn't.
the
You
Whistle
do not
Pig.
Yeah, it
pour
does.
out of his butt.
Yes,
you
it
pour
does.
Out
Pours
of
out of his mouth.
No, go get the thing.
No,
If
sir.
you-
Bring
if
it
you
in.
look on the
We'll put it
screen-
on camera,
All right.
Vinny.
You pour it out. I watched so many YouTube videos. Trust me, I've been researched into this piggy bank.
Maybe I didn't want to believe it came out of his.
What is it the appeal for you? So now I'm interested.
I just want to pour alcohol out of its behind.
You know, there is a technical term for humans who want to do that.
Or I could just buy an empty one online for $30 and fill it up with water.
I didn't think you were a freak like that.
Depending. I just want to pour it out of its,
And you want
Here
to
it comes.
drink pig butt
The cork.
rye whiskey.
All right, you unload it.
Yeah, you'll have to hand it to me so I can put it on camera. So I have to say that especially if you're sampling whiskey and especially cask strength scotch, it's hard to do this in a 4-hour podcast if you don't eat as well.
I loaded up on pizza. I loaded up on pizza before we sat down.
Yeah, that was 3.5 hours ago.
Wait, I'm struggling.
Don't damage it.
Yeah,
You're
you don't own
definitely
it
gonna
yet.
buy it. Yeah.
You're good.
Champagne Clico.
So we got to think about some other guests for the February auction. That's actually worthwhile talking about. We are consigning now for the February auction. All right, let's see.
Oh, it's smaller than I thought.
It is out of his
So this
butt.
is glass. I thought it was ceramic. I've never opened one
It's
of these
ceramic.
up.
There's no way it's glass.
No, this is glass. And you're not kidding.
Yeah.
I'll give you a look right at the Whistle Pigs.
Does it
bunghole.
have udders or is that
No.
nuts too or what?
I don't think.
Look right,
I don't-
right there.
Oh, yeah. I guess there are some genitalia there.
No, there's not. What?
What is
There's-
this?
Oh, yep, there sure is.
Do they sell these currently? I want one.
No, we're selling one right now.
There's
You
three
can
of
bid
them.
on it.
Oh, that's right.
Three of them.
Good,
There's
fantastic.
3 of them.
I need one for the bar.
I never opened the package on this bottle, and I never noticed that the pig has testicles. I don't know if that's what you call them on a pig.
Is that
I
what?
assume.
Well, how do you know it's a boy?
It's got truck nuts.
That could be an udder.
There you go.
That could be
Hand
a
that back to you.
lady pig.
So when you open it and close it, you have to face it upside down, though.
yeah,
Because
right.
if
The pig's facing down when you open it, and then
Yes,
well,
because
it's
when you
got wax
close
on it. Is it a cork or is that a screw cap underneath there?
I don't know. When I buy it, we'll find out.
Woohoo!
Yeah, if you win it right away, then we'll open it up and we'll answer it right here on the show.
Max bid 7,000.
In that case, 6,900.
So I understand the appeal now, Hunter. I'm glad you've shown that to me.
Yeah.
I'm glad we know that the pig has trailer hitch
Also comes
saggies.
with a little coin.
Oh, and then it's a bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
it's supposed to be like a fundraising thing. Like
Yes.
you're putting the cash in there, your ticket stubs to win the bank
Yes.
within.
Oh,
Like it's
okay.
designed for a charity event.
Oh, I didn't know
No,
that
it's
that's
not
what they
because
did.
they is that a different one? 'Cause I've seen them at stores and stuff. Is that the hole right there on the top of the box?
Yeah, like
There's,
where you
there's-
get the
there's a
coin.
coin. There's a coin slot.
Yeah.
Oh,
But the bottle itself doesn't
is that a
have any.
store pick? What's that silver sticker on it too? The top of the box.
I think that's just part of the packaging.
It just says, it's just part of the packaging. And
But look
rye
at
we
there's
trust.
there's gold pigs. There's brownish pigs.
You're supposed to
okay.
scan the code. What?
Was it an NFC thing in it?
There's golden piggies.
There's gold?
There's golden piggies.
There's a gold one. We got to get our hands on a gold one.
Yes,
So
there is.
I heard there was a experimental that had some rare whiskey inside of it too.
Really?
They deny its existence, but one of our clients has one.
So that's something we touched on with Irene, right? So some bottles, some expressions, some blends are so rare that you're not going to get your hands on them. She did a single barrel that was 40 bottles.
They're prototypes.
Those are prototypes, right? And I'll bet you that everything she's picked at those levels is amazing.
Right.
At the very least, it's going to be interesting to someone.
Imagine working at the distillery and having access to all the honey barrels. And you're like, you can't even go to a liquor store and buy a bottle because you're like, that's garbage. I have all this top tier stuff available to me.
It becomes, well, so whether it's a passion or whether it's a job, you do have a job
Right.
to do.
Right.
You can't just wake up at 5:30 in the morning and start slugging whiskey.
Of course.
Well, on Facebook, Mr. Morris says this year, 2024, is a gold pig.
Oh,
Oh, is that so? This is
There we go.
new. I have.
Good?
I'm at the Whistle Pig website here. The Piggy Bank Rye. Yeah, it's a gold. So the gold is brand new.
Why is it gold
Ooh.
now?
I don't know.
Maybe it's an anniversary for the piggy.
I was going to hold up my computer to show you, but that would probably cause a lot of issues with other crap attached to it.
I feel like I have to own the gold pig. I'm a big fan of gold.
Well, if I see it out
10th
and about,
anniversary, he says.
oot and a boot.
How much
It's a
is it?
limited edition
Silver.
pig.
Ryan, it's gold. It's right up your alley.
Yeah, I do.
Goldfinger.
Now I'm gonna have to find one because I passed on one last year. I
I
think
see
I
it.
got offered one at retail at my local, and I was like, I don't know. I'm not gonna drink it. What am I gonna do with the
Well,
piggy
it's
bank?
10-year Whistle Pig's pretty good, actually.
Golden pig.
Okay.
Pig nards.
What did we open? We opened an 18-year Whistle Pig 2 auctions ago. Maybe it was back
Those
in
are,
May.
there's a whole bunch of those coming up, I believe, too.
It's delicious. It's worth it. Buy those.
I think they're floating low right now.
Yeah, well, bid on those because
I already am.
we opened it. It is delicious. I'm going to go down the auction.
Whistle Pig offered them directly, so you probably have to get it from the website.
I've seen them at
What's the thing?
stores. I've seen them at stores.
Maybe reselling.
I don't know.
Can they do that? I don't know.
Dude, that gold pig is bright.
Well, I'm
It
sure
is
it's
bright.
photographed in literally the best light.
3rd edition double marked straight rye whiskey. So, yeah, those Whistle Pig 18s. Don't sleep on those. There's a bunch of them coming up. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
See, I wanted one of those,
9.
but since I went to Old Fitzgerald's yesterday, I got to calm down before my girlfriend yells at me.
Why is your girlfriend gonna yell at you? She's involved in your finances?
She'll yell at me.
Yell at you for what? Buying whiskey?
Yeah,
She should not be your girlfriend.
she's gonna yell at me. I got to slow my roll.
Why?
What if you fed her some of the whiskey?
She
What if
hates
you?
whiskey.
Yeah.
What if she participated in your hobby?
Well, all right. So I'm
Vinny,
moving,
I like the way you're thinking.
I'm
here.
moving with her in a month, right?
Oh, boy.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Yes,
No,
I'll be your
scratch on
best man. Okay. If this is how you're gonna prompose me, sure.
That was gonna be Marcus, but you could be the ring bearer.
All right. So
Take
hang
it.
on. Why does she have any say in what you're spending on whiskey?
She just wants to make sure I'm saving my money properly
For what?
For saving your money for what?
She could save her own money.
because we're gonna be moving in together. She just wants to make sure I'm saving my money together. Or
She's moving into your
nicely.
apartment?
We're moving in together.
Okay.
Lease's in her name.
It is in her name.
Oh, that's why she's making sure you.
Yes.
You're the
Because
tenant.
you're gonna I'll make a prediction here. Very soon, if she's got the lease in her name and you're paying some bills or your half
Yeah,
or your
yeah.
portion or whatever that is, she's gonna want something else to bind you quickly, something else to hold you in place, like
Don't do it.
a diamond ring.
Don't
Oh,
do it.
God.
Because you're not on the lease. It's not like you could just pack up. You could put your things in your RV and go make meth in the desert. You know?
Doesn't sound too bad.
But also, you need to interface with Mr. Morris. He's trying to hook you up with this gold pig.
Oh, does he have one?
Well, he seems to have
Is it Dean?
the root to
I
it.
have
Yeah.
4 gold pigs coming.
You could put the chat up here if you want, Hunter.
I have to.
Dean's a
I'm not
regular
signed in
for
for
us. He was.
All right, let's see.
he was here
says
last
4
night.
gold pigs. All right.
I got it right.
All right. I'm just liking the comments. So, yep, gold pigs. We'll take some gold pigs, Dean. Thanks.
Oh, that was easy.
Suppose if I bought all the gold pigs, I'd be a
Golden?
pig.
Here's what we'll
Gold pigger.
do. They'll take the 3, and I'll take the 4th one for free.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Wait, it's buy 3 get Hunter's
You
free.
got-
Hunter
Yeah.
one.
You guys haven't heard of that?
I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I'm going to hit the head. I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
Sounds good.
Tom, you're in charge.
Oh God.
I'm in charge now.
This is gonna be bad.
No, we'll be all right. What do we got?
Anyway.
What's going on?
Oh,
There's Weller's coming up too.
Did
We're almost through the Waterford.
Yeah. Did I win my hunter?
I don't know. You gotta go check your. You could go in your account and check your invoice.
I
Go
won.
to account billing.
All right.
I won my hunter.
Nice. Nobody decided to jack
yeah.
you up.
No, but someone jacked me up on my whistle pig. Was that you? Was that you?
Which one?
The whistle pig.
I'm bidding away, baby.
Fair.
We're in Weller. We're in Waddy Boone.
It's all
Waddy Boone and Sons 10-year. And then we got Weller World.
Yep.
Weller 12, Weller 12, Weller 12, and more 12. 12s are solids. You can't.
There's a lot of Weller.
Weller's good. People drink it all the time. So let's talk more about your girlfriend.
Oh God.
Let's talk about your upcoming nuptials.
Okay, that's
Yes, 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 yes. So what's her story? What does she do for work?
She works 2 jobs.
Okay.
HR, and she is a server at like a restaurant.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
HR, what does she do? She's like in charge of a section or a department or something?
Yeah, it's so complicated. She tells me about it, and I kind of just doze off. To be
That's
fair,
HR,
but-
baby.
They don't ever want to tell you what they actually do, because the scary thing about an HR person is they're there to protect the company.
Yeah.
Sadly enough.
They literally cannot say anything.
Oh, they could say
Things, but
those the HR ladies, they're professionals, you know. But all right, we're well into Weller now.
Well, that was a quick.
that was all. What did she do? All right.
That was it.
Well, HR. I don't want to. I don't want to go too deep. Where's your apartment you're moving into? What town?
Southington. So I have no excuse of being.
Oh,
right now.
nice.
I have no excuse of being.
So
right.
is that in between, like where she works and where you work,
Yeah.
kind of thing?
Yeah. Well, my other job, it's a little bits of ways, but here it's only 10 minutes.
There you go. Well, that's cool.
So now,
We're in Southington, like on Queen Street, main road. You got like
well,
a good.
technically it's in Plantsville. It's right by. I don't want to say it, but I guess it's right by.
Give
Salty
us your
Dog.
address.
It's right
Yeah.
by Salty Dog.
Oh, nice. So that's cool. You got good little nightlife and stuff
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's not too far. So I have no excuse over the traffic on 72.
You have
anymore.
no excuse. Yeah, you're real close to the building. You
Yeah.
could crawl here if there's
Yeah.
even just 2 feet of snow. You could walk here.
Got no excuse.
That's gonna suck for me. That's to say, I'm doing the opposite of you. I'm moving away.
Well, you're moving back with your old man. What town is he in?
Okay.
That's not bad. Wolkett's right there.
There's
you can throw a
nothing
rocket at Wolkett.
there.
Vinny, there's 3 bedrooms and a finished basement. If you want to move in.
Oh, what are you renting a whole house?
Big condo. It was a big condo. Yeah.
Oh, that's
We-
cool.
She bought the whole thing.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's why I'm stocking up on my whiskey, because I'm gonna make that finished basement into my little man cave. So
There
I
you
feel
go.
like I gotta have something down there.
What does she get?
She owns the whole place.
Yeah.
You gotta get
She
her a
has-
she shed.
Listen, no.
Sheesh.
If it's anything like my wife, she has the entire house, and I have rights to the basement, which she uses anyway.
Yep.
No.
I'm gonna have a
This is a
keypad
sore
down there.
subject here.
I'm gonna have a keypad down there so she can't enter.
Yeah, mine. I have that too, but she still enters. Weller Antique.
You know, I've never had Weller.
It's right in the other room.
That's the one thing I haven't had yet.
There's the Antique 107 and Weller 12. We drink. All the guys here love it.
I heard it's good. We sell it at the bar all the time.
I don't think I have
was-
either.
Yeah.
The CYPB is the really hard to find one. That's the white
Your
bottle.
peanut butter.
It does actually kind of have a little peanut butter
Really?
taste to it. Yeah, choose your perfect bourbon. It's a great. That's a great bottle. Antique 107 and well, I mentioned Poor Man's Pappy. So guys online will take Weller 12 and Antique 107, mix them together, and it supposedly tastes like Pappy. It kind of tastes like a 12-year. I guess I could see that if you do a blind taste. But we're in Ryan. We're in Weller World right now.
I love Weller World.
Yeah, we're in Weller 107 and Weller 12-year world here.
So now that I've the only one in the rainbow I haven't tried is single barrel. Yeah.
So I agree. I haven't tried a single barrel either, but I can't see single barrel tasting any different than, well, I don't know.
Right. No, I don't think you can make a prediction on that because once you
Right.
try, and I'll say this.
Oh, Special Reserve. I've never had Special Reserve. Their
you
basic
haven't?
expression. No.
Special Reserve is good. It's a good, solid Special Reserve bourbon. It should be $30 to $40 a bottle.
Right, but their special. So this is the problem, Weller. Their Special Reserve is their cheapest product they make.
And it's still really good.
Right.
It's really good.
Right.
I was telling him I never had Weller, any type of Weller before. Even
Not
at the
here.
bar.
You never had 107. You never had
Nope.
12.
No.
I'm sure we have some 12 kicking around here.
Yeah.
See,
Is
I
he
got-
asking us to open a bottle of 12? Is that what he is?
No.
There's Weller all over the place.
The thing is, where we are, we're in Connecticut. It just doesn't show up. It just not nearly enough comes here. When it does, it gets put out. It gets put out in bourbon museums. So
yeah, the retailers that want to charge $300 for a $40 bottle and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Irene saw the 1.75 liter we have in the display case for February. She's like, "Whoa!"
yeah, you don't see a 175 of any Weller, not in this part of the country ever. But it goes out to Ohio.
I got one of those.
What'd you get?
A Weller 1.75
Which Weller?
Special Reserve.
Okay, you found that in Connecticut
Yeah.
for a reasonable price.
Yes.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
Now, there's when I went out to Ohio, I can't give away any secret sauce, but I was driving out to Michigan to visit a friend of mine, and I was getting in through Ohio. It was like a Tuesday, and I started hitting liquor stores, which are mostly in grocery stores out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I go into the liquor store, and I'm with my brother, and we're looking around just to see what different kind of bottles there are. And the proprietor of the store walks in, and he goes, "It's Tuesday, boys." And I go, "What? We're here on a Monday or something like that." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Our delivery's on Tuesday." He goes, "If you're looking for the good bottles, they show up on Tuesday. And usually you can tell what we're going to get because liquor deliveries start on Thursday, and they roll every day as you go through the
Yeah,
state.
because it's state-controlled liquor.
Because it's all state-controlled, and they get what they get. But people will follow the trucks around out there in Ohio.
And then they buy a case, and then they sell it to the case online illegally, and they'll buy a case of Weller Full Proof and flip that for one bottle of Pappy or some nonsense.
And you know what? Why don't you buy the case and drive it to Connecticut, and then we'll put it in the auction for you. It's so much less
Absolutely.
work, and it's legal.
Just slap a sticker on it.
But it's true that different things show up in different places. That's one of the coolest things I like about what we do is we have people who come and buy from us, and they come to pick up, and they can sign with us right away. So if you got lucky and picked up Maker's Mark cellar aged, right, and you don't really like Maker's Mark, but you got offered one and you bought it, bring it in. We'll put that in the auction, and then you could buy what you're looking for. Maybe you prefer Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, and you didn't get any this year, or this release, or you missed it. It's going to be available here. Just be patient, and it'll come back around.
Right.
I want to try an Elijah Craig. I haven't tried that either.
Which one?
You got a lot of life to live here.
I'm only 24. Actually, according to... Never mind. We won't go that far.
No, actually, no, we could talk about this, Hunter, if you want. These guys have been
your
playing a
fetus?
game time.
Remember the app you made me download? How much life I've left?
So, yeah, the game that they're playing is how much life they have left to live.
Yeah.
And I think Hunter put in my birthday and some things about
you
me.
had like 20 years, 25 years.
20
or
years.
something.
All right, that's good. 25?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to go 25, man. I'm good for 20.
Okay.
Yeah, 67.
What?
Yeah, I'll be good there.
I think, Vinny, how much did you have? You had 30, right?
Well, you're talking about a different thing. Like we downloaded that horror movie app.
Yeah. How much did you
So
have?
I don't know. You watched an ad and gave me 40 more years. So
Vinny's got a lifetime.
40 more years. How old are you now? You're in your 30s? So you're going to go to your 70s. Most Americans who don't smoke and drink every day will go to 70, right?
I assume
hopefully,
Yeah, we'll
Well,
see.
I got
God
3
willing.
years.
You have 3 years left to live.
Yep.
yeah, that app did you dirty.
Yeah. I think it's my knees. I think they know something about my knees.
You're how old?
24.
24 years old, and he has the knees of an 80-year-old.
He has the same condition my 74-year-old aunt has.
Yep.
You know, they have fixes for this. You can go to a doctor, and they'll give you new knees.
I need new knees.
You need
that's for
bionic
sure.
knees. We could rebuild you. We can make you better.
Yeah, you can do it, man. You can do it. Hey, we're closing in on the end. We're at lot 934.
Yep. We're getting there.
Special reserve up right now. Take your shot at it.
And we got the whistle pigs after.
Yep. There's a whole bunch of special reserves here, and there's a 175 special reserve. It's just you don't see those very often. I like 175 or special reserve neat. It's great. People love to slam that because it's the lowest Weller expression, but it's good. It's tasty.
I hope Tom is back for his whistle pigs. They're coming around the mountain.
Yeah, Tom said he just placed mad bids.
What? He did not.
I think he bid me up on one of them.
What? His money's as green as anyone else's, I suppose. But if he's beating you, then haha. And then 3 piggies. We got the 3.
I got one of them.
Piggy
I'm not saying
banks.
which one.
Okay, well, that's good. That makes it a little more ethical that
I
you're not
have,
telling anybody which one you're bidding on.
An inside line that you're not the only employee. You are not the only employees going for the whistle pigs
Really?
or the piggy banks.
Okay. People are gonna have to get fired. They know I want this for months now.
Yeah.
So,
people have been texting me.
Was
I'm
it
going
you
for the
who were
piggy.
going to do the firing, Hunter?
Pardon?
Are you going to do the firing?
Sure. Bring him in the office.
And the reason you beat me from a piggy bank.
Not only I fire you, I also take the piggy bank for myself.
Okay, Vladimir, relax.
Yeah, it's okay, man. Take it easy.
Sorry.
These
yes.
these are your friends.
Sorry.
The only reason we hired you is because your friends told us to.
That's true.
It's not because you show up on time.
True. That's true. I can't argue with that. That's a valid point.
But anyway, we haven't played through any of our cool sound effects on this podcast.
Well, when you're getting educated, you can't just bust out a. I don't know. What do you got? Ryan! Yeah.
See, someone just bid me up again. I think it's Tom. I think Tom's messing with me right
He's
now.
probably in the bathroom.
I think Tom's in the bathroom.
Tom's in
bidding
the
you up
bathroom
right
messing
now.
with me right now.
Even if he is, his money's green, your money's green. Let's go, baby. How much you going to spend on that piggy bank? How much is it going to cost you for something to put money into?
Anything.
Did you bring more whiskey, Tom? Oh, okay.
Did you bid me up? Yeah, he did.
Sit down so people can hear you. Tom's in the back noshing cookies.
Man.
I feel like the show falls apart about this level. It's usually 3 whiskeys in, right?
Well, the smart people have left the building.
No. I went and had food.
We're sipping.
You know what? I think I know who's bidding me up.
I think I know who's bidding you up too.
Me too.
Yeah, because he's also talking smack to you in the chat. Not in the chat, but on your text.
What are you bidding on?
Hunter's over here bidding on the piggy bank, and he keeps getting outbid. And I think it's Tyler.
Tyler? No, Tyler's not spending a dime.
You trying to say Tyler's cheap?
I think I know who it is. I'm not gonna say anything.
It's not me. My phone was here the whole time.
All right. Tom's got an alibi.
Sort of. It's not like, I guess his laptop is here too, so
Yeah.
he couldn't have used another device to do
He
that.
ran all the way to his office.
No, that's his laptop
that's
from
my
his
laptop
office.
from my office.
Yeah. All right. They're laughing at you. Oh, you can see who's bidding you up?
I think I know
I
who
can't
it
see
is.
who it is. It doesn't matter.
I
18 years
know
are
who it
coming
is.
up here. Guys, 18 years, you go ahead and bid 200 on this. You'll be happy. You'll be
That's
happy
well
bidding
worth it.
200 on this. Get in there, grab an 18 year. There's a couple left.
These 12-year-old whistle pigs too. There was one that was finished in like a maple syrup cask. It's not here, but
You know, they could have the whistle pig. It's fine. It's fine.
You're
It's
getting
fine.
really upset about this.
No, it's fine.
No, come on.
That last one keeps
okay.
going up.
This last one, come on, you can do it.
No,
come
it's
on.
okay.
45 seconds
I
left on the
hope
last
he
one.
likes it. I hope he at least sends me a video of him opening it.
Come on, there's one left,
Or
Hunter.
she-
You can
Dude
bid.
Morris
Come
said he's
on.
gonna get us some gold ones anyways.
Solid
Mhm.
gold.
I feel like Hunter's genuinely upset about this.
I am. I am a little upset. But it's okay. You know?
I'm not gonna buy it for you, buddy. You got 25 seconds left. Come on.
I'm just going to let it run out. I can't do it.
Treat yourself.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
I'll call your girlfriend and give you permission.
I just talked to her. She said it's cool.
You got 10, 12 seconds. I feel like I'm an auctioneer all of a sudden. 8 seconds. Oh, he's
200, 225, 200, 225. Oh, 1 minute. He got it. Who was
That
it?
was the peer pressure.
He's gonna send us the bill,
225 now,
Tom.
Oh my
250.
God, did he get it?
No, it's got a minute.
Oh, it reset.
A reset for a
Reset for a
minute.
minute.
I just want to open it. That's all I,
I
want
just
to
want
do.
to open
Is that
it
the
and
exact
pour
one,
the booze
too?
out of the
This one,
pig's
yes.
butt.
So the one that's sitting on the table in here is the one you just bid on.
Yes.
So if you're successful in winning that, are you going to open it and share it with us?
Are you
Open
sure
it
that's
right
the
now.
same lot number?
Yeah,
Sure. 952. Yeah. All right. Now we're going to see what's inside the pig's butthole.
Come on, somebody screw with
Some
Hunter.
brown
Go,
liquid's
go, go.
going to come out of his bowl. This
If
is
somebody
awful.
really wanted to be a jerk, they'd bid $250.
And I would bid them up again.
Oh,
And this is how stuff gets so lopsided in prices or values.
well, what a
You know
bunch
what's
of
funny? The other one sold for 180.
190, 180.
well, this is good for the seller, right? Because they average it out. So, all right, it's sold. Did you get it?
Oh, I don't know.
You got to check your
I
app.
think you got it.
I won the Hunter and I won this one.
You won the Hunter. Good for you.
Mazel
Now
tov.
I'm in debt.
Don't worry, you'll just win some parlay next week. And,
No, he won't.
I should have put money on the parlay losing weight loss thing.
oh yeah, you predicted everyone's weight loss rank.
Yep.
Who lost the, and it's not like anybody was a slacker on weight loss in October.
No, everyone did good.
But Marcus lost 18 pounds.
All right, Ryan, it's time.
He was wearing garbage bags to sleep so he could sweat while he was sleeping.
Does that
Oh.
work?
It gets the water out of your body if you seal it up, but it doesn't actually make you lose weight.
Cheers, you can break it now.
All right. So, there you go. We got Wild Turkeys coming up. Kentucky Spirits, Master's Keep. You got the 9-year Cornerstone Rye.
Oh, the Whistle Pig with the Pit Viper glasses just went.
You want me to open this
Oh,
on
wait,
camera?
that had a pair of Pit Viper glasses with it? Oh, I didn't know that.
The most
Hang on.
obnoxious
A treat for the
glasses you've ever
stream.
seen in your life.
Oh, yeah, I love them. Those are from the 80s. Those things are awesome.
All right, we're going to open this. Hunter.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's got one of these
Wait,
little
that's
tiny-
lot 950, not 952. No, I'm kidding.
Imagine.
I don't think I can get my fat fingers on the. Oh, Tom, you think your fat fingers are going to pull that thing
My
off?
fingers are...
I need a pair of pliers. All right, there you go.
Oh, yeah. How'd that feel?
Oh, wait, I took his balls with me.
You did show the camera. It's a screw cap.
Oh, that's lame.
Well, otherwise, how does it lie on its side? It has to be a plastic
yeah.
seal.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Hunter, I'll let you pour the whistle.
Oh, I
prig.
see. The balls were covered in wax, too.
they're still there. They just had wax on them.
I don't even want this anymore if it's opened.
Can I return this?
No, you
No,
absolutely
you cannot.
cannot.
There are no returns at an auction.
I always wondered how they have this little piece of tape. Then they must just cover it in wax.
Yeah, it's like
I've seen 'em do
high-end
it before,
industrial
but-
tape.
All right, who's next?
Yeah, I'll take a little bit of that. It's 10-year rye, right?
Mhm.
Nice. Oh, wow.
Yeah, hold on, let me rinse here. Hold on.
No, this thing's cool.
You know what would be cooler is if the neck of the bottle was big enough for you to put spare change in after you were done.
We can do hold $1.50 in there.
Money's money, Tom.
Oh, I gave Tom a big boy.
It's all right. I can handle it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's a lot. Thank you. Oh, it smells good.
I got Vinny.
Solid rye.
That's a great 10-year ride.
Yeah.
Oh, birds.
I like it. Got a little grass in there.
Well, what do you think he's been eating?
That's true. Carrots.
That's delicious. Even for what you spent. That's delicious. Thanks for sharing, Hunter.
Of course.
People are texting me.
Yeah? What are they texting me?
Rob Sincata's texting me about gun stuff.
Dean Morris said, "You have my 951."
Oh, apparently he won 951.
Okay. Yeah,
Is that the one he co-signed here?
I don't know.
Because he said could have had mine at 180.
Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe that was his. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know if I like
Really?
Well, that's just tragic now.
this. Just by the smell of it, I don't know if I like this one.
That's the line of the day.
Did you rinse the cup out?
He bought a $225 bottle of rye, cracked a pig's ass, and then goes, I don't like it. What was I thinking?
I'll trade you something for it, but I get the pig.
No, I don't like that.
Yeah, the grassiness.
Wait,
is
Hunter,
really
have you had
coming
rye
through.
before?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had the Boss Hog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it gets a little better.
Yeah, give it a second.
The drunker you get, the better it tastes.
Yeah, you'll care a lot less.
I'm a little disappointed, but It's good. No, it's actually pretty good.
Okay.
You gotta give it a second.
Okay.
Let's
Tastes like
rewind.
a 10-year rye.
Yeah, let's rewind
I
what
just
I
had my
said.
Mountain Dew palate cleanser.
Oh, Vinny. The amount of blue,
It's what it was
green, and
designed
orange
for.
liquid that you drink.
How much caffeine? Did you ever figure out how much caffeine you're drinking? You might have me beat.
The Gamer Fuel's got 185 milligrams.
Oh, Willets are going
Gamer
off now.
Fuel?
Nice Willet 10-year up 4 1/4. Closing.
Here's your wax in case you want to put it back
Yes,
up your
that's
ass.
very.
Reattach the balls.
Oh, these Willets are always good.
You got the Willets Wolves coming. You got Woodford Reserve. There's still some good stuff left. Plenty for everyone.
It's an interesting lot. 95 Willet small batch rye and a pinhook bourbon single barrel.
Hunter doesn't care anymore. He's just jamming stuff on the table and making noise. Talking off mic. This is fascinating to
Nope.
watch. I mean, it's fun to see all these bottles close and see people getting things.
There you go, bud.
Nah,
There's a Wolves.
I like this.
coming
I'll
up.
give you $150 for it.
There's a Wolves
How much?
coming up here. Rye whiskey.
He's gonna take a $75 loss. This is just like when you gamble.
It's all good. You know,
He
Just-
loses.
just like Vinny said, I have to be drunk and then I'll drink it. And it'll taste.
Oh, well, then you break that out at a party and be able to tell everybody, look at this bottle. I spent so much on it.
I'll just bring it to my bar and sell it.
Don't do that.
Yeah, in case a liquor control's listening, no.
Bad.
Because that would be wrong.
Yeah, you're right. It's wrong. Silly me.
I've never heard of anybody doing that before.
Anything wrong?
Correct.
Wow.
986, and we're going up to 1,003. Man.
Dalmatian.
Wolves. Has anybody ever actually had a Wolves?
I owned one and I sold it and I never opened it.
Really?
Yeah.
Guess I got a bid on it.
No.
Oh, he's
I'm
drunk.
kidding. I'm kidding.
I own one. Never opened it. It's Wolves with a Willet collaboration or something. Right?
There's a couple. There's a collaboration one, and then there's just the Wolves, so I'm not sure which one that is.
Wolves in collaboration with Willet Family Estate.
That
a
was the
blended
one.
straight
That's the one
white.
ending right now.
Yeah, batch 2. I guess I mean, obviously Willet's a great product, but
And it's got
Morris said he was going to offer me his.
Okay.
what, pig?
I don't know. He said I was going to offer you mine.
Yeah, they're trying to cut side deals in the parking lot here.
Yeah, I know. Social media side deals. No
That's
way.
also a big no-no for the auction house is cutting side deals in the parking lot.
Yes, it is.
Listen, I'll take the gold one for $20. Cash.
not a penny more.
Yeah, well, Hunter, I give you credit. You start the negotiation somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, you threw a number out there.
Yeah.
But then,
Probably won't go far.
I'm waiting for him to type ha ha ha.
This is cool. Woodford Reserve. This is the Kentucky Derby 242 to 245. You think we can get couches for the studio instead of chairs?
And saying all
Vinny's been trying to
along.
get a comfy studio set up. If you want, you can.
Maybe it shouldn't be comfortable because I'll just start.
Well, that's what I mean. We're at hour 4 of sampling whiskey and talking about an auction.
It didn't feel like 4 hours. It's a lot of fun talking, just hanging out. I could talk all day.
And
Yep. Yeah, you can.
when I was
What do you say there, Hunter?
I just blew a huge booger out of my nose.
Glad you're not on camera, video.
when we did a radio show, it was hard to not have dead air, right? Dead air was your enemy.
See, I could talk forever. I've talked for 6-7 hours straight.
What, like on a stage or something?
No, like in a car ride, like going to Maine. For
Oh,
6-7
yeah.
hours.
Well, that's sure.
This is that's all we're doing here. This is nothing.
It's a conversation.
Yeah.
So Dean Morris said, I didn't want you to get bid up, so I was going to let you have mine, number 951.
Oh, well, sorry. This is an auction. That's how
I
it goes.
appreciate
But
it.
see,
I
you
appreciate
this is what I was talking about before. auction theory. How come one is this much and one is that much?
Well, the reason why mine was so much because it was the last one.
The last
So
one.
Correct.
the other two people weren't able to get the other two, so they bid that last one up more.
right, but the
hoping-
first and last one seem to be
Yes.
higher. There's a reverse bell curve.
Yeah.
Do you think the
Well-
first and last one were higher?
No,
Well, the
no,
first
but
one
like,
was higher.
there was places where there was Buffalo Trace and Eagle Rare, and some of the first bottles brought the most, and the middle brought a little bit lower, than the end ones brought higher.
Yes.
Because all right, they bid it up, they see it, and they're like, "There's 3 more to go." Excuse me, and then they get desperate at the end.
yes, that's why mine went for.
That's why
30
you was like, yeah, 225,
Yeah.
baby.
I should have kept mine at 950 or whatever the middle one was. But I just wanted to crack open.
These Woodford Reserves are also kind of a forgotten whiskey.
Listen, I like everything I've ever had from Woodford.
Yeah,
Even some of those special releases that are different. I know I've heard some of them get panned, but they're different. Open them up, try them.
the Craft Kitchen Conti's pick that we got is fantastic.
Oh, that double oaked.
They were serving it last night for samples.
Oh yeah, well we have a bottle open in the bar too.
Do we open it yet?
Oh yeah, the staff's been destroying that, so you better get in on it.
That the one we picked up at Craft Kitchen.
Yeah,
Wait, which one?
Woodford Reserve double oak.
Oh, Marcus poured me that
yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah. Oh,
So there's
Wait, we're on our last lot.
really? Last
Yeah.
one?
Yeah. 1 second.
We have to come up with a big wrap up for the show then.
Get your silly little music there.
Oh, you want music?
No, I don't want the silly music.
Come on.
That's an auction, folks.
I had a whole video prepared for your intro, Tom, and then everything went sideways.
That's how podcasts are supposed to do.
We'll
Go
save it.
sideways.
We'll save it for next time. See, I got some music.
That's the music I was talking about.
Yeah.
You gotta have to change it out from there.
You know what? We believe in buying our licensed music. So
Well, why don't you just find some musician who's bored and wants to make something for us, and
and then we're gonna pay them. Yes.
yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Good.
$50.
What's your time worth, Tom?
Their time is worth nothing because they just play music all day long.
Wow!
Listen,
I was
as a-
waiting for Tom to say something horribly insulting to an entire class of people.
All right, right at the last second, he got it.
I gotcha.
All right, that's it.
Good.
That's an
I'll
auction.
pay for good music.
I want to thank Vinny, Hunter, everybody. I want to say R.I.P. to the shipping department.
Please be patient out there.
Yeah, listen, if you're done, you got your invoice.
I have 173 emails to sift through right now.
Good. I'm glad you got something to keep you occupied. Guys, we'll get started on the invoices on Monday. You know what I mean? Give us some time. We'll put together our shipping quotes.
You can find the invoices in your account in the thing if you want to get ahead of the game. By all means, shoot us an email saying that you need shipping.
We'll take care of you.
Sometimes if you're within a few states away, we may or may not know if you're driving through or not.
And we hold for, if you need a couple weeks to come pick something up, just shoot us a note. Let us know.
Yeah,
We'll
we're
put a
cool.
note on your file and you're good to go.
We have complimentary storage for a
I
couple
think it's
months.
like a month at least.
Yeah, I thought it was more than that because of the wine situation. But, yeah. Hey, guys, we'll hook you up. Thank you so much.
Nice job, Vinny. I know we had some technical difficulties, but we'll nail it
Hey.
down for next time. We got live. We made it happen. And thank you, everybody, for buying, for selling, and for cataloging the hell out of 1,000 lots, boys. Peace out, Vinny. Close it down.
Thanks.